Okay, it says preparing to live stream, and okay, it is being live streamed. Got it. And then because we've done this, everybody, ooh, there's a live stream. I got a YouTube window up here.
We have to behave ourselves now.
Yes.
Oh.
There we go. And it's live, and it's like about the usual 30-second delay or something. So I saw it on mine, and I'm closing that window because I don't need to see that happen.
You don't want it in stereo?
I don't want it in stereo with 24-second slap back echo, John.
Oh, that would be rough.
Oh, it.
That's the ultimate
20-second echo. That'd be kind of an interesting feedback path.
It really slows down your speech as you wait for your voice to catch up to you.
It's the ultimate long path.
Or self-generated long path. Greetings, attendees. We see that 3 of you are here, and glad that you were able to use the links that we provided and sent out, and the registration mechanism Mark II that went into effect late yesterday. We had a hiccup, and because of what Zoom lets you do, it was originally configured as a multi-day, multi-session webinar, which means we can't upload a CSV file of attendees, only presenters. And then the attendees show up because of their acquisition of tickets through the TAPR store. And something happened last weekend, and basically the attendees got wiped, and we had no way to restore them. Put in a trouble ticket with Zoom, and we can't do that for you. So plan B had to recreate them as 1-day webinars, one for each day, and we'll do some shucking and jiving overnight tonight after this one ends. Take all the registrants on the store that we have, make sure they are registered for Saturday, and then change the webinar you register with on our store to Saturday. So purchases after the webinar ends today will get the Saturday link. In 15 minutes, everybody who's currently on the list for tomorrow will get their first notice of tomorrow's registration at 9 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow morning. Everybody will get their 1 hour until the webinar notice. And we're up to 4 attendees. We've gone up 33% the last minute.
Can we handle a load here? That might be tough.
No, we're clear. It's clearly beyond us.
So 4, that's a big number.
Yes, it's 30. Like I said, 33% more than it was a minute ago when it was 3. So yes, small numbers make interesting statistics, as many of you know.
George, Bill Engelke here. I sent you a link to a UA box area where you can download my presentations because they're too big to email.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You just accept the invitation, and then
it's just the slide deck for your first talk. That's all we need. We have everything else.
I included, well, in that box area are both slide decks.
Oh, okay. I have my. I had my. Yes. Oh, okay. I see the invite here. Accept invite. Can I do this without details, or does it require a count?
I can't answer that.
Okay. 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 Okay, I guess it's Roll Tide from now on.
Sure, absolutely. Roll Tide.
I mean, I got this script A box now, so. And we're still at 4. Okay,
So
confirmation.
did you start up the YouTube
I
stream
have,
yet?
yes, I did.
Oh, okay.
And I announced that it was live and that I was seeing it. And the starting of that
Okay.
should have triggered emails to people hopefully subscribe to our TAPR channel that it's gone live. Okay, Box has sent me a confirmation email.
Great. Now, if I could just remember how to turn the chat window on in YouTube.
Yeah, that's not something I recall offhand.
Yeah, how do I do this?
Okay, now.
Oh, there it is. Live chat. There it is.
Yes, I got my YouTube stream notice, so that all worked. I can see all kinds of stuff showing up. I'm sorry, I've got no time to look at these emails. I just need to get them kind of out of the way. So, Bill, if I go back to your first description, this is okay. So if I go back to the first one, I get. So I'm in your collaboration box, Bill.
Collaborators in presentations diagrams. Yeah, you are
So-
a member of the, it's called presentations under bar diagram. Presentations under bar diagrams.
Yes, and there are a whole bunch of folders there.
Well, a whole bunch of files.
I see a customer. I see all files, but I don't see how to navigate to a folder here, not being hugely familiar with Dropbox.
Well, you shouldn't have to navigate to anything. As soon as you open that up, you should just see a list of files, and you'll see 2 files whose names begin with the word magnetometer, and those are the 2 slide decks.
So I have a window and it says box in the upper left-hand corner and all files. And I see a customer presentations folder updated today by Will Jordan with 21 files, but I see no way to navigate there.
What if you click on the, in the upper left, it says box, and underneath that it says all files. What happens if you click on that all files?
Well, that's exactly where I am, but it's not doing. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry.
On my box account, the files transfer stuff's in the upper right corner in a pull down.
Yes.
Well, he's got to get to the list of files.
Oh, yeah. No, I had the wrong thing up. I was confused by what I was seeing because this is my first time onto his Dropbox and things like that. So,
well,
continue.
I think Box and Dropbox are 2 different things, but
yes, okay. So,
oh,
but I got an invite to there, so, and it's Box Drive. So this isn't working for me. So here's the thing. If you just take your PowerPoint file, well, I've got all the other files. All I need is your slide deck for the magnetometer alignment presentation, your first one.
And that's what I have to transfer to you by a box because it's about 300 megabytes and it won't allow me to transfer it via email.
You can upload it to your Google Drive folder for the TAPR DCC.
Okay, that's going to take me a while because I have to go back and find the reference to that, but I can work on that now.
That's okay. We got until like noon, right?
Bill, I'll send you a new link.
Yeah,
to
yeah,
share.
yep. Oh, okay, you'll handle that offline. Now I'm looking for, I see we have one of our approved showrunners, and I see Mr. Babcock with his hand raised. Mr. Babcock.
What can I do for you?
You raised your
Mr.
hand.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes,
Okay.
you have your hand raised.
My what?
Your hand is raised.
On the bottom bar, there's a raise hand, lower hand.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that. It's the first time I've ever seen the hand raise.
Yes.
Okay.
So if you get down to the
There we
bottom
go.
end of the
I got
Zoom
it.
window, you can turn it off. Yeah, there you go.
I got
Raise
it.
hand, lower hand. Great.
Sorry about that.
We
Yeah,
are.
I
that's
was
fine.
actually just trying to change I was renaming my screen and I must have hit the mistake or whatever. It's a Windows thing.
We
Now,
are
no,
at 50,
Windows right now. It
we
just
are at
is
54
256
minutes.
gig hard drive.
It's
Bill,
also
thanks.
it's also an early morning thing, and less than 32 ounces of coffee consumed.
Well, I've had about 16 ounces of coffee and I was up about 7 this morning. So
Yeah.
Hey, guys, tech issue. I just got an email on the TAPR address from somebody who says that they have not gotten their link for today, and he checked his spam folder. So I'm not quite sure what our answer is.
You talk about Gwyn?
No, Ed Thierbach, AB80J.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I can send him an invitation quickly.
Okay,
I know he's on that list.
That
Give
would be great,
me-
and I will tell him that.
Give me his email address quickly.
Okay. ETHIER
Ethierbat at umich.edu.
Correct, indeed.
Okay. And it could be the university because, yeah. So I have given him an invite as a panelist as a free upgrade because I can't really just do an online invite as an attendee. So what the heck? Mr. Bible, would you please turn on your video, unmute, and get ready as you and Scotty are about to go live. The rest of us will stop our videos. I'll need to start the recording. And what's the other thing? Oh, yes, cue up the first presentation. Now, Steve, you should be able to share your screen if you have a starting slide deck.
Okay. And I do start video. Here we go. Share.
Like your background picture.
Yeah, that's a Superstition Mountains.
Oh, okay.
And if share is followed by Sunny, I'm out of here.
George, by the way, the two slide decks are now on that Google Drive.
Thank you so much, Bill.
Yeah, I should have thought to do that first, but
Yeah, but hey, we do what we have to do and the job gets done. That's
we
the
got it
important
now.
thing.
So
Okay, so I'm going to start the record to my computer. There we go. And my status bar shows recording and live on YouTube, and that we're seeing Mr. Bible's screen. It's appropriate now that we should all mute our videos except for Steve and possibly Scotty if they want to tag team the start.
Yeah, it's interesting. YouTube is delayed like 30 seconds or so.
Yeah.
It's between 25 and 30 seconds. It may vary some. It's known and expected.
Okay, we've got 2 more minutes.
I have Nathaniel's talk queued up.
Okay, Nathaniel online.
Oh yeah.
I'm right here.
All right, good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
This is already the second presentation of the day for Nathaniel.
That's right.
was
I'm
a
double
very-
conferencing.
Yeah, I'm glad you were able to do that, Nathaniel. That was much better than I could have done for that iSWAT team.
Oh, thank you. You watched it?
So, oh yeah.
Oh, good. Thanks.
So where did you present
you know,
so
I was
early?
there, like in
do
case
you mean
you
we don't
couldn't
have
make
an
it.
exclusive on Nathaniel for today?
This was a last minute emergency presentation I had to make.
Okay.
You did that this morning?
Yes.
Wow.
So Bill, could you mute your video? And Jason will start off with just Scotty and Stephen and Nathaniel on, so that the first presenter is just as queued up as the opening remarks from 10 until 10:15, and we're down to 20 seconds.
Countdown is on.
And we're at 34 attendees and climbing.
Oh, I'm sure they will once they discover their email.
They'll climb the walls. Mercifully, it shows that Plan B actually worked, and we'll configure to do it similar to this in the future, just to ensure that we can always upload attendee files. So you're on.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the 40th Annual ARRL and TAPR Digital Communications Conference. And we're in the very first 15 minutes of the DCC to basically welcome you and allow other attendees to log in, give you some basic information like where the bathrooms are and where the snacks and the coffee are located. Those are always very important for any conference, even if it's a virtual conference. And we've put together what we think you'll enjoy, a very informative and educational conference. We got a great lineup of talks. So we have the schedule online. We're attempting to keep the online schedule up to date to the minute. So please feel free to take a look at the schedule, the link that's up there right now. We also have the proceedings of the papers that were submitted for the conference during the call for papers, and that'll be available. Also, there's a printed version that's available. And I goofed just a moment. I made things a little bit easier by putting a bit.ly, and this way, a little easier URL to link up with. And we also have a survey. The survey last year was very valuable to us, as it was the first virtual DCC that we held, and we're using a lot of those suggestions and comments this year for this DCC. And so feel free to fill out the review as you feel the need. In other words, you don't have to do it once. You can do it multiple times on there too. So let me then bring up schedule. Okay, I thought I had that. Okay. Yep, here it is. Okay. Well, my apologies. I had everything staged here, and then I've got too many things open on the screen as it is right now. So here we've got basically the schedule. Let's see, does that show up?
Yeah, it shows.
That's interesting. I'm looking over here on the monitor. I'm sharing it.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. Just delayed on the monitor, it appears. I'm looking over here. Here we go. Now it's shifting up. Apologies, everyone.
It's just the network is. Sorry, the network is overloaded. That's why it's slow, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. So we got the schedule today. So for the first hour and a half block, we were going to have a presentation by Nathaniel Frizzell, W2NAF of Scranton, University of Scranton, for the personal space weather overview. And then following that will be Scotty Cowling giving an update on the Tangerine SDR, followed by Homan Kim, KD2 MCR of the New Jersey Institute of Technology, the magnometer, I want to say magnometer science update. Magnetometer. And then followed by Jules Madley? How's that, Nathaniel?
Jules Maddie.
Maddie.
Maddie. Okay. K2 KGJ, an easy constructed high resolution 3-axis magnometer for the backyard's citizen science. Magnetometer again. I got to practice that one. Okay. Well, we've got about 10 more minutes. I'll go ahead and bring the slide back up with the URLs on there. And also let's get the, okay, so on the chat channel, Michael says that for the schedule, we're getting an error. Okay, so let's, and we have a Q&A channel too. That's interesting. The current schedule says preliminary. Okay, yeah, so Neil, it does say preliminary, and we just haven't shifted it over to final, actually. So what you see up there right at the moment is there. So let's bring these back up.
In fact, the last one I saw said final at the end, but preliminary within the file name. But the last one was issued yesterday, so from several days ago would be outdated.
Yeah, that link should. Oh, okay. Here we go. I see. I see what we've done wrong here. Okay. This should be that. Let me test it real quick. Okay,
while you're doing that, Steve, may I make a couple of usage guidances for the attendees?
Go right ahead.
Oh, thank you. So if you want to ask a question, you can type it in chat. At the bottom of the chat window, there's a drop down where you can choose like everyone or hosts and panelists. In general, you may want your question to go to everyone so that all your fellow attendees can see it. And excuse me. And so that's how you can best use the chat window. Please only use the QA window if you've got an operational question or it's time for the Q&A part of after one of the presentations. And that'll help us track the actual questions asked and answered.
Oh, that's a new feature from last year, that QA channel.
Well, it was available, but we had it turned off because we didn't want it to be too confusing for the attendees or for us, since it was all our first time.
Okay.
And so we're being a little bit bolder this time, I guess. So that's it from me.
Okay. Scotty, is there anything else we need to say to get things warmed up and started here? We've got about 6
No,
more
unless you want
minutes.
to, if you've got a couple minutes to plug the next year's DCC.
Well, yeah. So what's interesting about the next year's DCC is we still have a contract with the Charlotte Airport Hilton Hotel in Charlotte, North Carolina. We've, of course, we were going to be in Charlotte for 2020, and they graciously allowed us to move the contract to 2021. And basically, due to all of the uncertainty surrounding the COVID-19 virus, we decided to go ahead and make 2021 a virtual conference as well. And the hotel again graciously allowed us to move the contract to 2022. So I'll put on a slide later the dates, but it's basically the third weekend in September for 2022. And let's all hope that conditions are much better for next year for everyone, for everybody's sake. And we'll hopefully be there in person. And of course, we'll send out more information as it comes along. We're looking forward to other in-person conferences and meetings. You know, we've missed out with Hamvention for the past couple of years. Also with Hamcation in Orlando, which we tend to attend that one as well, and other smaller and medium-sized conventions on that. Scotty, anything else?
Yeah, because currently I think both Hamvention and Hamcation are on slate to be live, but that could change.
Oh yeah, just if we can get more certainty, then things will certainly improve on that one too. Okay, papers. Okay, Joe, you mentioned that the papers link is bad. We'll get that one fixed up. Is there a printable schedule? Okay, David, let me get a PDF up on a shared drive and then put a link to where that's downloadable. Okay, 5 more minutes. How are we doing on attendees there, George?
We're at 49 attendees and 19 panelists, so we're doing quite well. So I'll just mention that just like all these other events that Steve and Scotty just mentioned, it means that we actually have to plan for 2 outcomes, a live event or a virtual event, or some kind of live with hybrid streaming. So we take that into consideration, and we do move forward, and we try to offer whatever the best experience we can given the circumstances that occur at the actual time. So let's see. I see Jules Mady there. Just a second.
Okay, Jules is trying to start his video.
He should be able to. Jules, if you're here as a panelist, you can start your video.
Well,
sorry, it's because I turned it off because you turned it on, and so I can ask you to start video now. Try.
Let's see. It says you cannot start. It says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. The host has asked you to start your video. Okay, I'm going to hit this now. Let's see.
Yep.
I'm still getting you. Okay.
Yep. So until it's your turn, so that wasn't starting your video, sir. That was sharing your screen.
Okay.
And
Yeah, but I wasn't able to get my, yeah, okay.
Yeah, right. And you won't be able to share your screen, I think, because start your video because somebody else was showing video. And
Okay.
until your presenter, until it's time for you to be presenter, we ask you to have your video muted and keep your microphone muted. And that holds for all presenters, including Mr. McCann. So please, everybody, audio off, and except if you're currently Scotty, Stephen, or Nathaniel, video off. There, we're good for now.
For 2 minutes.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we've covered everything. Is there any questions in the chat channel? It's nice to see we've got 68 attendees so far. And of course, that'll fluctuate throughout the day.
And George, there was another person on, was that Todd on YouTube who didn't receive the new invite. I don't know if you saw that.
Well, I only have 2 eyes and 3 monitors, so I am absolutely not monitoring YouTube.
You haven't trained your eyes to go in 2 different directions yet?
Yeah, not 3 or 4 though.
All right.
Yeah.
So if you can send me his email details over on Slack after I get the video started, which is imminent.
Okay.
I'll get him an invite sent out as a panelist.
So I guess
make
just
up for
as
that.
a general announcement, if you did not get an invite and you registered for the conference, send your email either in the chat window or in the YouTube live chat, and we'll see if we can get you one. Is that okay, George?
Yes, except I may be the only one who can send them, although John N8UR can send invite links so you can go through the process and get on. So if John can handle that, we're better off. And excuse me, it's time for me to.
And there is a different link for Sunday. I think you explained that already.
Saturday.
Yes, there is. For
Saturday.
Yes. And so right now we're going to start, and somebody intro.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and moderate for this section here and welcome everyone. We'd like to introduce Nathaniel Fresnel, who's an assistant professor at the University of Scranton. And he's going to give a short presentation today on HAMSci Personal Space Weather Station update. And go ahead and cue the recording, George.
Is it running?
Space Weather Station and provide an update for fall 2021. I think we need the audio. George.
Yep. Restarting. I forgot the critical step that I documented but ignored. Mea culpa, mea maxima culpa.
Personal Space Weather Station is a multi-instrument ground-based
audio
device
and video
designed to observe space weather effects both as a single-point measurement and as part of a larger distributed network. It is personal because it is being designed such that an individual should be able to purchase one and operate it in their own backyard. The Personal Space Weather Station design works to take into account the needs of both amateur radio operators and professional researchers. On the right is a block diagram for the Personal Space Weather Station. At the heart is a radio instrument. The Tangerine SDR uses a software-defined radio instrument that uses raw IQ outputs that can then be derived into multiple data products. The low-cost GRAPE Personal Space Weather Station focuses on measuring Doppler shifts observed in WWV and other stable transmitter signals. This is, of course, attached to an antenna. And we also have a GNSS or GPS disciplined oscillator in TEC or total electron content receiver. This is used to provide a stable frequency reference to the system, precision timestamping, and also provide information about the number of electrons between the receiver on the ground and the GPS or GNSS satellites in the sky. There's also a ground magnetometer instrument, which can be used to sense currents overhead in the ionosphere out in space. This all goes into a computer, which can provide local user display, local data reduction, and it sends data to a central server. This goes out over the internet and then to a public database and central control system. It's a modular design, so there's also room to add future instruments. For instance, one of our TAPR and HAMSI members is developing a VLF board to work with this system. So what's the purpose of the Personal Space Weather Station? We're aiming to support two primary groups of users, space scientists and amateur radio operators. Each of these groups have different but related needs. The space science researchers look to observe, characterize, and understand ionospheric variability on small temporal and spatial scales. They look to understand coupling between the neutral atmosphere, ionosphere, and magnetosphere, and to validate and improve models with the goals of prediction and understanding. Amateur radio operators, on the other hand, typically want to understand and predict radio propagation to support amateur radio communications, including public service and emergency service operations, contesting, and DX communications. They're also interested in studying space weather and propagation for personal edification and contributing back to science and the radio art. The Personal Space Weather Station is a highly collaborative project. I'm lead principal investigator at the lead institution of the University of Scranton. TAPR and Zephyr Engineering are responsible for the design and development of the Tangerine SDR, as well as the hardware for the ground magnetometer. Case Western Reserve University is leading the development of the low-cost Personal Space Weather Station known as the GREAT. New Jersey Institute of Technology is leading the ground magnetometer science. The University of Alabama is leading the development of the software for the central database, the central control software, and the local control software. And Phil Erickson at the MIT Haystack Observatory is serving as a science collaborator. We're especially grateful to the National Science Foundation for their primary funding and support of this project, and also to the ARDC, Amateur Radio Digital Communications Foundation, for additional funding for this project. So as I mentioned, we have two different tracks of the Personal Space Weather Station. We have a low-cost GRAPE Personal Space Weather Station and a performance-driven, software-defined based Tangerine Personal Space Weather Station. The low-cost GRAPE Personal Space Weather Station is focused on HF Doppler shift monitoring, and that's illustrated in the figure in the center of this slide. So here you can see WWV in Fort Collins, Colorado, which serves as a stable frequency reference and beacon. It's being received by W8EDU, which has GRAPE low-cost Personal Space Weather Station hardware. W8EDU is able to monitor frequency shifts in this received signal, which are caused by changes in the propagation path length due to changes in the ionosphere. This technique is illustrated in these measurements by WA9VNJ during the 2017 total solar eclipse. Here you can see that he's listening to 10 megahertz WWV. In the morning, as the ionosphere becomes more dense, you see positive Doppler shifts. As the ionosphere becomes less dense due to the onset of the solar eclipse and the path lengths get longer, you see negative Doppler shifts. As the eclipse goes away and the ionosphere rebuilds its electron density, the path lengths get shorter, you see positive Doppler shifts again. And then as you go into the evening, you get negative Doppler shifts as the ionosphere once again loses its density. This system is Raspberry Pi based, uses a GPS disciplined oscillator and a custom low IF receiver board. Its target cost is about $300 and developed by Case Western Reserve University. On the software defined based performance driven Tangerine SDR side of things, we have a high frequency FPGA based software defined radio. This system is capable of precision timing and frequency measurement and will have 2 to 4 coherent phase locked receive channels costing between $500 to $1,000, depending on the options you choose. And this is being developed primarily by TAPR and Zephyr Engineering. Another key component of the personal space weather station is the ground magnetometer. This is being developed jointly by TAPR and the New Jersey Institute of Technology. TAPR is leading most of the hardware development, and NJIT is guiding the magnetometer science. The purpose is to establish a densely spaced magnetic field sensor network to observe the Earth's magnetic field variations in 3 vector components. This will allow us to observe changes in the Earth's magnetic field due to currents flowing overhead in the ionosphere and in space. The target performance level will be about 10 nanotesla field resolution with a 1-second sampling rate. The total cost of the magnetometer and associated computing equipment will be $100 to $150. It will feature low-cost PNI RM31 magnetometer module sensors and also a temperature sensor. So where are we with the personal space weather station current engineering status? We're moving along quite well. The Tangerine SDR, which includes the data engine, the RF module, and the clock module, are 100% schematic captured. We have the bill of materials made, the component placement is complete, and almost all of the parts are delivered. We are having some trouble, though, obtaining the needed FPGAs for the data engine, and this is holding things up a bit. This is due to the global chip shortage. What we're doing while we wait for the FPGAs to become available is to design an adapter board that will allow continued development of the Tangerine SDR data engine using development boards that we do have access to. So that will be coming in the next few months, and we'll hopefully be able to have a working prototype that's based on FPGA development boards. We're also working right now with the Quartus software to start developing the digital signal processing code needed to make the system run. The MagnetoPi or the magnetometer board is in a very good shape. In fact, we've just ordered the last revision E prototypes, and we're getting ready to put those into production and sell them in the TAPR store. The low-cost personal space weather station, or the GRAPE system, consists of both a Generation 1 and a Generation 2. The Generation 1 design is complete, and in fact, you can build one today if you want by going to hamsci.org/grape1. We have a number of amateurs who've already built these and are now collecting data. Some of our students are starting to look at that data, and you'll be able to see the results that they are obtaining with this over today and tomorrow. The GRAPE version 2 design is in process and will be capable of receiving 4 HF channels simultaneously. The control software and database also exists. We have a prototype of local control software, and it's running on the Odroid N2 single board computer. We have a number of features implemented, and development will continue, especially once we get the adapter board designed for the Tangerine SDR data engine. In addition to what you see here, Jonathan Rizzo, KC3EEY, is developing a VLF board module to work with the Tangerine SDR and the personal space weather station. He'll also be talking about that later in this conference. And finally, I'd once again like to acknowledge all of the people who've made this project possible. We are especially grateful to our funders, the National Science Foundation, through the grants that you see here, the support of the Amateur Radio Digital Communications, ARDC Foundation, and also the amateur radio community volunteers who have contributed to the engineering, testing, and data collection efforts for this personal space weather station project. These are the members of the TAPR community, the HamSci community, and others. Without your support, none of this would be possible. So I'd like to thank you for listening to this presentation, and I hope you enjoy it. And continue listening to the rest of the TAPR DCC, because many of the speakers will be going more in depth on the topics that I've talked about today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nathaniel. Okay, over into the chat box here. If there's any questions for Nathaniel, we have about a few minutes for some questions. Go ahead and type them into the chat channel.
Put them in the question and answer channel, not the chat channel, please.
Either channel, whatever works for you. Okay, still looking for questions. Make sure there we go. All right. So Kenji says, estimated time for arrival for the Grape 2 prototype.
I think John Gibbons would be able to answer that, but I would say a couple of months, probably, 3 to 6 months. John, what do you say?
That's what I'm shooting for. Now that I've got some very good software support, that actually has moved my schedule up a bit, and I'm working on the Gen 2 layout even as we speak. So it's coming. Realistically, by the end of the year, we should have something.
I see another question in the chat asking how a TEC receiver works. And the answer to that is total electron content receiver. You have a GPS receiver on the ground, but the GPS receiver has to receive 2 different frequencies. When that happens, the one frequency will be delayed by the ionosphere compared to the other, and that's a function of the number of electrons between the receiver on the ground and the satellite in space. So if you know that delay and you know certain information about the receiver and the transmitter, you can back out the total electron content.
Okay, next question from Ed. What would be the minimum viable antenna size for this condo dweller here?
Yes. I think for this, because it's primarily a receive instrument and it's targeted at broadband HF, there's a number of good compact options. So magnetic loops that are about 3 foot in diameter, those are good options. That still may be a little bit big for a condo. So there are also some active receive whips that are very skinny, and they're maybe about 3 foot tall. You just need to have a good ground system for this.
Okay. Let's see here. We're getting close to the end here. Ed asks, will systems be available in the TAPR store?
And the plan is yes. And I believe the magnetometer module will be available soon. Isn't that right, Scotty?
That's right. Within the next month or 2.
The Grape system, I should say the Grape system, the version 1, you have to make on your own. The version 2, I'd have to confirm this with the Case Western team, but I'd say there's a good chance it'd be available through TAPR, but we'd have to confirm that with the Case Western team.
That's the intent.
Now we do still have some questions remaining in the Q&A window. There's one that popped up in the chat. What we'll do is, Nathaniel, if you can go over there and answer those by typing in, but we have to move on to the next talk.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you very much, Nathaniel. Okay, as George is queuing up the next talk, we are, let me start over here. As George is queuing up the next talk, our next speaker is Scotty Cowling, WA2DFI of TAPR, and he is going to be talking about the Tangerine SDR and giving us an update on its progress. And go ahead and
Hi, I'm
let's
Scotty
start.
Cowling, WA2DFI, and I'm going to talk to you today about the Tangerine SDR and the status of our hardware system. First of all, in case you haven't been up on things lately with TAPR, Tangerine SDR project is a new project we've been working on now for about 2 years. And it's a modular open source hardware and software platform for the development of all components of a new SDR. It's also a group of volunteers led by TAPR, and all of the work that we're doing is going to be open source and to be part of a new pool of information on how to build SDR, state-of-the-art SDRs. I'd like to acknowledge the grants from the National Science Foundation and the Amateur Radio Digital Communications group. They're, or I guess they're a foundation. We have been very generous in helping us keep this project on track. And we'll get to that a little bit later too. So what's a Tangerine SDR radio? Well, it's a radio that satisfies a number of use cases from space science to general academic use to general amateur use. And the idea is to make it modular so that you can purchase the hardware that you need for the performance level that you desire. So high performance modules that cost more, or lower performance modules that when you don't need the performance that will be less expensive. All based upon open source model, either OHL for hardware or GPL for software. And we should end up with a state-of-the-art software-defined radio system when we're done. So what do we have? What features do we have? Well, small footprint. The radio is about 100 millimeters square by, it's a stack of 3 boards. So 100 millimeters by about 10 millimeters. Very modular and expandable, as we said. A web-based user interface, which makes it easy to configure with a local display, and it's network-based. So the data is designed to be shared over a cloud interface. So typical applications for the Tangerine SDR. First one we're targeting is the Hamside Personal Space Weather Station, which Nathaniel just told you a little bit about. And you're going to hear a lot more about as the DCC continues on here. Also, you should be able to use it with some additional hardware or some modifications for the additional use cases of satellite ground station, academic uses to teach SDR and FPGA techniques to students. And again, it varies from a very inexpensive solution to a high performance solution. So you can tailor that to the set of students that you're trying to teach. Also, general purpose amateur communications, SDR, was one of our target use cases. Experimenters, as well as just the amateurs who want to operate radio. And remote ham radio, of course, since it's an SDR, is very much in the picture. And I'm sure there are other ones that we haven't thought of that people will come up with as we continue on here. So what are the features of the Tangerine SDR? It's FPGA based direct sampling receiver with a gigabit Ethernet interface, full receive coverage from 100 kilohertz to 60 megahertz, since our sample rate is 122 megahertz. Again, web-based configuration, and it's designed to generate multiple UDP streams for each virtual receiver. A UDP stream for each virtual receiver, and there will be multiple virtual receivers supported. We also have USB 3 and USB 2 interfaces, and they're all simultaneous I/O, so you have a very capable communications engine, if you will. And while we're targeting receive operation to start with, full transmit capability is definitely in our future. So here are the components of the Tangerine SDR. Basically, there's 6 of them. A data engine or base board, which is a motherboard-like piece of hardware that the other modules plug into, the other modules being the RF modules. 2 are supported, and a clock module, which is a high-performance GPSDO, or can be. And also, we have a low-speed expansion adapter fixture, cleverly called a leaf, and it will allow you to expand things like PTT and amplifier keying and band selection, low-speed I/O stuff mostly, although there is a capability to do a little bit of higher speed I/O, as well as the Raspberry Pi class I2C low-speed I/O. We also have a magnetometer called the Magpie, and it's attached to the local host, and which is component 6, which is the local host, which is a single board computer typically, but not limited to that, because since it's connected with gigabit Ethernet, it could be anything from a high performance desktop down to what we're typically targeting as a single board computer, like a Raspberry Pi 4 or an Odroid N2. Here's a diagram of the SDR. And you can see over here on the left side, this slide is a little bit of a misnomer here, because the block on the left is the data engine and the modules that plug into it. So it's the data engine assembly, if you will. and then it's connected via gigabit Ethernet to a single board computer of your choice, and we will be supporting several of them. The Magpie can plug either into the data engine or more likely into the host computer, the single board computer. It uses a Raspberry Pi interface, so it plugs onto either. This is the data engine. This is the layout of the current layout of the data engine. Again, a Max 10 FPGA, which is the largest Max FPGA that Intel makes. That's the FPGA we're targeting. Some SD RAM and flash for support. Dual RJ45. The idea is it's got a 2-port switch on board, so that to connect to your local network and to connect to the local host, you don't need any external hardware. You have 2 gigabit ports, one going to each. Also have a USB 3 device port and a USB 2 host port. The intent of the device port is another high-speed interface, communications interface. The USB 2 port was added chiefly to support the RTL dongles that you all know and love that you can buy everywhere for about $20. So it allows some experimentation on the data streams that come from these very low-cost SDRs. Micro SD card socket, and again, we support 2 RF modules, a clock module and a leaf module, as well as the magnetometer. But typically, the magnetometer, rather than being plugged into the data engine, it will be plugged into the host computer, the local host. The RF module, the first one we're coming out with, and again, since this is all modular, these are just the first ones that we're coming up with. Additional different RF coverages, bandwidths, I mean, you name it, we can accommodate it. Dual 14-bit ADC and 122 mega sample per second. That's what we're coming out with first. 20 dB local low noise amplifier on it. Switchable attenuators and a calibrated noise source are available also on the board. And the interesting thing is the user plug-in filters, which you can kind of see in the middle here above the copyright notice and below the copyright notice. These are available for users to design and plug in their own filters. Moving on to the clock module. The clock module is going to give you an amazing capability as far as stability and frequency accuracy for such a low-cost system. And we have an option, three build options for the clock module on GPS modules. There's got an onboard GPS module. So depending on what the performance you would like to purchase, you can buy a clock module containing either a $200 GPS or a $60 GPS or a $15 GPS. And these are selectable by us at manufacturing time. So we should have, without hardly any extra effort, we should have 3 price points for you to choose from. This happens to be the highest price point here with the ultra stable oscillator and the jitter reduction circuitry. And this provides 10 channels of clock outputs, which are way more channels than we need for the data engine. But the idea is to also build a carrier board that's being worked on right now that will accept the clock module as its payload, if you will, and it brings all 10 clocks out, and it will become a laboratory instrument for your shack if you're into the timing and frequency control categories. Time nuts, as they say. This is the leaf board. This is actually, in the blue here, is a Raspberry Pi hat form factor with the standard connector, 40-pin connector. And what we've done is we've extended the leaf board a little bit further down and put a high-speed connector on the bottom. So you get about 8 high-speed LVDS channels as well as the low-speed I2C channels that the standard Raspberry Pi hat has. So this enables us to do interesting things like over here, where we're in this planning stages, is a 4-channel VLF receiver that's under development. So in fact, I think you're gonna hear more about that today from Jonathan. Okay, this is the Magpie or magnetometer. This is a Raspberry Pi hat. and you can see the 40-pin connector up here on the top. It's much smaller than a standard Raspberry Pi hat. It's about a third of the height of a Raspberry Pi hat and narrower. So it plugs right on either the data engine or a Raspberry Pi 3 or 4 board or compatible ones. Gives you very high resolution for the cost. The idea is you plug one of these onto the Raspberry Pi, and you plug a Cat5 cable in that's 100 feet long, and you put the second one out in your yard, and these two connectors, J1 and J8, contain the actual magnetometer module itself, the magnetics. And so you've remotely mounted the magnetics out in your yard away from all inside the house magnetic fields and metallic objects. So you get much better accuracy and much smoother, less noise from this kind of installation. And so it competes pretty favorably with magnetometers costing quite a bit more. So this is how it kind of all goes together. If you can see, the data engine is kind of the center board here that holds everything. The leaf module is on top, as well as the clock module on the lower left. Both of those go on the top side. Below the data engine in blue here, you can't really see them too well because they only stick out at the top and bottom. They're the RF modules. So you get 2 RF modules below the data engine, and then the clock module and the leaf module on top. So it becomes basically a 3-board stack, 3-high stack of boards. The prototype schedule is October of 2021, which is coming up next month for the magnetometer. We've already prototyped one version of it. We've found some issues and made some changes, and now we're pretty much ready to go into production with the magnetometer. The RF module, the design is complete, and we're ready to produce that also in December of 2021, right following the magnetometer. The clock module also directly following the magnetometer in December of 21, another couple months. And the big killer here is the Max 10 data engine board and you notice the date is June 2022. So we have a few issues with parts, as everyone has been having this past year or so. We can't get the FPGA, so we have a problem. We can't build the data engine. So we can build the RF module and the clock module prototypes, but there's not a lot of point in building the prototypes for boards that you can't plug into anything because you can't do any testing. So we come up with a contingency plan, and the idea is, while we're waiting for the Max 10 to show up, and by the way, we do have all the parts in hand for the RF module and the clock module prototype build. So we managed to skirt the issue there. It's only the one part on the data engine that we're having trouble getting. Oddly enough, the most important part that we need, the FPGA. So what we plan to do is use off-the-shelf Max 10 development boards, because we found these online, and it turns out that they are available, and we've actually purchased them already. Several developers have purchased them, so they're in hand already. So they, we know they're available because we have them. And they have a thing called an HSMC, high-speed mezzanine connector on them, and they bring and 2 gigabit Ethernet ports. And incidentally, they use a Max 10, the same part that we use. It's a physically smaller part with less I/O, but it's the same FPGA core that we're going to use on the data engine. So the idea is that we're going to take those boards and we're going to build a custom adapter to interface the HSMC connector to our RF module and the clock module, incidentally. So while we won't get the dual RF module capability, we'll be able to check out the RF modules and the clock modules using these off-the-shelf development boards while we're waiting for the data engines to actually be built with parts that we can't get until May. So this is the way it's going to work, the new setup. So you've got the Max 10 development kit over here with its HSMC connector along the side, and you plug in this adapter board that then has one RF module connector and the clock module connector on the top. So again, you've got a 3-board sandwich. You've got the adapter board in the middle, and unfortunately, there's only enough I/O on the HSMC connector to support one RF module, but that's okay. That's all we need to check out both the clock module and the RF modules that we're already building. And these will be the clock module, RF module will be the standard ones that we'll continue to use once we get the parts for the real data engine and build the data engine. And we'd like to thank ARDC again for a second grant. Just last week, they approved our grant request to build the prototype board, which gets us off dead center and gets us going again without having to wait until May for the FPGA to become available. So thank you again, ARDC, really supporting the project very, very much fully. And thank you. And you can contact me at wa2dfi@arl.net. Our webpage is tangerinesdr.com. Everything you ever want to know about Tangerine SDR is there, including all of these links. So if you come away with this with one thing, one URL, that's it, tangerinesdr.com. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Scotty. And Mr. Host, George, if you can start my video. And questions for Scotty, please type them into the question and answer box. And we already have one from Neil. How much do the Max 10 development boards cost?
$199. And they're available for Mauser and DigiKey both if they have them in stock. They both stock them when they have them.
Okay. And Gary says, sorry if I missed it, but LEAF is an acronym for what?
Oh, he's going to make me have to know that. Low speed extended adapter fixture, I believe. It's very contrived because you have to have a snappy name, you know, like a hat or a shield or something like that. So that's the best I could come up with. I'm open to new suggestions if you've got a better answer, but that's what it stands for anyway. Low speed expansion adapter fixture. There you go.
Okay, there we go. Low. All right, thank you, Gary, for your question. We're going to play. You can
type it in for posterity.
Yeah, Scotty's doing that one. So we're playing Stump Scotty at the moment. Bill asks, how many prototype test RF and clock boards do you expect to make?
25.
25.
And that you can thank ARDC for, it was originally going to be 6 boards, and they funded us to bring the number up to 25 because we felt 6 wasn't really enough, but prototypes are expensive because you're building them in small quantities. So we needed some extra funding, and they came through with that. So we're really grateful for them for that.
Mm-hmm. Also, for the YouTube watchers, please type your questions into the chat channel. We're monitoring that as well. Okay, any other questions for Scotty? We've got about 10 more minutes actually for Q&A here.
Okay, I see this question. I see it, Steve. So,
okay.
What do you expect will be the production lifetime of the currently planned TAPR hardware for the Tangerine related ecosystem to be? How long do you expect available hardware for additional boards before everything needs to be redesigned? I think a fairly long time. The Max 10 FPGA is relatively new in the lineup of FPGAs. So, and Altera, at least in the past, Altera has had a tendency to not discontinue FPGAs for a long time. Only the very first FPGAs have been discontinued. And the plan also is to come up with updated data engines or additional RF modules or clock module variants that will be able to use the same hardware. So we define the pinouts of those connectors, and then the boards become interchangeable based upon what kind of features you want in the system that you're building. So I'm envisioning building blocks that will be available for a long time. And maybe you're using HPSDR as an example, which was relatively short time because you basically did one production run, big production run, and then one smaller one, and then we were pretty much done. I'm hoping we're going to be able to have these continuously available. Hope that answers your question.
Okay, any other questions for Scotty? We still have time. Okay, in the chat, Bob is asking, is there a free low-cost IDE available for the Max 10?
Well, that's a good question. For the Max 10, all of the tools available are free, because for the smaller FPGAs, you can use their web interface, their web pack. They call it Cordis Lite. However, we're running into a few difficulties with some of the licensing on the board. So normally when you buy a development board, you get a license with it to use the IP on that board. So we're running into a few snags in developing FPGA code, but we're planning to have some workarounds for that. And the idea is to make everything available open source and free, at least for the lower end data engine. We're planning a high end data engine with a 10 gigabit Ethernet interface on it in the future. That will likely require licensed tools to compile the FPGA code. But a couple things. First of all, you may not have to compile the FPGA code, because we're going to be offering pre-built versions that will offer specific functionality, sets of functionality. And also, we're working on a plan to make FPGA development tool licenses available on a limited basis to the team players that are building FPGAs. So that's a kind of exciting development if we can make that happen.
Okay, wonderful. And we have another question from Daryl. Do you envision doing a Tangerine SDR design that will work in the VHF or UHF range?
I really hope so, because it seems like that's a kind of a barren wasteland up there. It's like lots of HF SDRs, but not so many performant anyway. VHF and UHF FDRs, they tend to be the $20 does everything chip variety, or they're very expensive RF subsystems that cover up into the gigahertz range that not a lot of hams are going to be able to afford. So we'd like to find a way to do that, maybe with undersampling and some extra filtering, or we haven't figured it out yet, but that's definitely the idea is to make the system modular so that we can add a VHF, UHF, RF board if we want to in the future.
Okay, great. Okay, we got about 5 more minutes. Any other questions? There's a question that Nathaniel is answering for Dave. As an EDIS N200 owner, any help I can give to the current prototype work? So Nathaniel?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Dave, one of the things that we are using N200s for is testing different data collection modes. And one of them is listening to chirp sounders, oblique ionosons. So if you are, depending on where you're located, and if you have a powerful computer you can dedicate to the project too, I could help you get started collecting chirp sounding data, and that would be a way of contributing.
Thank you, Nathaniel. Any other questions? We have about a little less than 5 minutes.
And it's not me tapping on the table. I could do that though.
No, please, we're recording. David is asking, Max 10 development boards, well, actually is a statement. Max 10 development boards are $200 when available.
Right, and the one we're using is the one with the dual gigabit Ethernet port on it. There's only one board like that. There are several other boards in that price range, but the dual gigabit Ethernet board is the one we're using with the Max 10M50.
And it tends to be available from Jurassic Direct from Taiwan, DigiKey, or Mauser, is that, I think.
That's correct.
Okay, any other questions for Scotty? Okay, another question. Would you post the part number for the Max 10 dev board later?
Sure.
And that's from Bob in the chat channel.
And that's Bob Strickland. So yeah, that he'll make very good use of that.
Okay. Yeah, Bob's saying Mauser's out of stock.
Yeah, check. Yeah,
Dave
check Jurassic and also DigiKey. it comes in and out of stock.
Okay. Dave is saying I'm in Southeast Michigan, Ann Arbor, and have a quad i7 laptop or two. Okay.
Yeah, and
well,
the good news is you can actually substitute an external computer like your i7s, a laptop or a desktop, in place of the host computer because it connects with Ethernet. So you can substitute pretty much any computer that you want for that, get the performance level you want.
Yeah, Dave's a local club member of mine, and I can attest he has quite the tricked out shack and all kinds of gear. A lifetime of accumulation, shall we say.
okay. Well, let's go ahead and wind down Scotty's talk here. Thanks, everyone. Really appreciate all the questions. And let's go ahead and introduce Professor Kim. Go ahead and let him get online and unmuted, sir. There you go. And we'll unmute again. I see in the mute signal in there again. Say hello.
Oh, hello. Hi, this is Hyo-Min Kim, Assistant Professor of Physics at the New Jersey Institute of Technology. So I'll be talking about the science aspect of the magnetometer project for Personal Space Weather Station. So.
Great, wonderful, thank you. And Mr. Host, George, if you'll cue up his talk.
Hi, I'm Hyo-Min Kim, Assistant Professor of Physics at the New Jersey Institute of Technology Center for Solar Terrestrial Research, and we'll be talking about preliminary analysis of Personal Space Weather Station magnetometer data. I'd like to acknowledge my co-authors listed here for the provisions of science and engineering resources. The main purpose of the HAM-SCI Personal Space Weather Station magnetometer project is to establish a densely spaced magnetic field sensor network. This will provide quantitative and qualitative measurements of the geospace environment from the ground for both scientific and operational purposes at a cost that will allow for crowdsourced data contributions and monitor large-scale current systems and ionospheric disturbances due to drivers from both space and the atmosphere in a more extensive spatial scale. Magnetometers for scientific use require low noise, high resolution, directionality, long-term stability, and temperature stability. From our preliminary field test, we believe that the sensor we chose is adequate to address our scientific goals, which will be presented in the following slides. For scientific investigations, we aim to achieve the following specifications. The magnetic field resolution of approximately lower than 6 nanotesla at 1 Hz sampling rate. Magnetic variometer operations, as we do not need absolute field measurement. That is, we only need to know the variation of the Earth's magnetic fields. Our target sensor spacing is approximately a few degrees in geographic latitude and longitude. Thus, we'll be able to observe larger scale current systems, ultra low frequency or ULF waves, and geomagnetically induced currents, GIC, which is represented by dB over dt, as this is an important space weather issue. The goal can be achieved from crowdsourced data contributions, that is, closely spaced multi-point measurements rather than sparse measurement using expensive systems. That is, this is similar to Google Map using customers' cell phone network. Here, I will briefly introduce the physical process in the coupled solar-wind magnetosphere and ionosphere system. The Sun and the Earth are connected via magnetic fields as shown in the figure here. The Sun-Earth connection creates a unique geomagnetic field structure called magnetosphere. As you can see here, the electromagnetic interaction between the Sun and the Earth causes a variety of physical processes to occur, including geomagnetic storm, substorm, particle precipitation into the ionosphere. The interaction often affects the Earth's magnetic environment and human technologies. Therefore, we call space weather. Space weather is affected by a variety of the current systems in the magnetosphere and ionosphere due to the coupling between the Sun and the Earth, as shown in the figure. The currents are often observed by magnetometers in space and on the ground. Here's a good example of scientific use of densely spaced magnetometer network to estimate ionospheric currents derived by magnetometer data using Ampere's law as shown in this figure. The ionospheric current estimate provides context for all sky images, ionospheric radars, magnetosphere ionospheric coupling, and biometers. Magnetometer coverage has changed significantly over the years. Number of stations in the lower 48 states is now about 10, down from about 24. Number of stations in eastern Canada has increased. In order to meet the requirement of the Space Weather Action Plan, the number of stations in the lower 48 needs to increase to diagnose the possible dV over dt spikes. Here's an example of an ionospheric current map during a geomagnetic storm occurred on June 1st, 2013. The blue contour indicates upward current, while the red contour indicates downward current. You can see where the magnetometer coverage was poor or good depending on the latitude. Here's another example of an ionospheric current map during a geomagnetic storm occurred on May 28, 2017. There are still regions where the magnetometer coverage needed for current estimate is poor. We need a better coverage for storm time current system estimate at mid-latitudes in particular because the current system expands during higher geomagnetic activity. However, this is only one particular example. So magnetometers at lower latitudes or mid-latitudes are equally necessary. Now presented here are data acquired by HAMSI magnetometers from January to February 2021 at 2 test sites to show how they can be used for scientific investigations. Here is the first example during a geomagnetic storm on March 1st, 2021. Data from HAMSI magnetometer at Jeffer Observatory at Jenny Jump, Hope, New Jersey on the left, HAMSI magnetometer at Hillsdale, New York in the middle, and U.S. Geological Survey, USGS magnetometer, which is a high-quality science-grade magnetometer at Fredericksburg, Virginia, on the right. A bipolar structure at about 4 UT, as indicated, as shown in this red rectangle box, was observed in association with a geomagnetic storm when Kp index is about 5. So Kp is an index that represents the general geomagnetic activity. And the bipolar structure shows more than 100 nanotesla changes at mid-latitude. This is a stack plot of data from the magnetometers located at similar longitudes, including the HAMSI magnetometer at Jeffer Observatory during the same event shown in the previous slide. Except for the HAMSI magnetometer, these are high-quality science-grade fluxgate magnetometers operated by the US, Canadian, and Danish governments. The big disturbances at around 4 UT indicates current system enhancement in the magnetosphere associated with a geomagnetic storm. The second example shows a compression of the magnetosphere associated with the increasing solar wind pressure associated with the increasing solar wind pressure as seen from NASA Omni solar wind data. As you can see over here, that there's a change, gradual increase in solar wind pressure, dynamic pressure. And on the ground stations, you can see the compression of the magnetosphere. Again, this is a stack plot of data from the magnetometers located at similar longitudes, including the HAM-SCI magnetometer at Jeffrey Observatory. Lower latitude stations show more clear responses, despite their lower intensity level compared to high latitude magnetometer stations. To summarize, a low-cost magnetoinductive type magnetometer for the HAM-SCI Personal Space Weather Station project has been tested at 2 locations in January to February 2021. The HAM-SCI magnetometers successfully observed space weather-related phenomena along with many other science-grade magnetometers. The test operations demonstrated that its performance is very adequate for space weather sciences. Once established, the proposed closely spaced magnetometer network will provide quantitative and qualitative measurements of the geospace environment from the ground for both scientific and operational purposes at a cost that will allow for crowded source data contributions. We expect to see more dynamic geospace activity as we are approaching the solar maximum. Thank you very much for your attention.
And thank you very much. Bring my video back up. Here we go. And do we have questions? Please, if you have questions, type those into the question and answer box. And of course, for those that are watching on YouTube, feel free to put your questions into the chat channel. We're monitoring the YouTube chat channel as well. Okay, so we have a question from Gwen. Was your HAM-SCI example 1 data shown 1 second values? Actually, it's a multiple question, so I'll start with that.
So the answer to for Gwen's question, yeah, that's 1 second. The data that I showed in the slides are all 1 second samples. However, I do not know the cycle within the hardware. I think that question has to be directed to either Jules, I don't know if he is here, or Dave Witten, who actually developed the magnetometer. To be honest, I actually don't really know what's actually happening within the magnetometer system, the hardware itself. But the data that you see, again, those are 1 sample data.
Okay, so Jules is scheduled to talk actually right after you, Professor. So Ed, hang on to that question and we'll ask Jules later.
We can talk about that when I present, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Continuing Gwen's question, how many RM3100 cycles were each measurement and how many measurements in 1 second?
I think that question is probably best answered by Dave Witten, because his software determines or gives those options and the possible combinations thereof.
Okay, and then Dave will be speaking at after the break, third talk after the break. All right, Gwen, so hang on to those questions and bring them back appropriately. Ed is asking where the HAM-SCI mags, the great version 1 type.
So again, probably that's not, I'm not the right person to answer the question, so I'll direct that question to someone
we do
else.
have
a question about, are they the grape version 1 type?
Yeah, Ed, you might have to expound on it. So let's see here.
Where the Hamsci Mags the Grape version 1 type. Okay, I'm reading the question there. The Grape version 1 and the magnetometers are two separate components, two separate projects essentially. So there's a magnetometer prototype and there's a Grape version 1 HF receiver prototype. So no, they are not the same design. They're two separate projects and design tracks that both fall under the Personal Space Weather Station umbrella.
But the magnetometer is designed to work with either the Grape 1 or the Grape 2.
That's right. The magnetometer board can attach on top of a Grape 1 or a Grape 2.
Right. We're going to have the talk of the Grape 1 after the
Or
break.
a tangerine.
And then we have also the Grape 2 update a little bit later today. Okay. I hope that helps answer your question, Ed. Okay, so Neil, why is interest in the magnetic field limited to its variation over time rather than its actual value?
Okay, so yeah, that's a great question. This is very one of the very frequently asked questions. Why not the absolute value? So in space physics research, the variations are often associated with wave activity and interaction between the solar wind, magnetosphere, ionosphere coupling processes. So we are much more interested in variations rather than the absolute value. The absolute values are of interest within the geophysics community, where they want to know how the absolute value of the magnetic field of the Earth changes over time in relation to what's going on inside the Earth, or some kind of mantle motion or long-term variation of the Earth magnetic field. That's their interest. On the other hand, our interest is more geared toward how the magnetic field is affected by the solar wind. Therefore, we want to know variation rather than the absolute value. And yes, that's his question is actually, does that lack of ability to measure actual value of the field vector limit to the use of the sensor network? That is perhaps partially correct. It is very non-trivial to measure absolute value of the magnetic field. It's a really high maintenance task. So it is not only because of science purpose, but also because of hardware limitation. But again, for our purpose, space physics research, variometer application is adequate over absolute value measurement.
Okay, great. Let's see here. So I'm afraid we're out of time. Thank you very much, Professor, for your presentation. We really do appreciate you participating in the DCC this year. For the others that we weren't able to, we got 3 more questions. If you would kindly go to the Q&A box and answer it for them, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep, I'll do so. Thank you.
Okay, so next up is Jules Mady.
Mady, yep.
Mady?
Mady or Maddie, either way, but Mady is the usual preferred pronunciation.
Did you want to, let's see, do you want to start your, okay, you can go ahead and keep your video paused if you like to. Jules, you want to go ahead and introduce yourself while the host is queuing up your video?
Okay, hi, I'm Jules, K2KGJ. I live in Hillsdale, New York. I've had a long-term interest in magnetic field measurements and was very interested in participating along with the others in this present project. So now we'll go on to the video and we'll talk about the low-cost magnetometer. Hi, I'm Jules, K2KGJ, and we'll start the presentation of the RM3100 magnetometer project. Let me just set up screen sharing here. So in 2019, Dave Witten and Hyun Kim started evaluating a new inexpensive magnetometer for the Personal Space Weather Station project, available as a $25 breakout Specifications indicated possible 5 to 10 nanotesla resolution of the geomagnetic field. The 1-inch square board is illustrated in this slide with the 3 separate X, Y, and Z axis sensing inductors and a controlling ASIC indicator indicated. The basic operation of the magnetoinductive field sensor relies on an inductor with a high permeability core operated in the nonlinear region of the BH curve. The period of nominal 180 kilohertz oscillation frequency with no external field is shifted by the addition of the external field to the inductor core flux, as the diagram shows. When the oscillator bias is changed from positive to negative, the sense of the period shift is reversed, with the total shift proportional to the external field. With its internal 45 megahertz clock, the ASIC measures the time difference, or N cycles, with positive bias and N cycles with negative bias, where N is a variable in the setup command to the ASIC. The more cycles, the higher the resolution of the magnetometer. Now, in order to test the magnetometer, separation from the controlling computer and I2C interface is required. Dave chose the PCA 9615 differential I2C extender compatible with standard shielded Cat5 or Cat4 twisted pair cable for communications to the remote. I used a SparkFun differential I2C breakout board on a Raspberry Pi with Dave's adapter board for the RM3100, which also included a 9808 precision temperature sensor to test operation out to 400 feet between the Pi and the RM3100. As this slide shows, the differential signal at the remote end of 400 feet of Cat5 is cleanly converted back to the single-ended I2C, as would be expected with proper transmission line behavior. DC voltage drop at the two pairs used for ground and +5 gave enough margin for the 3.3 volt LDO regulator at the remote end. The first test of the remote RM3100 and temperature sensor was at NGIT's Jenny Jump Observatory in New Jersey on June 29, 2020, as this slide shows. Remote RM3100 data is compared with the Jenny Jump's precision fluxgate magnetometer at the site. Now you'll notice the RM3100 traces are significantly different from the Jenny Jump station magnetometer. X and Z traces show strong positive correlation with the RM3100 temperature record, while the Y trace appears to show a weaker negative correlation with temperature. Inconsistent correlation makes simple post-recording correction impractical. I installed one of Dave's remote boards in a weatherproof polycarbonate box, which rested on a leveled 8x8x16 concrete block in a wooded area on my property, 400 feet from structures, power lines, and roads in August of 2020 for comparison with the Jenny Jump results. RM3100 again shows a significant difference from the Fredericksburg, Virginia intermagnet.org data, which should be relatively close to this location. X and Z traces show strong positive correlation with the RM3100 temperature, but Y trace shows little effect with a reasonably close time course to the Fredericksburg, plus some local noise. Again, inconsistent correlation makes simple post-recording correction impractical. Some form of temperature control is necessary for useful and consistent data collection. I recalled an article in CQ or 73 magazine circa 1960 about temperature stabilizing a crystal local oscillator for 1296 moon bounce by burying it 3 to 4 feet below ground. And it made sense to try the same technique for temperature stabilization of the RM3100 using inexpensive PVC pipe and fittings. Dave's board was a good fit to 1 1/4 inch PVC pipe. It was mounted using 2 strips of Plastruct angle stock to position it relative to an external index mark on the pipe for north-south alignment and held in place with a foam pad as shown on this slide. A shielded Cat5 extension cable ran from the board to the waterproof connector on the elbow at the top of the pipe. The original connector was later replaced with a more reliable version. All joints were sealed and caulked with silicone rubber to protect against moisture. The next version of the below-grade housing incorporated two RM3100s, closely spaced and mutually aligned for comparison of two off-the-shelf units. Fixtures involved lathe work and might be simpler with a 3D printed fixture in the future. The completed unit in the above-mentioned woodlot location was installed using the newer, more reliable waterproof connector shown on this T-fitting, with two spirit bubble levels for vertical leveling. Here's a typical configuration using two slightly different versions of Scotty's WA2DFI's TAPR Pi Hat boards. The board at the remote end has an inline RJ connector and no 40-pin female header for easy mounting in a 1.5-inch PVC pipe, as will be shown in the next slide. This slide is a below-ground magnetometer assembly for Hillman Kim at NGIT for installation at Jenny Jump. The housing is a 1.5-inch PVC pipe with board alignment guides of Plastruct 1/8-inch channel stock cemented inside the pipe. A simpler fixturing scheme using 3D printed brackets will probably be supplied with a future TAPR ham-side magnetometer kit. Here's the finished magnetometer for Jenny Jump. The T-fitting at the top end has a circular spirit level attached for vertical alignment to within 1 degree. I am fortunate that my Hillside, New York location has diurnal variations in the geomagnetic field, which are quite close to the intermagnet.org site at Fredericksburg, Virginia, which gives me a way to look for possible local external influence on the RM3100 recordings. This recording was done on March 14th of 2021. You'll notice that the 3-axis X, Y, and Z quite closely compare to the time course of the Fredericksburg recordings. The temperature variation over the 24-hour logging period was 1/4 degree C. Noise bands of the RM3100 plots are less than 5 nanoteslas peak to peak, which is quite good. This recording used 800 cycle count and also the averaging capability of the RM3100, which we hadn't mentioned before, which enables multiple averages for a better overall resolution and noise figure. Here's another plot on the July 3rd of 2021. Specifically, I'm showing this because of a close passage of a coronal mass ejection to the Earth at the time indicated by that red line that runs through both plots, or all 4 plots rather. The Z plot did not show much of a blip at all, so was excluded from this diagram, but the X and the Y's show a definite indication at the time of passage, both on the Fredericksburg plot and my local 3100. We'll collect more records as time goes on. There is, because of the vertical orientation of the boards in the pipe, a change in axis. That is, the Z-axis on the board now becomes the X-axis. The Y-axis remains the same, and the X-axis becomes the new Z-axis. But that's all taken care of in the software, which you'll be hearing from Dave WKD0EAG at part of this overall presentation on the magnetometer. Thank you for listening, and we'll now take questions.
And thank you very much, Jules. And please, if you have any questions, type those into the question and answer box. Okay, so from Gwen, thank you. I have the answer of 800 cycles for the 35 measurement average. Is there outlier removal in real time?
No, there is no post-processing. The only post-processing done for those plots was a running 1-minute average. In other words, each point represents an average of the previous 60 seconds. But again, the measurements are still taken at 1-second intervals, but those are smoothed graphs with a running 1 minute average, which is typical also for the plots from intermagnet.org at Fredericksburg.
Okay. Gwen, I hope that answers your question. So Neil, how deep is the magnetometer in the ground?
In the examples shown here, we're talking about 18 to 24 inches below ground.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And from Dave, so do we have a plan now for off-the-shelf mags, and when will those be available?
I'll let Scotty speak to that because part of it is the current production run that's going on with the new design of the Pi Hat and remote board. And there has been some discussion of possibly kitting a full setup, including the PVC pipes, or at least enough of the fittings that you can go to your local hardware store and buy the remainder of the supplies. But I'll defer that to Scotty and also to Nathaniel.
Yeah, the short answer is about 2 months from TAPR. That's our estimate.
Okay. All right, so that's Dave. Bill, over what time scale does the temperature need to be stable? Hours, days, or weeks?
Well, typically you want at least a good 24-hour stability point, because then you can compare your measurements with other magnetometers. But at least 24 hours. If it varies over a period of a week, that's fine. But typically in at least I think the test we're running, we don't see more than about a degree C variation over that time. Let's say 2 degrees C total, possibly over a 2-week period. But during a 24-hour period, it's less than half a degree C. And if you wanted to vary your magnetometer a bit further, let's say down to 36 inches or so, you could probably hold that to an even tighter spec. Just a comment on temperature coefficient based on what we've measured on temperature coefficients of the magnetometer, at decent accuracy for the variational measurements that we're doing can be achieved with a better than plus or minus half degree C.
Let's see, we've got a question on buildings.
Right. As far as possible is the question, or is the answer rather. Is it practical in a suburban environment? We have a couple of people that are currently using it in a suburban environment. It can be more difficult, especially if you've got a driveway nearby with cars pulling in and out, because those, anything within, let's say, 50 feet will definitely, especially something like a vehicle, will definitely cause a change in your magnetic field reading. To give you an example, if on one of my magnetometers, if I go within 7 feet away with a metal wheelbarrow, I'll get a spike that's possibly on the order of a couple of hundred nanoteslas, which is a fairly large change relative to the diurnal variations we see.
All right, we're pretty much out of time here, so there's still a couple questions. So,
and to Neil's question, yeah, if you get 24 inches down, it again depends upon your frost depth. You should check that in your area. You want to go below frost depth if possible for the winter. And I'll leave it at that.
all right, I think that pretty much answers the question. I'm sure we'll be happy to take any questions during the break. We're going to take about a third break just to give you a chance to stretch.
Steve, your audio is breaking up.
Scotty, perhaps you should take over. Your audio is not. Steve, can you put up your break slide?
Okay. Schedule and to the proceedings, and also just not right. $9 is not right. Oh, that doggonely. Now I thought I had all of these slides taken care of. So we'll meet you back about 30 minutes. Thank you, everyone. And feel free to chat.
Yep, so we're going to, like Steve says, we're going to break for about 30 minutes. So we'll be back here at noon Eastern time. So meanwhile, I presume, George, this is an open channel. We can chat and do whatever we like for the next half hour. Is that correct?
Yes, I have paused recording. The whole thing will continue to stream to YouTube. I don't have a way to pause that. Just start it and stop it. But that way they'll see what all the presenters see. During this time, the presenters are able to have an open discussion, and attendees can pose questions in the question and answer window or the chat window, please. And that's kind of how it works.
All right, sounds good. And thank you, Jules. I don't know if that got through on Steve's audio is breaking up pretty bad. So thank you for your presentation. It's very nice. So I guess Steve did not leave his slide up. The link for the downloading of the proceedings, I believe, is.
Steve's back now. I suspect he disconnected and reconnected.
No,
Steve,
Can you put your slide up again,
no.
Steve?
Yeah, I'm working. It's my local internet.
Yes, you dropped completely off the Zoom webinar, and then you came back
automatically.
And so that most likely disconnected your screen share as part of it. If you could put the breakout slide up. And actually, if you could paste those URLs for the schedule and the proceeding into the chat, that would help a great deal.
Can do that.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Sharing here, I can't do something point here what I'm sharing, so I'll have the
So Steve, I think the answer is you need a bigger, better, more tricked out computer.
And a better ISP.
Yeah.
Direct satellite link, that's it.
Right. So brief technical details of the conference. George K9 TRVM, the showrunner. I've got all the videos for the presentations loaded onto my local computer. I'm about 15 miles outside of Ann Arbor, Michigan. Charter Spectrum is my ISP, and I've got pretty good service here and great wiring in my house. So I can stream this stuff up and out pretty reliably and quite good. Thank God. I mean, I wish we could locate it and stream it from some co-located server node somewhere, out there in the cloud. So it was really high speed delivered, but we don't quite have that technology in our grasp yet. We'll work on it.
Steve, it's been pointed out that your links for the schedule and the proceedings are the same.
Or does it take you to a folder where both are
It's
available?
a shared drive, and we shared drive. It was just easier that way since we.
Okay.
So it's a folder link, not a file link. Go there, choose what you want or both, and you should be able to get it.
What happened to the plan to make the printed proceedings available through Lulu?
They are.
Remember. Okay.
They are. It's the third link there.
And I ordered mine when this came out, and for under $5 in shipping, mine arrived like last weekend, I think it was.
Yeah. Same.
Take a look in the chat.
I looked at
the link. There's a direct Lulu link there. There's an indirect Lulu link.
Okay, because the third link in the slide that's being presented is TAPR, not Lulu.
Right, but if you scroll up in the chat window, Bill, the last link that was posted is the link to Lulu.
Yeah, when we sit here and present it over people to really cut and paste it. Well,
here you go. Here it is again, Bill.
And it's much the lens, Scotty.
Well, okay, I see it. All right, thanks.
87 cents in shipping. It's by this done.
Neil Ormos has his hand raised. Neil, did I manage to answer your question by getting the links posted? If so, you can lower your hand. Thank you.
Yeah, Neil, we agree. We were hoping is please. I just I
Steve, your audio is
the
so
most
bad,
productive.
It's not really understandable.
Yeah, if that keeps occurring, I think, Scotty, you need to be.
Well, Steve asked me
prepared.
to be the moderator for the next session anyway, so that'll be fine.
Let me go ahead and mute for Scotty until my internet.
Okay. And my audio is coming through right? Okay, right, George?
Yes, it's coming in 5 by 9.
Okay.
Sorry, 40 over.
Full quieting.
Yes. Why, it's almost like you were on the cloud next to my cloud.
Banging a wrench on a guy wire. I like it, David. So to follow up a little bit on the magnetometer kits that we were talking about to produce at TAPR, I have a kind of a question for the audience. The best way for us to do that is to make it a partial kit, which requires some soldering. So the question is that okay with you as a kit buyer? Is it okay to solder a few connectors on and no surface mount, some through-hole stuff, relatively easy, but it makes it a lot more inexpensive and a lot easier to customize to your application. So that's what we're planning on anyway, and hopefully that will work out okay.
On Zoom?
I didn't think soldering would be okay for most people, so.
You don't have any unleaded solder requirements, do you?
Nope. That's decided by your country.
Well, I'm not throwing mine out. I'd be polluting if I did, right?
That's right. So if you use leaded solder, you just better keep it forever.
Yep.
No landfill.
And no regrowing nickel figures on your tracks and crap from the unleaded solder.
Tin whiskers.
Yeah.
To do a poll.
Steve, your audio is breaking up. All I heard was do a poll.
I got a good idea here. The answers are coming in, and I haven't seen anybody whining about soldering. So we're all expert solderers here.
Or we know one.
Or we know one, right?
Yeah. So Steve says, can we do a poll? Is that a possibility? I don't think it's really necessary for that kind of question, but yeah, unfortunately, I think I actually have to have the polls. Oh, here's polls. Okay, no polls or quizzes created. Okay, well, let's see about this and see whether we can add.
So at any rate, the plan is to sell a pair of boards, a local board to plug onto the Raspberry Pi, a remote board to go out and be buried in the garden, with one RM3100 daughter card that would plug on in the board out in the garden. And then what we would do is we would give you a list of parts that you can go down to Home Depot or Lowe's or your local hardware store emporium. Common PVC elbows, pipe, glue, those kind of things that you will either have or can get, because it's really problematic to cut pipe into 3-foot segments and then ship them to people when you could go down to your local Home Depot, most likely get a scrap for $1 or $2. So I think that's going to be kind of the plan, is when to build something like what Jules built. We'll give you instructions on how to do it, and then you can use your ham radio creativity to modify it how you see fit, make it easier, or adjust it to the tools that you have on hand. We're pretty resourceful, so give you an idea of what it needs to be, and then you can make modifications as you see fit.
Scotty, how about the possibility of the brackets for the mounting, the 3D printed brackets, or at least specifications for those?
Yeah, I think Dave Witten has the 3D models for those. To get those manufactured, I think is going to be too expensive for us. So we're looking at maybe another way to do it. I don't know if it'll be possible. We kind of can kick it around here a little bit, but we were thinking about some nylon all thread and some nylon nuts to put through the holes in the board. The board has holes in all 4 corners. So we could possibly put all thread in there long enough so that it would touch the pipe, so that it would orient it properly to the pipe. I don't know if that will make it aligned well enough that for the orientation to be accurate enough.
That sounds pretty accurate. Actually, I can try that if you send me at least one of the newer boards. Then I can try that here.
Okay.
My guess is that's going to be good enough.
Yeah, I was going to get the boards out to you before I left, but they'll go out as soon as I get back from this trip on the 25th of September. So another week, they're ready to go out.
That's fine.
Scotty, the other thing you might mention is it does require a Cat 6 cable because of the power going through the cable.
Well, actually, Cat 5 is also, I mean, the Cat 6 has a 23 gauge, Cat 5, 24 gauge. I mean, it would
it just needs to be shielded. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Shielded, yes,
Cat,
shielded,
right. And the best thing is copper coated, not copper coated aluminum, but straight copper, solid copper conductor. You don't want CCA. So if anybody buys it, definitely not CCA, definitely 24 gauge or 23 gauge copper, solid copper.
I think that the plan I like to see in the plans for how to build it, we would give you some part numbers of cables and sources for things that you could say, just go here and buy the stuff. I think Dave has a source there in Missouri, or here in Missouri, that we could just give you the list of part numbers and you just place an order and you'll get all the right stuff.
Yeah, that's the way to go.
And let's be clear, there's proper outdoor burial Ethernet cable to be used here. It's not just the stuff you use inside. Right. You can find it on Amazon if you want to see what the options are, but make sure you look for the underground burial kind.
Unless you want to lay it on top of the ground and run over it with your lawnmower, then you can use the regular cable because you'll be replacing it every couple of weeks.
Well, in my neighborhood, with the moisture we have, that's every week. But yeah,
Yeah.
Which is why we bury expensive things like that. And it's going to be round, and it may even have fancy boots and that made up to well with some of those waterproof or water resistant Ethernet connectors and stuff. So there are interesting hermetic options out there.
We have
available.
sourced several of those.
Yeah, if you use the connector that is specified for the housing, that is waterproof.
It has a boot, right?
Yeah, and it has a boot on it. It's in the instructions. Ham has a set of instructions for constructing the housing, and the connector. The model number is given. It's sourced on Amazon, and again, yeah, it is booted, and they are very waterproof.
Yep.
Also, the connector is above ground by about 8 inches or more. So, the only thing it's going to get hit with is rain. It's not going to have standing moisture, standing water, I should say.
And it'll have a little bit of sun on the foot into the ground, right? Before it goes into the ground.
Yep, that's correct.
Yeah.
Did you see that comment by Paul where he says the frost is 2.4 meters down?
Well, it depends. The frost depth, if you look at your local building code, the frost depth that they call out is the absolute maximum you can get on a totally bare, no ground cover out in the hundreds of feet from any buildings and so on and so forth. If you've got, if anybody wants to email me, I can send you a frost depth report that covers the whole Northeast region, actually out to the Midwest and down possibly to the Virginia area. That is an engineering study on frost depth and much more accurate than your local building codes. Okay.
And I think Dave asks also, does you know if Dave Witten has STL files for the 3D parts?
He has for his, and then we had one student at Scranton that made one, and I'm not sure if he has a copy of that one.
Yeah, Dave Witten sent me his STL files, and I printed the parts on my 3D printer, but I guess the magnetometer prototype board I have is a little bit different than what those parts were designed for. So I actually had to use Dremel to finish the job. So it's probably a good idea to make sure that the STL file that you get is going to be compatible with the particular magnetometer board that you have, because there's several versions of each.
Okay. Well, when we start selling the commercial version, the TAPR version, there'll be lots and lots and lots of the same. So
right.
Yeah. So, but I think the problem is that Dave went out and got quotes for production versions of the 3D printed mounts, so that we could just include them, because some people can 3D print them, but some people can't. And so we were just going to get them stamped or injection molded or whatever we have to do. And it looked to me, between the NRE and the cost of the parts, it was kind of prohibitive. You could do it, but it would, you're talking maybe $20 for a pair of mounts. So it's,
machining and
some
molding.
all-thread and some nuts.
The molds for plastic injection molding are very elaborate to make, so the setup cost is very high. There's where your cost is.
Yeah, and if we were making 10,000, it would be okay, but since we're only making a few hundred, it's really expensive.
Yeah, we could probably get a few people who have 3D printers and get them to volunteer to run their printers for a few weeks to turn these out. I could probably make a half a dozen of them a day.
Yeah. So in other words, it's like soldering. You don't have to solder yourself. You just have to know someone who can.
There you go.
You just need to know somebody who has a printer that you could. I know a lot of guys with 3D printers, and they would love it if you come to them with the project.
Absolutely,
something useful. Yeah.
Because you're always looking for things to do with it.
Yeah. So I think, we will make the files available. I think that was Dave's intention all along.
Well, since the recording's paused, I'll say on the record officially here, it makes it easier to sell the acquisition of that 3D printer to your wife if you can show how you're helping your friends with it.
Especially if you get free
Say-
pizza or something, you know.
Say, Dave, do you have both sets of instructions, both for the Scranton model and your model?
Me, Dave?
Yes.
I mean, okay, this Dave. Yes, I have instructions for both. Not instructions, but I have the basic 3D print files.
Okay.
They're not as refined as I might wish, but Bill at least has been able to produce.
So should I send you the mechanical dimension files for the new magnetometer so that you can make sure they fit? Or did I do that already?
No, you were going to, but never quite got that.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be really nice. Also, the I don't know, and I didn't know if the boards were just going to get here sooner. I don't know what
Next
the
week.
status said. Next week, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So whichever email, it's yeah. The ones I made were probably needed tweaking a little, but the sizes, but they're yeah. Let me know. I did get quotes. Some of them were not unreasonable to have these things made, but
still seemed like for a pair it was on the order of $20, wasn't it?
No, it
Less.
Well, I got quotes. I'd have to look at my notes really, but it depends on which quote you look at. Some of them were that higher, but some of the eager Asian outfits were way lower. $700 for a whole
500
batch
pieces or something.
Something like that. 500, even 1,000. Oh, I don't know. It depends on which material we use and which ABS is a little more expensive than PLA.
PLA would work, right?
I think so. I have more experience with ABS, but PLA is kind of the standard thing that most people use. And stuff like nylon and stuff I looked at got real expensive real quick.
Yeah.
But
we're planning a production run of 250 sets. So we would need, 500 of them. It would be the order that we would try to place. So,
well, I think maybe $700 was probably about the lowest with
that would be very reasonable.
3-week guaranteed turnaround time or something. So we could do it, but we could make a modest number of them too and have people tell us what they thought of them.
Yeah.
And then
you'll be getting a board here in about a week. So
okay.
You can test it out.
All right.
And we tried to make the board, we got rid of the cutout on the board, and the board's rectangular now with four corner holes evenly spaced in. So it should be, so that means the same piece can be used on the left and the right, or the top and the bottom. So it should be only one design that you need, instead of making it different on the top and the bottom.
Yeah. Well, that should simplify things.
Yeah. Yeah, Christina points out that at Case they have a facility there that is a maker lab, and from what I understand, it's pretty much free. Is that true, Christina? I mean, you can answer somewhere here. Is it free for everyone? Is it only for Case students? Or I thought it was free for the community, if I remember right. Yeah, there it is, thinkbox.case.edu.
Yeah, Christina's mic is not muted, but I didn't hear her offer audio.
Scotty, you got about 4 minutes, and I put the schedule up for the session.
Okay.
3 minutes now.
So you've got Bill's first presentation queued up, right, George? Ready to go?
Affirmative, Scotty. So we could, kill 3 minutes by interviewing Bill before we start his presentation or something.
That's right. So Bill has lots of cool stuff to talk about on the magnetometer.
Yeah, Christina says in the chat window her mic doesn't seem to be working.
Hmm.
We'll have to get that fixed for her presentation, won't we?
Yes.
True.
Which is in 2 hours. So yeah. Okay.
Scotty,
so the
if you look,
the question someone asks is a magnetometer related to the grape or the tangerine? Well, it's really the personal space weather station, and it's affiliated with both the grape and the tangerine. So yes to all.
It can be used as an additional sensor with a grape or tangerine installation.
And you can use it by itself with a Raspberry Pi without a grape or tangerine. So
yes, it works very well by itself too.
Yeah.
And those things are true of the time and the GPS board essentially as well, I think.
The clock module, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you can put it on a carrier and use it as a separate instrument. So we got about 2 minutes. So Bill has a high-powered ham station, and he did some testing on how that affects the magnetometer system. And we're going to hear about that. And first, we're going to hear about alignment techniques. So you've got your units that you built to Joule specifications, and then you have how do I bury it in the ground? And Bill's going to tell us all about that. So you want to take it away? Are we on time, George?
We're 40 seconds early. So if Bill's want to say, so if Bill wants to chat for 30 seconds, or we can start early, just tell me what.
Okay, well, we can. You got anything ahead of time to say, Bill, before we start your presentation?
Is the recording going, George?
Yeah, you're right. No, yeah.
Let him start the recording, and then let him make an introduction.
Okay, go ahead, Bill.
Wait.
Yeah, go ahead, George.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I have I give a present, or rather an introduction of myself as part of the first part of this.
Well, we're on time now, so we can go ahead and start.
Yeah, go ahead and start the pre-recorded part of it. Hello, I'm Bill Engelke, AB4EJ. I'm with the University of Alabama, and today I'm going to tell you about technique for aligning a magnetometer. This is the new TAPR magnetometer. I have been doing the software development for the new personal space weather station being developed by HamSci. And part of this has been a local host, which is going to control the future personal space weather station Tangerine, SDR. However, in this case, we're using it, a new feature which is just added this year to allow us to align a magnetometer. The new TAPR magnetometer needs to be aligned after installation in the ground. There are a lot of things to discuss regarding this, but just suffice it to say, we use a bubble level to get the magnetometer in its pipe aligned in the ground, perpendicular to the ground, and then we use a Tangerine local host magnetometer calibration feature to null the z-axis, so that you get the z-axis of the magnetometer showing the minimum possible reading as near to zero as you can get it. The device is on its side, so we align the z-axis with magnetic north. Here is a typical magnetometer installation. It's what we've found so far to be the best recommended way. It's installed into a 1.5 inch ID PVC pipe down at about 24 inches below the level of the ground. And then you bring a water resistant feed through, and then a shielded Cat6 cable going back to the device in the shack. Here we see one way. There's more than one way to do this. You can use a drill. You can use a post hole digger, as we show here. And then here is the device located into the ground. And it's we've also recently discovered you need to do some additional thermal management beyond what I'm showing here. But this is an initial installation. Next, we connect the magnetometer to the RPi hat using the water-resistant fitting, RJ45 feed through, and send that Cat6 line back to the shack. Now, this is something for the future, but I'm showing it today to show progress on the local host. If you've been following personal space weather station and Tangerine development, you've probably seen this before. But let me show you the new feature that's been added to run calibration. You run this once the magnetometer is connected and select the Run Calibrator button here. And I do it by taking an iPad out to where I have the magnetometer installed so I can move the magnetometer and immediately see feedback right on the screen as far as the Z-axis reading. Now we see a real-time display of the Z-axis, of all the axes, but the Z-axis is the one we want to minimize. So now once we have begun doing our observation, we start rotating our magnetometer in the ground, see and observing what the Z-axis does. Moving it further, moving a little bit more. Down to 5,000. Down to 1,700. Now we see we meant negative, so we're a little bit too far. Move it back a little bit. And keep adjusting in tiny increments until we have gotten the Z-axis down as low as we can get it. Just tapping on it a little bit. There we got it. Running between 0 and -13. That's about as close to 0 as you can get it. Now, I have two different magnetometers installed in the ground. I've been collecting data from both. And this is a given day of August 29th of this year. We've got a 24-hour observation of two magnetometers. But interestingly enough, we see that there are two different traces that are quite different in the middle. Started wondering, why is that? And also look at this interesting signal here. We'll talk about that in a moment. Well, I started thinking, I wonder if this is temperature related. It seems that the magnetometer device is very temperature sensitive. So if I plot the temperature over 24 hours, we see that the temperature kind of follows what the signature we see, the overall signature in the magnetometer. And I was thinking, I recognize that magnetometer 1, which is our blue trace, is in a shady location. Magnetometer 2 is the magnetometer 1 is in a sunny location. Magnetometer 2 is in a shady location. So you see much more effective diurnal changes in the temperature of the Earth in a sunny location. But the question is, are either of these magnetometer charts any good? Do they reflect anything? Are they showing real data? For that, I bring up a chart from the closest U.S. Geological Survey magnetometer to me, which is BSL in New Orleans, Louisiana. For that day, if I plot these two, we see this, what I call the bat signal. We're still looking into this to discover what this is. That was a day where there was some coronal mass ejections from the sun. We're thinking this might be a coronal mass ejection. We still have to verify that with satellite data. So what I call that bat signal occurs in both of my magnetometers as well as the magnetometer in New Orleans. So I conclude we're getting real data from this thing, and we can use that for science. A lot of other features seem to map very well. This little jog here, some of these other shapes that you see seem to be reflected in New Orleans data. So finally, what are the recommendations from this? Once you have a magnetometer, we can make the alignment system available to you. There's more than one way to do this, obviously. There's very simple ways to do it, but this is one way that we're moving towards with a personal space weather station. Magnetometer placement and thermal management of it is critical. What you want to do is make sure you use plenty of non-magnetic insulation and waterproofing around the system, and try and maintain its thermal, keep it as a stable a temperature as possible, even including in a location that's always in shade if you can. So that's my presentation, and we'll now turn it over for questions.
Okay, thank you, Bill. And put your questions up in the Q&A window. Questions for Bill?
Okay, I see there's a question from Bill Owens. Is there any potential benefit to trying to insulate the inside of the pipe between the magboard and the surface, stuffing with foam or something similar to convection at least? I think that there probably is a benefit to that. This is a new device and we're still learning about it and learning how to maximize its, what we say, accuracy, maximize that it does as best as it can. I think, going deeper and even it has been suggested to put some kind of a cover. There are covers you can get that are insulated, that are designed for protecting water pipes from freezing. They're made out of urethane foam. Putting that over the top of this and just bringing a cable out is another possibility. I've thought about doing that.
What about heating the magnetometer to control the temperature?
Well, the problem with that is, Scotty, that anything in the area that is carrying current of any sort is going to create a local magnetic field, which can interfere with the magnetometer. That's one of the reasons I didn't even consider the oven.
Okay, and additionally, the power that you'd have to deliver to the pipe.
Right.
Yeah. And another question is regarding thermal management. Can't you simply bury the pipe deeper?
Yeah, you can.
You can, yes. Every step that you take, digging with a post hole digger is probably not the easiest way to do it, but it didn't have a drill. Once you start getting down below about 2 feet, it starts getting much more difficult to go any deeper. But yeah, if you have the ability to drill down to 4 feet, that might be even better.
Okay. And there's another question on cybersecurity features in the database to prevent tampering. Prevent tampering with the data. That's more of a software data collection question, I think.
Which database are we referring to here?
Well, this wasn't specified, but I presume the database of magnetometer data that you're going to be sending out from all these units. It's
Yeah,
going to be
that
collected
is-
somewhere, right?
Well,
maybe,
it's
maybe not a question for you, but
yeah. Right now, Dave Witten has a Linode system that is being used to collect the data, and right now is just being collected by I think SFTP. So I think data security is something that's going to come once we start putting the data into the central control system, which is being developed by UA, should be available about a year from now. Another question is the device location sensitive to antenna locations and antenna types? And that's a great segue into my next presentation, because I have a complete presentation that talks just about that. So I won't talk about it now because the next presentation covers that topic.
and for hot areas like Australia, is deep burial recommended there as opposed to colder areas?
That might be a question that Jules could address.
Now, let's see. I'm sorry, which area, Scotty?
The question was, is deep burial a recommended option for hot areas like in Australia?
It depends upon your soil type, really. If it's if it's clay or sand or sandy soil or whatever, that temperature profile can change dramatically with insolation. So you have to kind of know your local area to answer that question. The other thing I was going to say was that in terms of approximation measurements of the sensitivity to temperature, we noted temperature coefficients as large as 7 nanoteslas per degree C.
It's significant, yeah.
Yeah. That,
Another question is, go ahead, sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to move on to the next question unless you have more on this one.
Nope.
Okay, do you have what we might call a simplest system, a magnetometer board remote connected to a Raspberry Pi indoors? I think that's kind of a yes, but
yeah, I've done indoor stuff just for testing the magnetometer in general, but there's so much interference from other stuff in the house that it's really, other than some testing of the system in general to see if things are working, it's impractical for measurement.
yeah. Because the configuration, maybe it wasn't explicit, but there's a remote board and a local board that plugs on the Raspberry Pi, and they're the same board. So you're using two copies of the same board, one with the magnetometer sensors on it, and the other one plugged on the Raspberry Pi. So that's how you get your separation to outdoors.
Right.
I think we have time for maybe one more question here. Is there a way to predetermine if a site is good for doing magnetometer readings? Well, that's kind of a general question, but
yeah, other than trying it, you could do the trouble is to do a test run, you need to, again, get some temperature control, which means boring a hole, which means you do some work to get down there anyway. But other than that, can't think, well, at least if you could you could have cable lying on the ground and do a test installation with a bore, which isn't too difficult, to give you an idea whether it's reasonable or not. If it turns out to be a decent location, then you can look at burying the cable. So that's about the simplest thing I could suggest.
okay, very good. Well, we are out of time. Thank you for the answers. And again, if you want to type further questions in the question and answer box, Jules and Bill can answer them at their leisure. And now we'll move on to Bill's second topic here, RF testing of the magnetometer. So fire it away, George.
Hello, I'm Bill Engelke, AB4EJ. I'm with the University of Alabama, and I'm working with TAPR on the personal space weather station, and in this case, the instrument called the magnetometer. I have done some testing of the magnetometer, which I'm going to explain to you today, both for looking at how it is affected by RF and how it outputs a little bit of RF noise of its own and how to deal with that. The magnetometer is usually going to be installed in your antenna farm. So the question is, how does transmitting affect the magnetometer data that you collect? And also, how do you prevent RF noise from the magnetometer itself getting into your receiver? So that's what we're going to cover today. This is my test setup. I won't go into extreme detail, but suffice it to say, I have antennas that can run a substantial amount of power from 160 through 2 meters, which I'll tell you a little bit more. This is the 50-foot tower with a hex beam and 4-element 6-meter beam on top, 40-meter double bazooka. Have a 43-foot vertical used for 160, an 80-meter dipole that runs down diagonally this way, 2 magnetometers, number 1 and number 2, and a 2-meter dipole built just for this testing right in between them. So a variety of different test scenarios with the magnetometers. This is how you install a magnetometer. You get a piece of 1.5-inch inner diameter PVC, drop the magnetometer down, be very careful to waterproof all of this, and you bring the magnetometer back via shielded Cat6 cable back to your shack with a water resistant feed through at the top of your pipe. And then you connect it to a hat sitting on your Raspberry Pi, and that's how you collect data using standard data collection software. The RF exposure test method. Here's how I did this. I would collect 1 minute of background RF background magnetometer data just to get a background magnetometer magnetic environment. Then I turn on the RF for 1 minute, continue collecting data, then turn the RF off after 1 minute, then collect another minute of background. That way I can take the 1 minute of background before and after the test in case the Earth's magnetic field is dynamically changing, which it often does. I can average those two together and then combine those two backgrounds. Then I look for a statistically significant difference between the background data and RF exposed data. For any statistics nerds in the audience, I'm using a two-tailed t-test, otherwise known as student's T. The RF, it was done first using carrier, straight carrier, then it was done again using 15 word per minute CW, then it was done again using sideband modulation. So trying to see if there's a difference due to modulation. Here's what our data looks like. Every second or so, you get a line like this out of the software. Your date and time stamp, temperature down hole in the instrument, temperature back at the shack on top of the Raspberry Pi, it runs pretty hot. And then using X and Y, these are the values that we're looking to change. This is the Z value here remains close to 0 because we have aligned the magnetometer with the Z axis aligned with the magnetic field of the Earth. So it's nulled out. So we're looking for changes in these values. Power and bands I used 160, 80, 40, 20, 15, and 10 meters for HF, running 1 kilowatt to 1.5 kilowatts, whatever I could load up to maximum power. Then on 6 meters, 500 watts, and on 2 meters, 50 watts. Obviously, you could put more, but this is what I had in order to give us an idea of what's going on. Distance from the antenna to the magnetometer, a little bit different depending on which magnetometer is, because there's a geometrical relationship. But anywhere from 100 feet from the tower all the way down to the 80-meter dipole and the 2-meter dipole, which are practically right on top of the magnetometers. So after running 96 tests, that is all 3 modulation methods on each of the bands, 76 of those tests showed no statistically significant effect from the RF exposure. In 16 of those tests, 16 cases of the 16 of the 96, there was a statistically significant effect when RF exposure was turned on. These were scattered across all bands except for 6 meters and 15 meters, where I never saw any effects at all. In 4 of the tests, the RF was high enough to halt the magnetometer. It didn't damage the magnetometer, and the magnetometer started working again as soon as I turned the RF off. This is just due to overloading the power supply of the I2C, I believe. And these tests were when, for those devices, that device was directly under the 80-meter dipole when running at 1500 watts. You can get rid of that situation by reducing power. So what does this really mean for geomagnetic monitoring? This is a result of a typical day running from 0Z up to 2359 Zulu. You see a normal diurnal change in the magnetometer reading. You see little signatures like this, which we think may be some space event going on, like some protons arriving from the sun. We're still trying to figure out what some of these little signatures are. When we saw RF exposure testing to move the magnetometer in statistically significant ways, typically what we saw was an effect between these max and min numbers right here. So what's that telling me is that amount of effect is it doesn't affect the overall shape. So you'll still see your diurnal effects, but it could have the effect of masking a small signature of some geomagnetic event like this. So I'll talk about some recommendations for that in just a moment. Now, taking a look at what noise is generated by the magnetometer itself. Number one, I looked on all the different bands for noise. I saw it only on two bands, 160 meters and 80 meters. Using a Flex 6600, I would watch the waterfall and then turn on the magnetometer and see if I saw any noise. Here we see a wideband noise of 2 to 3 S units occurred as soon as I turned the magnetometer on. Right here, you see this is coming along here. That's just your background. And then boom, all of a sudden, as soon as I turn the magnetometer on, you see this wideband noise. Similarly, on 160 meters, it's hard to see here, but you do see about a half S unit of noise plus a birdie here on 1.935 megahertz. Now, let's talk about how to deal with this. First, I started looking at what are the sources of this noise. I identified the switching power supply that comes from Connecticut when you buy this Raspberry Pi. Very often, a wall wart will be a switching power supply. Second of all, the Raspberry Pi, as it comes plugged into the Connecticut, is not grounded anywhere. So I replaced my switching power supply with a good linear power supply that doesn't have the switching noise on top of it. Second of all, I discovered that the Raspberry Pi has a sound interface, which has a sleeve, an outer sleeve like a ground sleeve. That's connected to the Raspberry Pi's ground plane, which connects to the Raspberry Pi's case, if it's a metal case, and also grounds to the Cat6 ground. So if you run a ground line from the Raspberry Pi sound interface sleeve to shack ground, that birdie that you saw on 160 meters immediately goes away. So you can kill these noise sources by using a linear power supply and make sure you have grounded your Raspberry Pi. So finally, some recommendations. What you want to do is when you put your magnetometer in, you want to put it as far away from your transmit antenna as possible. There are some other things you can get into. You want to keep it away from where there's vehicle traffic because that will change your magnetic environment. But at a minimum, you want to keep it as far away from transmit antennas as possible. You should test your installation for RF effects. You know, if you're going to have a transmitter that's transmitting a high power, just collect some data and see what it looks like when you turn the transmitter on and off. You might want to simply stop collecting data if on weekends when there's a contest, something like that. Be sure to use a linear power supply for your Raspberry Pi and ground the Raspberry Pi. In the future, we plan to compare the RF effects to event signatures that we see from actual geomagnetic phenomena and see if the RF effects create a false signature that could be mistaken for something else. So that is my presentation. I went extremely fast because of the limitations in time. If you're interested in this, please get a copy of the proceedings or contact me at the email address above, and we'll open up the floor for questions. This is the
Okay, very good. Thank you, Bill. Questions for Bill in the Q&A window? Not sure how much of these are left over from the last one, but one we've got here is how often are the magnetometer measurements affected by power system ground currents? I think you kind of answered that with your grounding comment, right? But you want to comment more on that question?
I can throw something in here. Dave Walk has recently noticed that he's got a possible ground fault in his power system, in that there's a current between neutral and ground, which shouldn't be there, of 3 or 4 amps. He's having the power company check that out. That kind of a ground fault could cause some possible problems with 60 hertz interference with a magnetometer.
Can I comment on this? Are you referring to my comment there, Scotty?
Yes.
Yeah, actually, I was talking about DC ground currents from some very large, long, high-powered, high-voltage DC transmission lines. There are several in the U.S. that I know of, and they're actually more common around the world. These things will transmit thousands of amps over distances of hundreds of kilometers through the earth when they're operating with one conductor down for maintenance. It's just something to be aware of if you ever get anomalous data over wide areas along these things.
Yeah, no, good point.
Okay, another question. How long does it take for the magnetometer to be initialized and take a reading?
It's immediate.
So there's no integration time or anything. For instance, when Bill transmits with high power at 80 and it shuts down the magnetometer, how long does it take for it to come back? It's immediate when you stop transmitting?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and another question. I have underground electric supplied to my house. How far away should I be from that supply line?
Let's see. If it's probably a triplex, which is essentially the fields are going to be local, but you still should try to get 50 feet away.
Okay.
Yeah, I have an underground supply coming to my house, and it's down. The conduit that runs in is down, I guess, probably 5 or 6 feet from the surface. And one of my magnetometers, I moved it to get it out from underneath the 80-meter dipole and ended up putting it right over this other, this 5 or 6 foot down power supply line that comes to my house. It's 220 volts. But I have, see, we're looking mainly at dynamic changes. These power lines, they're a constant thing, so they don't, I don't know, that's something that maybe Jules, you'd like to talk about, or maybe Hyomin talk about the constant versus changing situation of magnetic fields. If we're looking at looking for signatures that come in due to geomagnetic events as opposed to looking for absolute values, I believe.
Yeah, but the other piece is those are 60 hertz fields, and typically we're going to be averaging over those. If they're very, very strong, you might see some influence on the magnetometer, but if they get near anything near saturation, but you're not going to see a lot of interference from that 60 hertz field. The sampling rate is much slower. So if we see anything, we might see some anti-aliasing, but basically not much at all.
That's been my experience. Okay,
very good. Well, we're out of time, Bill. And so if there's more comments, please put them up in the Q&A window, and Bill and Jules, maybe you could get a chance to answer anything that we didn't have time to do here. But we have to move on now to the next presentation, which is also on the magnetometer. This is by Dave Witten, KD0EHA, and he's going to talk to us about software.
Hello, I'm presenting about the software developed for magnetometer testing and data collection. There are really 2 software development tracks. One is the software to be used with the distributed data collection for the HAMSci personal science weather project. That software is being developed by the team at the University of Alabama, Tuscaloosa. It's being led by Bill Engelke. This talk covers the software developed separately for the standalone magnetometer. This software is being used for development and testing of the module. These are the primary contributors to this work. That includes Julius Maddie, myself, David Waugh, Dave Larson, Hyomin Kim. There are several components to this. We have worked on testing and characterization of the magnetometer itself, set up a system for data collection, created an intermediate archive to test strategies there, wanted to provide access to the data we were collecting, and also a mechanism for runtime presentation of data for the user or owner of a particular sensor. And also there has been a lot of work on post-processing data analysis as well. For testing and characterization, we principally use the RunMag program in C, as well as other ad hoc C and Python tools that allow us to experiment with settings and many different considerations. These software modules have been used to understand the limits of sensitivity, response to environmental conditions, and optimal settings for operation. The RunMag tool has been used a lot. It uses a simple loop timing and has proved to have limitations for producing results that are comparable between sites. Other tools written in Python, C, and other languages have been used for a variety of evaluation purposes. The Multimag program is intended to address some of the deficiencies of the RunMag program and allow tighter control of sampling and other parameters. For data collection, this is kind of a graphic presentation of the main components. Most of the action is behind the user's firewall, and really it centers around the Raspberry Pi local host. And it has a whole variety of different mechanisms. The RunMag programs run as a service. The rsync data is rsync to the cloud server routinely, and there's various timing and logging actions going on. The intermediate archive is a cloud server in Dallas. It includes a simple firewall, a hierarchical file system for storage, and daily uploads automated using an rsync server with pre-shared keys and a small footprint web server, and there are weekly backups provided. Data access presents output from participating users that may be downloaded by user, node, and day via a simple interface. Data is in simple, human-readable format as 1-second JSON object samples. There are utilities to convert that data to other formats such as CSV if required. The runtime presentation is a work in progress. It was we felt it was important to allow the operator of the individual magnetometer to get active feedback from their hardware. We wanted to also facilitate some of the more difficult areas of end user setup. We're using a strategy that involves POSIX and name pipes and WebSockets to provide out-of-band and other logging processes. It's easily constrained to the local network for secure control. The runtime presentation, this is a view of it. It allows the user to view the X, Y, and Z components of the magnetometer at any given moment, and a totalized field that combines all of these. Also, the operating temperature of the sensor as it is out in wherever it's located. Post-processing data analysis is being done by several people. Ideas that work now help spot problems in data collection. It allows optimizations for collection tools before committing to a large installed base. And many questions appear that were not initially considered. Several members of the team have been focused on post-processing of collected data using tools such as R, Python, and spreadsheets. And that's pretty much my presentation for today. Yes, any questions?
Okay, question was, does the software support some kind of input that would indicate there is a local RF or noise event which it could use to mark the samples which might be affected? This could allow downstream processing to know the affected data might be questionable.
Haven't contemplated that, but it's not inconceivable that something like that could be implemented if it were deemed useful. I'm not sure. It's certainly possible, but I'm not sure what the use situation would be for that. There's nothing like that right now.
Okay, any other questions for Dave? It looks like the ongoing discussion is about power issues. And the comment that Jules made is that the 60 hertz power generally gets averaged out. Do you see that happening? That happens not necessarily specifically in your code, but just in generally the way the magnetometer works?
I believe that what Jules is talking about is in the operation of the magnetometer itself. There's a layer at which a level at which the magnetometer module is averaging multiple readings together before it gets to the presentation software. And depending on how that's set up, and there's been a lot of experimentation with those settings, that may well take care of most of that. Anyway, it hasn't been an obvious problem here that I've heard.
Yeah, basically the sampling rate of the magnet, once you issue a command to the magnetometer to poll for a measurement, it then is up on its own. And the sampling rate that is within the magnetometer is much lower than the 60 hertz rate. So you're really subsampling, and we haven't really seen it show up much unless the field is very, very strong.
Okay, and there's a question here. How far apart geographically might you expect to see significant variations of collected data from different geographic areas?
That's a question for a human.
Okay. Another question, would Dave care to elaborate? Would Dave elaborate, please, on the use of POSIX pipes and WebSockets?
Okay, I mentioned that rather quickly, but the idea was for RunMag, the initial use of the utility was just to write text logs, but everybody said, hey, I want to see what's happening. And the minute you started writing everything to a log, you didn't see it in the on the monitor of the attached Raspberry Pi or whatever, and you couldn't see much. So the idea was to come up with a scheme that would allow a graphical presentation of what was going on that wouldn't get at cross purposes with writing the logs. And so I use a named pipe that we had the device, which is essentially a FIFO, that the software would also write its values to, and that get picked up and packaged to into each one of those observations. 1 second observations would get sent off in a WebSocket packet, and the local and the user who owns the thing can set it up so that he can use his web browser. It has a page that launches this WebSocket interaction and graphs that data over time as it comes in. It's event driven by the arrival of those packets. And so it works well. It works especially well on the local network. Presumably, almost all users will have a local protected IP range behind a firewall, as almost anybody would at home. But anything behind that can see this activity, can see this page, unless you go to the trouble of creating a VPN or opening that port through your firewall. It's not, the outside world doesn't see it, but you can see it. And I also want to put into that same software the ability to reconfigure, change parameters and things while the system is running without having to do command line surgery as it's going along. I don't know. I hope that answers the question.
Okay. Very good. I don't see any other questions. Any last questions on the question and answer window? Thanks, Dave, for that highly detailed explanation. It was useful. Okay, so the question is, how often does degraded mode occur? I'm not
I
sure
believe that
understand
question is referring to the running DC high voltage transmission lines with only one conductor working.
Okay. Okay, so
That's
this is
probably a
back to
question.
the power,
Yeah.
the power question. Okay,
That's
not
a
relevant
question for
this.
somebody who works for the power company to be able to answer that. I don't
Okay.
know who knows that on this call.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Dave. We're just about ready to segue into the next talk. And this is going to be Jonathan Rizzo, KC3EEY, is going to talk to us about well, you can see a leaf module for the VLF receiver. So fire away, George.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Rizzo, KC3EEY. I'm an electrical engineer, University of Scranton alum, and VLF natural radio enthusiast. I'm currently designing a VLF module for the Tangerine SDR for automated reception of natural radio emissions and amateur transmissions in the ULF and VLF bands. For more detailed background on VLF natural radio and the motivation for this module, I invite you to view my previous talks, to which I provide links for in the PDF version of this presentation. The TAPR DCC 2019 presentation, Ground-Based Observation of Whistler Waves, provides a background of VLF natural radio, VLF amateur radio, and VLF government communication and navigation transmitters. The HAMSci 2020 presentation, using a PVC pipe antenna and a Raspberry Pi to select VLF natural radio, details my senior capstone project on a VLF automated reception system using a PVC pipe antenna and a Raspberry Pi. The TAPR DCC 2020 presentation, Tangerine SDR VLF module, provides the motivation behind the VLF leaf module and the initial design outline. The HAMSci 2021 presentation, VLF module for the Tangerine SDR progress update, details an involved design and roadmap that provides a higher sampling rate and improved performance. The VLF leaf module for the Tangerine SDR is a data acquisition module for use with the VLF and ULF bands all the way up to 100 kHz. The VLF leaf module provides a data acquisition interface that is part of a feature-rich VLF SDR with associated software. This module, in conjunction with the data engine and clock module of the Tangerine SDR, will produce a digitized GPS time-stamped single or multi-channel stream that is presented over a network socket and is accessible over the LAN through the Ethernet port. With the VLF leaf module and a suitable VLF receiver or receivers, it's possible to do automated reception of natural radio emissions, such as whistlers and chorus, lightning detection and spheric analysis, sudden ionospheric disturbance detection with automated monitoring of VLF MSK transmitters like NAA, live listening with hum filtering of the VLF stream, and VLF amateur radio QSOs in the Dreamers band and other parts of the VLF and ULF band. The VLF leaf module for the Tangerine SDR has a new name and is now known as the Whistler Catcher. This coincides with what originally piqued my interest in VLF natural radio, listening to whistlers. The Whistler Catcher utilizes the Texas Instruments TLV320 ADC 6140, an audio analog to digital converter. It has 4 input channels with 112 dB dynamic range. Sampling rates of up to 768 kHz are achievable. For up to 100 kHz operation in the VLF band, 384 kHz sampling is utilized. The synth DO generates the required master clock or bit clock frequency according to the sample rate chosen by the user. With the primary audio clock generated from the synth DO, accurate sampling and time stamping to universal time is possible. This is required for signal correlation, sudden ionospheric disturbance monitoring, and VLF amateur radio QSOs. In conjunction with the Whistler Catcher development, a sound card hat will be developed for the Raspberry Pi that also uses the TLV320 ADC 6140 audio analog to digital converter called the Whistler Catcher Pi. This 4-channel sound card hat will have similar performance to the Whistler Catcher for use with VLF-RX tools to create a feature-rich VLF SDR out of a Raspberry Pi. There will also be a version for the Onion Omega for an even smaller footprint, called the Whistler Catcher Omega. Later in the presentation, I will showcase my Raspberry Pi VLF SDR for those who want to get started in VLF natural and amateur radio right now. For operation, the user connects the VLF receiver feeds via audio isolation transformer to the appropriate screw terminals. The FPGA then configures the active channels, the sampling rate, sample length, and master clock configuration via I2C that is based on user configuration settings. It also configures the synth DO to generate the master clock or bit clock frequency required for the configuration. Samples are transported via TDM to the FPGA and are time-stamped reference to GPS time that is compatible with VLF-RX tools. The channels are combined into a stream that is compatible with VLF-RX tools and is presented to the Ethernet port via network socket. VLF-RX tools or Spectrum Lab running on a separate PC can begin to process the stream. This is a schematic of the ADC section. VLF signal is brought in via coupling capacitors to the inputs and will have the option of either differential or single-ended input via 3-terminal connector. Register configuration is done through the I2C bus connected to the Leaf Pi header connector. The ADC shutdown pin is also connected to the FPGA and will be inserted during configuration. The TDM bus then includes the bit clock and frame sync of the ADC connects directly to the FPGA. Digital power, IOVDD, at 1.8 volts will be brought in from the Leaf connector. Analog power, AVDD, will be sourced from a low-noise LDO. Analog power, AVDD, will be sourced from a 3.3 volt fixed output version of the TPS 735-Q1 LDO and is powered from 5 volts on the Leaf connector. The TPS 735-Q1 is an ultra-low noise LDO with similar noise performance to the Linear Technologies ultra-low noise LDOs. The programmable clock from the SynthDO LVDS signal. Because the ADC only accepts single-ended digital signals, I used an LDVS to CMOS converter, then buffered the clock into the ADC. To generate the bit clock and frame sync signals, the SynthDO clock is buffered, then delivered to the FPGA, where bit clock and frame sync will be generated based on the buffered clock of the SynthDO. On the prototype boards, I wanted to evaluate the performance of the ADC with different master clock configurations. The ADC has an onboard PLL that can be used to generate an internal master clock, either generated from the bit clock without a master clock input, or from the master clock input. Since datasheets are not always a reliable source of information, I wanted to evaluate the performance of both clock configurations with this circuit. This allows me to determine if there is a difference, or if there is no difference at all, by simply soldering in the appropriate 0-ohm jumpers. Shown here is the configuration with the master clock feeding the master clock input. In the previous slide, I was able to construct a VLF SDR using a Raspberry Pi, audio injector stereo sound card, and a Trimble Res SMT360 GPS timing receiver, along with supporting components. To provide a VLF signal, I constructed a VLF receiver and antenna that was able to fit completely inside a PVC pipe. The design of the Raspberry Pi VLF SDR and VLF active antenna was based on a similar design by the author of VLF-RX tools for an MIT study. He constructed many of these systems that were installed at different locations. For more information on his design, including the schematic for the receiver, please check out the VLF Experimentation Facebook group. A link will be provided in the PDF of this presentation. On the left is a picture of the VLF receiver preamp board constructed using Manhattan Construction. It uses an AG744 front end with some gain and filtering. The signal is then routed to an LT1010 line driver and finally to an audio isolation transformer. Everything is powered with an IP2415S isolated DC to DC converter that provides plus and minus 15 volt rails. The isolation on both the power and the audio circuits is essential for proper operation. A shielded Cat6 cable provides 30 volt DC power from inside of your house and routes the VLF signal to the inside as well. This receiver can comfortably operate at up to 110 kilohertz. In the middle, you can see the board fits inside a foam insert. On the right, the E-field antenna is comprised of copper tape on the outside of another foam insert. The antenna wire is soldered directly to the copper tape in the front-end input of a VLF receiver. The foam insert is used to dampen microphonic vibrations due to wind. Cat6 pairs an earth-ground connection attached to the green screw terminal connector. Here, you can see the VLF active antenna mounted to an aluminum mast. It's 6 feet tall with the antenna element length at 5 feet. The high impedance input of the front end allows a fractional wavelength antenna like this to work well at VLF. Standard 2-inch antenna mast clamps work quite well, as you can see in the picture. The Cat6 feed line earth-ground connection exit neatly out the cable gland in the threaded PVC fitting. All that is needed to access the receiver board for service is to remove the threaded fitting and pull out the drawstring. I really like the clean look and easy access to the receiver board. This is a test and interface box I built for the VLF active antenna. It uses an IP1215S isolated DC to DC converter to provide feed line power and routes the VLF signal through an audio isolation transformer, then to a toggle switch that routes the audio either to an RCA jack or through a headphone amplifier with volume control and headphone jack. The headphone jack is utilized for diagnostic listening. It's powered with a DC power adapter or 2 9-volt batteries for a short time. For circuit protection, I have 10 meg ohm bleeder resistors on both power and audio inputs to bleed off any charge on the feed line, and 2-pole gas discharge arresters for surge protection. On the top right, you can see the box in use. On the bottom right, you can see a spectrogram of the audio output taken with the spectrogram app on my smartphone and a custom-built audio adapter cable. This is the box that will be used to power the VLF active antenna from inside the house, and the audio will be routed to the Whistler catcher. In the meantime, I constructed an interface board for use with the Raspberry Pi that we'll talk about on the next slide. This is the interface board I constructed for the Raspberry Pi enclosure box. In the first picture on the left, primary power is supplied via the white connector on the right from a 12-volt non-switching power adapter. It powers the IP1215S isolated DC to DC converter that provides 30-volt DC to the green feedline connector. VLF signal from the feedline connector is routed to an audio isolation transformer and finally to a connector for an audio cable that connects to one input of the audio injector stereo sound card. The blue board is a 3 amp adjustable DC to DC converter that is set to 5.1 volts. It powers both the Raspberry Pi and the Trimble GPS timing receiver and associated interface board. The 5-pin connector interconnects status LEDs and a safe shutdown push button to the GPIO header connector. The safe shutdown push button is to safely shut down the Raspberry Pi. As you can also see, 10 meg bleeder resistors and 2-pole gas discharge arresters are added for circuit protection and static dissipation. This is the Raspberry Pi enclosure. On the left is the Trimble Res SMT360 GPS timing receiver with PPS Piggy interface board. The PPS output from the GPS receiver connects to both the left audio input channel on the sound card as well as a GPIO pin on the GPIO header connector. The GPS UART connects to the Pi via USB serial interface on the PPS Piggy. The antenna connector is brought out to an SMA jack on the enclosure. A Wi-Fi pigtail was added to the Raspberry Pi and brought out to an SMA jack for Wi-Fi access. In the left center is the Raspberry Pi with audio injector stereo sound card hat. Ethernet is brought out to a bulkhead coupler adapter for network access as well. Console access is accomplished with a TTL to RS-232 board that provides serial console access on an RJ45 connector using the Cisco and Sun pinout via a bulkhead coupler adapter. The VLF receiver feed line is brought in through a cable line. VLF data is stored on a 512 GB USB thumb drive. This is the lid for the Raspberry Pi enclosure with status LEDs and safe shutdown button. The red LED indicates power. The green LED indicates the audio injector stereo sound card is capturing audio, and the yellow LED indicates the signal is being properly timestamped. The push button, when held down for longer than 3 seconds, will issue a shutdown command and safely unmount the SD card and USB thumb drive. Both the status LEDs and safe shutdown push button use a simple bash script and VLF RX tools utilities. The first step is to install and set up VLF RX tools and associated dependencies on the Pi. A link to a comprehensive guide will be provided on the resources slide of the PDF copy of this presentation. Once everything is running, run the program called VT-Scope to observe the PPS pulse on the left channel of the sound card. For my PPS timing configuration, the pulse picture here is adequate for timestamping. Ensure the pulse does not clip by utilizing the volume potentiometer to reduce the voltage level, but be sure to bypass the VLF receiver audio on the sound card so its level does not get reduced. This is the VLF receiver audio displayed in VT-Scope. Notice the 60 Hz power line hum and associated harmonics in the waveform. This is normal, especially for a high hum area, like a suburban backyard. The program VT filter will notch out 60 Hz and its harmonics, as well as track the power line frequency as it increases and decreases with grid load. Keep in mind, if the amplitude of the 60 Hz fundamental is too high, the filter will not work efficiently. The spectrum display of the entire VLF band all the way up to the Nyquist limit of the sound card. In the case of the audio injector stereo, the highest sampling rate is 96 kHz, so the limit is 48 kHz. This is displayed with the program called VT Spec. You can see a small peak at 24 kHz. That's NAA. One of the great features of VLF-RX tools is that it can monitor the amplitude and phase of VLF MSK transmitters like NAA at 24 kHz. This is a plot generated by VT SID plot and plots both amplitude and phase of the received signal. This was captured on my system and plotted. Here are examples of detected events as detected by VT event. Man-made signals, like a motor starting or mains interference, are often erroneously detected by the detector due to their signal properties. Natural interference, like bird microphonics and static discharge, can also be erroneously detected. Despite this, beautiful natural radio events, like whistlers, chorus, and triggered emissions, can be detected and reported. Credit to Paul Nicholson for this excellent event signal showcase. This is an example of amateur radio QSOs in the ULF band using a new and exciting digital mode called Coherent BPSK. On the left, a transmission at 2.97 kHz from DL3 JMM and received by DL0A0, transmitting a 3-character message. The VLF signal can be retrieved from the Pi and decoded with a program called EBNOT that interfaces directly with VLF-RX tools. Successful decodes are extremely exciting. Plotted here are the amplitude and phase of the signal using a triple-axis receiver system that the Whistler catcher would easily be able to support. What is even more exciting is the plot on the right of a coherent BPSK transmission at 1.67 kHz. This frequency is very close to the 1.7 kHz tweak resonance frequency of the Earth ionosphere waveguide. Notice the wild irregularities of the amplitude and phase of the signal. An exciting future project is the Audio Injector Isolated Sound Card Upgrade. The Audio Injector Isolated is a high-performance sound card hat capable of 192 kHz audio capture and uses a design that isolates the audio path from the rest of the circuit, which improves noise performance. It uses a CS4272 codec that the Behringer UMC 404 HD uses. With this sound card, my Raspberry Pi VLF SDR would be capable of 192 kHz audio capture, giving an upper VLF limit of 96 kHz. Following resources and links can be of great help, as they have been to me. Stephen McGreevy's website was where I started my VLF journey. VLF.it is an excellent collection of articles, receiver designs, and methods, as well as signal collections. Paul Nicholson's website not only has VLF-RX tools software and documentation, it has great VLF amateur radio sources and EBNOT software, as well as live streams of VLF receivers and more. Paul's comprehensive Raspberry Pi VLF-RX tools guide is a great resource for installing and using VLF-RX tools on a Pi. The VLF Experimentation Facebook group is also a great resource and has a schematic for the VLF active antenna preamp. The VLF Natural Radio group, recently located to groups.io from Yahoo Groups, is the de facto standard for VLF discussion and collaboration. Finally, the last link provides an excellent collection of links to various websites pertaining to very low frequency. All of these links are available on the PDF version of this presentation. I'd like to offer my gratitude to the following. Paul Nicholson for his amazing support and assistance he has given me, his amazing software, VLF-RX tools, and EBNOT, his contributions to myself, my projects, and the VLF community at large. The VLF community, including the VLF Natural Radio group and the VLF Experimentation Facebook group. Jules Matty, K2, KGJ, Michael Neruda, AA8K, David McGaw, N1HAC, Tom McDermott, N5EG, and Scotty Cowling, WA2DFI, for their technical support. And finally, Dr. Nathaniel Frissell, W2NAF, for his endless support, motivation, and inspiration for this project.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you.
And we have time for some questions. One question we had was, have you calculated the antenna factor for the E-field VLF antenna?
No, I haven't really run a lot of calculations on that E-field antenna. Usually, it's not really that big of an issue, and it doesn't really, since it's basically an electric field probe, it doesn't seem to be affected by a lot of outside sources that are typically affect higher frequency antennas, and I haven't noticed any problems or issues.
So another question, is there a recommended unit for GPS disciplined oscillators?
Well, I use Trimble exclusively with my projects out of personal preference. Trimble has their Thunderbolt GPSDO, but when the SynthDO is ready, that could also be used as well. You don't really need a GPSDO in this case, because the program VT Time has a holdover option which uses the system clock to do timestamp adjustment. But you could use lower end GPS modules with VLF-RX tools, or you could use a GPS timing receiver, either U-Blocks or Trimble. For me, the Trimble worked pretty well for my purposes.
So could you use the Leo Bodnar GPS receiver that they use in the GREAT project? Because they've had good luck with that, the bill says. Have you looked at that one at all?
As long as it has a 1 PPS output, then yes. And also an interesting note with the Leo Bodnar. It doesn't? No?
No, it does not.
Okay. All right. Well, an interesting side note is that people can use the Leo Bodnar for VLF transmissions. For VLF amateur transmissions in the Dreamers band using the coherent BPSK mode, the software requires a stable frequency source, and the Leo Bodnar GPSDO is actually perfect, and there are people now that are doing transmissions that do use it, so that's also an option there.
Isn't there a dual output Leo Bodnar version that has a 1 PPS output as well as a reference output? Maybe John knows the answer.
Yes,
there is.
Yeah.
So that one you could use, correct?
Yeah.
I think I shut off the second channel and it defaults to putting out a 1 PPS signal.
Okay, well, a comment here, Phil says that it's dual output, but it's 2 frequencies. Do you know if one of them can be a 1 PPS or if it has to be 2?
Like I say, if you shut the frequency off, it defaults to putting out a 1 PPS.
Okay. But on the single output, you can only get one or the other, right? So you
cannot get the 1 PPS on the single output.
Okay. So the dual output, you can get 1 PPS by having 1 frequency output and 1 shut off, which then gives you 1 PPS on that second output.
But he doesn't give you access to any of the NEMA strings either. So, but I don't want to chew up the time here.
Okay.
Yeah, because I believe the Leo Bodnar is based off a U-Blocks GPS module. So you could use any GPS module. Paul uses Paul uses U-blocks quite a bit. So there's many different options here, and the main thing is that you want to have a pulse per second signal, and details on getting the software to detect it is in the VLFRX tools documentation.
Okay, well, there are a bodacious number of U-blocks GPSs. So is there any one that is better suited than another? Perhaps, or is that too hard a question to answer?
Well, no. That's an easy question to answer. The best one to use is the timing receiver, the Z9T or F9T. Any sort of timing receiver is much better than a standard, and it'll give you better you'll have it'll be better because it's designed for stable timing. The Res SMT 360, that is Trimble's GPS timing receiver. So any GPS timing receiver can be used here.
And these would be the models, the U-blocks models, and then in T, that would be the timing ones.
Yep.
Okay. Very good. Incidentally, that's the one that we use on the clock module, the ZF9T. So, okay. Any other questions for Jonathan? We got a couple more minutes here. So, you've done a lot of work on a demonstration system. How long do you think before you'll be ready to start putting together the real board, the engineered board?
Well, what I had planned on doing was using the evaluation board that I have, and I could do some of the Verilog development. I just have to put the schematic into an actual neat looking schematic. So hopefully within probably the next 6 months or so, I would have a schematic ready, and then the layout could be done. And in the meantime, I could work on the Verilog, either with a Max 10 dev board or something of that nature, and just make an intermediate board for the evaluation module. So I could figure out how to control the registers and configure the clocks and everything else like that. So probably 6 months to a year.
Okay, well, very good. Well, thank you very much. You got some good comments on here, well covered.
Thank you.
Yeah, good presentation. And thank you again. And up next, we have a talk by Bob Benedict and Dave Waugh about constructing a Hamsai Grape personal weather station version 1. So take it away.
Hello, I'm Bob Benedict, KD8CGH. I'm a retired research engineer.
And I'm David Waugh, K8QEP. I'm a new ham radio operator and a research scientist.
And we'd like to tell you about our experiences building and using the Hamsai Grape 1 personal space weather station. So the Grape 1 is the first development version of the low-cost arm of the personal space weather station. It has a beacon receiver system to monitor Doppler shift. You can also add a magnetometer, but we're not going to cover that here. This was released for testing in the spring of 2021. It monitors a single beacon, and it uses common off-the-shelf components except for the receiver. And there is a Grape 2 that's under development. The receiver was designed by John Gibbons, N8OBJ. It's a low IF receiver. The signal comes in to a set of user-selectable band pass filters for the different beacons. It then goes to a mixer, where it's mixed with the local oscillator input, which is provided by a Leo Bodnar GPS-DO. That then is fed to a bandpass filter for the audio gain amplifier, and then a second audio bandpass filter, and then to a USB sound card, sound dongle for digitizing. For data processing and collection, a Raspberry Pi is used. The Sabrent USB sound adapter that we use was calibrated for this use. And the Pi also runs some custom FLDigi and Python code. The one part of the system that wasn't specified was the antenna, and that's supplied by the user. Let's look at the system controller. It's a Pi 4 with a custom image. The custom image was provided, so it turned out to be easy to install, and everything came up pretty quickly. In it is a version of FLDigi 4.1.13 to make a custom format output file. And there's a bunch of Python scripts to set up the station and then to do some daily maintenance of cleaning up the files, formatting them, making a graph, getting them ready for export. Right now, we're transferring data using real VNC. Then we drag and drop the results to a HamSci web page. Building the receiver was the toughest part for us. I ordered boards from OSH Park and got the bill of materials components from DigiKey. We had to hand solder these boards. Neither David or I is an expert at soldering, so we ordered a SMD soldering practice kit and practiced. The main thing that I got out of it is, although I've got hot air gun, I didn't like using solder paste, so I used a soldering iron for this. For me, most of the build went pretty well, except for this tiny little diode D1, which is exceptionally small and nasty. The other thing that happened on mine, but not to David, of course, is that the power LED stuck to the iron instead of the board, and it burned to death. David's board, just looking at it, turned out much better than mine. Here's what my system looks like. It's installed in an uninsulated wood frame outbuilding. It's a roll-off roof observatory. I chose that because there are no local electronics, and it's located well away from my ham station and its antennas. My goal was to have continuous operation, and I found that I can operate on 30 meters without the Grape One losing tracking when it's set to WWV at 10 megahertz. You look in details at the station. I'm using an old linear wall wart to power the Grape One, so it's a separate power supply from the Raspberry Pi. The Grape One itself is in a 3D printed tray that's placed in an Altoids tin, and I have loops and ferrites and everything going in and out of this little tin. For the antenna, I started with an unamplified U-loop receiving loop, which is a very inexpensive loop. I set it up so the loop pattern lobes were east and west. My ham antennas are in the node in the north. I was tracking WWV at 10 megahertz. It didn't really look like I was always tracking well, and sometimes the signal seemed to be lost. So I went to a second antenna. I built a tuned 4-foot diameter loop. I used coax shield for that. It's a little bit big, slightly larger than a 10% rule of thumb, but it's still is predicted to have very good nulls. I use an air variable cap. It seems to be very stable. I haven't had to adjust it since I set it up. And of course, there's feed line choke on it. David?
Okay, first I should add, it's been a lot of fun working with Bob on this project. And yes, the SMD components were a little tricky, but I think we figured that out. Now, I think the next version of this may come pre-soldered with the SMD. We'll have to check on that. My station is fairly similar to Bob's. I think the main difference is that mine is in a Tractor Supply toolbox with some various grounds added. But it works, and I've got Bob's printed 3D case, but I guess I have the Tractor Supply toolbox instead of the Altoids tin. But that was really neat that Bob was able to print that. And I think in the next slide is my antenna setup, which is it's a dipole that I cut for 10 megahertz, and it's probably not ideally placed. It's on top of a deck with a few supports. Well, it goes on a fence and then to the deck and sort of makes an L. But I was able to trim it, and it seems to work fairly well. And you can see the GPS antenna is just sitting on the top of the fence there. I think that's about it for my station. And Bob and I have been able to compare signals, which I think I'll talk about in some of the slides coming up.
All right, so first let's take a look at what a screen looks like if you're using VNC. You can see in operation, here's FL Digi. It's tuned 1 kilohertz low so that the beacon you're looking at shows up as 1 kilohertz signal in the waterfall. Here you can see the carrier, the time ticks, and then the tones that appear occasionally. I also have spectrum scope running. So once again, you can see the carrier. So it's about 34 dB above the noise level. Here's the 2 time ticks. So we use this to monitor the system and check occasionally to see if everything's okay. And that's a question we had is, it produces results that we can graph, but are they any good? So one thing we did was to compare results. And here is a graph of Doppler shift. And here's sunrise and sunset times. This is plotted against UTC. And this is from 3 different stations, mine, David Waugh, and David Kasdan's. And you can see they track each other pretty well. So either we're all doing well or we're all terrible. And it's good that they do because they're all within about 50 miles of each other. So you would expect that you'd get pretty similar results. Here's another plot of the relative signal strength from these 3 stations. And you see a bit more variation here. And I think that's to be expected because we have different kinds of antennas. So we're going to see one a little better than the other at different times, depending on what the atmospheric conditions are. Here's another plot of Doppler results. And this time I'm looking at a week's worth of data from my system plotted with an average line. So this dark black line is the average. So you can see what the trends are day and night. And also one thing this plot lets you do is immediately spot things that have some interesting features where you see big deviations from kind of the expected average. So in conclusion, we were able to assemble and operate these systems to collect and deliver data. We used results from multiple systems to validate our data. The Pi systems seem to be really stable. Mine's been up for about 45 days. David, I think yours has been up quite some time too.
Yeah, I think just a few days shorter than yours.
And future releases would be nice to have better doc on setup and how it operates. Some method to validate the data. FL Digi will happily spit out numbers even though there's nothing connected to the antenna. It doesn't care whether they're valid or not. Automated data collection, of course, and there should be some advice on antennas. It would be helpful if some exploration was done to advise people what antennas to use with this system. That, I think, concludes our presentation. Are there any questions?
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. And let's see if we got any questions other than interesting comments on grapes doing work in bunches and fermentation and things like that. So
people need to stop whining.
Stop whining, yes. So thank you very much for that. It's I'm not seeing any questions here yet, but so please put your questions up in the Q&A window, and for Bob and David, and in case you're wondering. So I guess the first question I would say, at this late date, is it worthwhile putting one of these together from scratch again, or would you wait for Grape 2? What's your opinion?
Well, I believe the data is being used, and right now, actually, I'm part of the Grape 2 development, so I'm up to my eyebrows in that. I wouldn't take on another project.
Okay.
Where Dave and I were coming from is that we were not part of the Grape 1 development. We came in completely cold, and we're able to, figure out what to do and how to put it together, and I think make it work, which is good, right? I mean,
so then what you did helps other new people who came in, who came in late as well, to get a station up and on the air.
Yes, and I think I've seen some other people's question whether or not they should set it up, and as long as the data gets used, it's worthwhile to do.
Okay. So how long would you think it would take somebody new to study up and get set up and put one together?
Well,
given the fact that they don't know anything to start with, they had to learn like you guys did from scratch.
I think the biggest barrier for many of us is building the SMD receiver. Through-hole fine, SMD, I've got a tough time. So that was a part of it. And then the second thing is, what do you do with an antenna? It's my first run didn't work. We had to come up with something better.
Okay.
So those are the two things that I think are the toughest thing to get done.
And I was surprised how. Go ahead.
I was surprised how easily the software image loaded and how well it worked.
So do you think, we have a question here, do you think it would be useful to set up one in the UK?
I think I believe that maybe some other people want to answer this, but I think the consumers of the data would be happy to have something set up that far away. Yeah. Right now, we're pretty concentric to Akron, Cleveland.
Yeah, and the question was extended again is what transmitters should I monitor? I think was that you, Christina? Or Nathaniel?
Yeah, I just hopped on, but Christina might want to talk about this. I know Christina's thought a bit more about international participation on this particular topic than I have, but it's certainly something we would like to expand to. But I do think that I'm not sure that would be smart to just say right away, WWV is the best thing to listen to if you're international. It might be the thing we want to listen to, but I think there's room to for the experimenters to try to figure out what is the best station to listen to internationally. As I say, I think Christina might be able to speak more about this.
And
let's see, can you hear me?
Yes, you're there. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. So let me just drop a link in the chat here.
Yay.
My suggestion as a starting point is always to begin with the Doppler instructions, the long-term data collection version using FLDigi that's on the website I just dropped in the chat, and do that with your standard HF rig just for a few days and then make a plot of it and kind of see what you get. And then you can try a few different stations that way. So that's what I would recommend to start out, because it'll give you a better idea of what's available from your QTH, and you won't need to spend any money at that stage. In general, we're advising people to wait for Grape version 2, but Grape 1 is pretty well documented and the group is doing very well. So it's really nice to see it become a true citizen science project at this point.
And another question on the mag loop setup. Was it set up in the traditional manner with the tuning cap and a secondary loop going to the Grape?
Yes, it was. I just used an old air variable cap I had bought at a Hamvention one year. Because there's no power, you don't have to worry about the voltage rating of the condenser.
Okay. And another comment was the microscope was very helpful in the assembly, especially with D1, that he used a bit of tacky flux to glue the diode down before soldering. So that might help some people building it. And then a suggestion is to listen to WWVB on 60 kilohertz, but I'm not sure whether that's going to make it across the pond to Europe. That's a long haul. So, and another comment was with the Grape One, Bill has had luck using the MFJ 1886 loop antenna. And another question is the D1 and MC70 package. Do you know what the package type is?
Nasty.
Nasty. Super microscopic.
There's a question on YouTube too, Scotty.
Yeah.
I think John could answer that if he's around.
Yeah, the part was chosen because it presents an open circuit loading of 2 picofarad, which is more than what the connector presents. And it's a TVS diode that clamps at plus or minus 5 volts. But the package, the way I soldered it down, it's a 3-pin package, and the side with 2 pins are where the diode is. So what I did is I put a solder dot on the 3rd pin and held that hot, and I slid the part into the 3rd pin. That would align it, and then you just touch the other 2, and it solders pretty straightforward. But yeah, it is teensy, and it will be used on Grape 2, but Grape 2 is going to be a produced board. We're not going to have people assembling them. There's a lot. I mean, just the RF preamp, which I'm going to be going into the design of soon in my presentation, has over 100 parts on it, and I don't want to put people through that. But again, Grape 1, I built it. It was a prototype concept just to see if it even worked. I had no idea if the gain was enough to even receive WWV, and it exploded into what it is. So Nathaniel keeps telling me I did a good job, but every time I see it, I was like, I know what's wrong with it, but it's good enough. It does work.
Yeah.
The biggest downside is not having Leo Bodnar propagate to the next version, and that's because we cannot get the 1 PPS out of the Leo Bodnar. Otherwise, we would have used it.
Okay, we're actually into the break time, but we do have a few extra questions. That is the great project on tapr.org. No, it's not. I think that link that Christina published, it's on HamSci. It's on HamSci. Is it? Is it easy to find on HamSci?
Yeah, I just posted it's on HamSci answer, noting it uses TAPR subcomponents.
Okay.
Yeah. Just search for HamSci Grape 1.
And those with active high power ham stations, how did you deal with the receiver antenna isolation? Is that something you guys had to deal with?
Well, what I did is, as I mentioned, is I had as much physical distance as I could between my ham antennas and this receiver antenna. And then with a loop, I positioned things so that my ham antennas were in the null of the loop. And also, of course, it being a tuned loop, its gain is very, very small for anything else. So those 3 things together, I think, let me operate successfully.
Physical separation between your loop and your main antenna by the back of your house there is what, 50 or 75 feet?
It's about 80 feet, yeah.
80 feet, yeah. So it's not extreme, but yeah.
No, it's not extreme, but then I operate barefoot. I'm not operating with a linear or anything like that.
Right.
So for me, it was fine.
Well, the front end of the Grape also has a resonance circuit, so it's really pretty bulletproof.
The thing I was most worried about was operating on 30 meters. And I tried it out, and you could see on the waterfall that there was some interference, but it never lost tracking.
Yeah.
Now, one more question. Referring to the antenna failure that you experienced, what was the failure mode? Was it low signal strength or interference or directivity?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, basically what it was is that the signal to noise fell to the point where it looked like it wasn't tracking anymore. I did a separate study using a couple of signal generators. And it looked like if FLDigi didn't see something like about a 9 or so dB signal to noise ratio, it just started wandering around. Now, it didn't wander really far, plus minus 1 hertz, but that's what we're looking for. So it has no internal checks. So if your signal strength, your signal to noise drops below that level, it just starts spitting out garbage.
Right. And FLDigi, I modified the code for FLDigi to give us our file format, but that was the quickest way I could get a data sampling program that had the FFT stuff built into it. Because at the time I had no software support, and I'm a hardware engineer. So like I say, Grape 1 was cobbled together as a concept, and I'm excited to hear that the image installed cleanly, because I spent literally several hundred hours making sure that happened. I mean, the amount of effort in that, it was excessive.
Yeah, there were no problems installing that. And as far as the signal strength go, I did some tests with attenuators, and I still tracked with Bob's signal, even with a 20 dB attenuator on the antenna. So it seems fairly robust.
Yeah, of course, that takes the noise down with the signal. So you both go down.
Right.
And that's why I was oftentimes check the spectrum scope so I could see how high that peak was above the noise floor.
And WWV10 is more of a daytime band. It disappears at night because it's reflecting off the ionosphere. Although I can talk about that a little bit more. I'm running the DXRF Pro 1 mag loop. I tend to get a better reception because it's a magnetic, like yours is. And I get better signal strength, a lower noise floor, and I get more of it. But again, we did not give any direction on antennas because we were just trying to get stuff out. So all your recommendations are well received and acknowledged. We'll do better on Gen 2.
Well, I think that was part of the point of releasing Gen 1, so you got feedback.
Yep. Thank you for your work. That's valuable.
Yeah, very nice presentation. Thank you very much. And we're going to segue into break now. So if George, if you want to put up Steve's break slide, discussion can continue. It's free for all until let's see what time, until 1:30 Eastern time. Is that right? No, sorry, until 2 o'clock Eastern time, 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight. So how many?
Okay, so
break
I
ones
paused.
do you-
I paused recording right now. We're listed as 21 panelists, 61 attendees. And the last thing I saw on YouTube was 24, although maybe we'll get an update.
Okay, and I had a question for the Grape 1 guys. Maybe you have an idea of how many of these are on the air right now? I mean, maybe Christina knows that, or Dave, or another Grape 1 person.
We don't have the map updated on the website, but I think the node list is something like 30.
Okay.
I'm not sure how many of those are active, probably closer to 20. I think John has the official list.
So at least 30 people are attempting to get on anyway in one state or another.
Yeah, right now I have 33 or 32 registered nodes. I would say I probably have, I know the one at the South Pole hasn't been turned on yet, and the one out in Caltech in California hasn't gone live yet, but so roughly 30 nodes running.
So did you ever think it would get that that active?
No, I did not.
Because I remember when you were building them one at a time.
Yeah, well, I built all of those. Well, most of them, except for the two these guys built and a couple other ones. I probably ended up building 25 of them in my basement here. So
then the question is, how many would you like to see? How many would be ideal?
We want to see several hundred and splattered all over the United States for the 2024, April 8th, 2024 full lunar eclipse, because It'll be going directly over the top of Cleveland, which will be the only time in my lifetime that's going to happen. I think it's going to happen again in 2069, and I suspect I won't be around then.
But that'll be mostly grape 2s that by that time, right?
Yeah, with grape 2s or grape 3s or whatever, but yeah.
Grape 3, you're thinking of grape 3 already?
It's like a fine wine. You always have to think about the future.
Always thinking about the future, yes.
I don't think they'll bring out a grape 3 until I finish the grape 2. As soon as it's built and deployed, then they'll come up with a grape 3.
As soon as you contemplate a grape 3, then everybody's going to want to build grape 2s right away. So you'll have to build hundreds of those right now.
Yeah, that's how that works.
Yeah. All right. Well, very good. That's it's good to hear. There's 20 or 30 of those. I'm impressed because most of that was self-motivated people that wanted to do it.
In fact,
I know you really weren't twisting people's arms to get them to do it. They all came to you.
Yeah, I have to get Christina the list so she can put it up on the website. I was supposed to do that last night and kept getting distracted. Christina, I still owe you that, and you'll get it.
I have a comment on the self-motivation, because on the website they reiterated again and again how there was no support. You weren't going to get any support. You had to do it yourself. It practically said, "Abandon all hope, ye who enter here."
So there's another question on here. Michael's trying to find Jonathan's link to the Facebook VLF page, but he doesn't see his presentation in the proceedings. I think he's referring to Jonathan Rizzo, the Mr. VLF receiver who was presenting earlier. Are you still here, Jonathan?
Yes, I'm actually on the YouTube chat right now, and I will answer Michael's questions directly. I'm going to give him all the information.
Okay. And then we have another question on, is there a DigiKey shopping list available, populated already to save typing? Isn't there, for the Grape One?
Yes, there is. And it's up on the HamSci website. I also registered it with DigiKey, but unfortunately you have to be in the same domain name to access it. So that was sort of a super fail, but
it's basically a list that you can just download and upload into DigiKey, and then you're done. You're going to work.
There's a CSV file, you can upload it. I can even tell you that the 1N4001 diode is not necessary. It was from a previous design to protect reverse polarity, and the regulator I'm using is very happy to run with reverse polarity on it. Pulls 100 microamps and it just sits there and thumbs its nose at you, and you reverse polarity and it works fine. So,
but we'll forgive you for an extra diode.
Okay, I was trying to rectify a problem. Well, what can I say?
Oh, that was bad.
They were not recording.
Yeah, you'd be banned for that comment.
Yes, I would.
Yeah.
What, you want me to turn the recording back on to capture something?
No. I'll be banned.
That's okay. I'm recording here, and you'll get the solicitation letter later, John.
I'll look forward to it.
It's like, you remember the Monty Python skit on blackmail? It was a TV show, and I think it was Michael Palin, and he says, "No, we don't make any moral judgments. We just want the money." It was a pretty funny sketch.
Was that the one where the current bid keeps going up on the bottom of the screen?
That's right. So they're playing the revealing video, and the money goes up the longer the video runs.
Right, that's it.
And as soon as the phone rings and they stop the video, and he can send his check in. And
I'll have to look for that one. That sounds good.
It is a riot. So this is the schedule for this afternoon that Steve put up.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
Is it, look, yeah, it's a shared screen, so.
I'm seeing Steve N7 HPR screen.
And yeah, it's got the schedule for the afternoon and
for the afternoon, right?
Yep.
It's interesting. It seems like there's delays for some folks, I guess, for the video to update.
What was wrong with your microphone, Steve?
It wasn't the microphone, it was my internet connection, despite the fact that I have Comcast Business.
That just means you pay more money. Doesn't mean anything else.
It means you pay more money and they're supposed to react to your issues a lot quicker. But now that I live in the country, for most of the people I've talked to, it's pretty much an issue countywide. So there's times when it kind of does that. It goes away after a while, so it's a bit frustrating. Of course, you know, when it happens at the least time that you want it to.
Yeah.
Well, and but that was actually happening for you like last year for DCC as well, and for a few of the TAPR board webinars when you were out of Arizona. So maybe a more powerful computer would help. I don't know.
George, somebody had put on here, Dave put on here, is registration closed? Tried to register on the TAPR site and it's not working. It's closed for today already, right? Hello, George.
Yeah. I'm thinking.
Okay. So if he wanted to register for this afternoon, how would he do it?
It's closed, huh?
That's what he says. He said he tried to register on the TAPR site and it was not working.
Okay, well, that's important to know. And that would be true for anybody who tried to register today, either today or since we started the webinar. It's not supposed to end registration until the event, I think, ends, but you know, maybe Zoom has a different interpretation on the words that they used.
Okay.
So if we can capture the email addresses of these people, we can at least send them invitations right now so they can attend, even if it isn't working on the website. I mean, we want this seen and viewed by more people, and that'll mean that what we have to do is right now switch what we're selling to the tomorrow's ticket, and Bruce and I will have to work more closely on what we have for purchases today during the webinar, and at least send out those people individual invitations for today. They'll get them through the website for tomorrow. So
I thought this might be a Zoom thing that you're trying to register for something that's in progress and it doesn't like that. So
yeah, well, or yeah, it's the exact words that they used about when they end registration, what it really means. I think we now have the example in practice. So we'd have the same problem tomorrow if people were trying to buy tickets halfway through the day to view. And part of the answer there would be, you can definitely view on YouTube right now. There's
the same person who couldn't register for today said he tried for tomorrow too, and I think he means that
no. So it's not configured to sell tomorrow yet.
Oh, okay.
Right. So I'll during this break, I'll get with Bruce. We'll get the store reconfigured to be selling a Saturday ticket, and Bruce will try to keep me up to date as much as possible on who buys something today. And we can just ask those people who buy a ticket today, please watch on YouTube until we get this sorted out so you can be on Zoom.
Okay, and what I suggested was if they can't get a Zoom link, to put their email up on the YouTube chat, and I'll paste it over to you and you can send them a link.
Yeah, or over to John. Either me or John. You know, we're both trying to handle that as we're up and on here.
Is John
yes, Bruce Raymond.
George,
yes.
I just processed a couple orders. I mean, it should still be working.
Okay. So then he's just having difficulty. So if he's having difficulty, we can take care of it outside the loop, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. If we know his email address and Bruce can match it up to an order, we can get him on here in jig time.
Okay, and John is on here, right, on our window. So
If
I paste it in.
He's taking a nap, I think.
Okay.
It was that brave man who got a flu shot. Well,
so we need to hook
the same. Yeah.
We need to hook Chad up to electrodes so we can wake him up.
Which John were you referring to?
John Ackerman.
Phew. Okay, I'll go back to
No,
sleep.
not you. But we can hook some electrodes up to you if you like.
Hey,
you don't want to do that.
my name is John.
We can call it the Tangerine Mark III with high voltage option.
You'd look good in a fro.
Yeah. So we have about 8 more minutes, eh?
7.5, but yeah, who's counting? So I mean, officially, it's break time. You can take break too.
And David Wilmore's offering to assemble grape ones for people who don't want to assemble theirs. So got volunteers already. And Christina also, if you email her, she'll send you a preprint with BOM and instructions. And she posted her email address in the chat. In fact, let me take that. And Steve Bible, are my cut and paste of URLs into YouTube working?
You know, I tried to paste into YouTube and they never showed up, but when I typed it in, it did.
Well, that's bizarre.
I know. It got me wondering if the YouTube chat was filtering URLs in the chat window.
Yeah, I seem to remember that from last year. They don't, when you put something in there that they recognize as a URL, they filter it.
Well, I was able to type the Hamside Grape 1 URL in for Michael.
It's probably set up to just disable paste on the field, which requires you to have to type it in, which prevents bots from being able to manipulate the page and hammer it.
Yeah, trying to look to see if, because I pasted 3 or 4 in per request from people over on YouTube. And I just don't know whether they came through or not.
I did it too, and they show up on your local. So I did it on one computer and watched it on my monitor here, and it never showed up on the monitor.
Great.
Yeah, another challenge. Huh?
Yes.
Also, I would suggest if people are having problems, we direct them to contact@tapr.org email, rather than they don't have to post their emails in the chat.
Okay. Is someone monitoring that real time during the day here while we're doing this?
Yeah, that's what John Ackerman and Bruce have been doing.
Oh, okay.
I think Stana while John's off.
Yeah, it's been coming in multiple ways. There's also the comment block that's on the DCC page on the tapr.org. People have been entering on there as well.
Comment at tapr.org? Like that?
Contact@tapr.org.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
We got about 5 more minutes.
Yep. And then we're going to hear more cool stuff on grape and monitoring and Doppler shifts.
So I took a look at that Flatmax audio injector isolated board that I think John Rizzo was using.
Yeah.
And about all I'm seeing really is a Kickstarter project. Did that ever get like produced for sale?
Well, there were two different ones. So there were two Kickstarter projects. One was for the isolated, and one was for, I believe, the professional.
Or what they call the ISO DAC.
Yeah. So that did fund, and the audio injector isolated is available. However, it seems like when I ordered it, I ordered the last one. It hasn't been in stock. That's the thing. I believe it's available on eBay or Amazon too, for about the same price. But you also need there's a preamp board that plugs into the top of it, and that has all the filtering and the gain stages. So you'll need that too, and they have an RCA jack version and an XLR jack version for single-ended and differential.
Yeah, I'm a longtime audio pro. I have a penchant for XLR connectors, but yeah, I'll use either, and just be very careful how I use it, because you still have to be.
Yeah, I think if you probably contact the author of the Flatmax audio injector cards, they'll be able to do it to get you one.
Yeah, I'm always on the lookout for neat things like that are good devices. Thanks.
Okay, so we got about 2 minutes left until Christina is up with her report on the WWV Scientific Modulation Working Group. So that will be a fun topic. They're all fun topics.
Oh, you mean this?
You mean that slide? Yes.
Don't forget to restart the recording.
Yes, thank you, sir.
And are you here, Christina? Do you want to say anything before we turn your recording on?
Oh, not in particular. I think it's pretty self-explanatory, but I'll be here in the chat if anyone has questions.
All right.
Oh, no, wrong window.
Fire away on the hour, George.
Hi, everyone. My name is Christina Collins. I'm a PhD candidate at Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland, Ohio. And I'm reporting on the work this year of the WWV and WWVH Scientific Modulation Working Group. This is a joint effort between HAMSci and the National Institute of Standards and Technology. Our objective is to develop recommendations for additions to WWV and WWVH's modulation that can be used for scientific purpose, particularly through the Personal Space Weather Station and other citizen science campaigns. I'm the point of contact for the working group. My email is down here in the right-hand corner of these slides. It also includes representatives from NIST leadership in time and frequency, staff of both stations, representatives of the geospace science community, members of the GRAPE team, and of the WWV Amateur Radio Club, who will be working on PR. Current list of the membership is found at the DOI link for the characterization signal that I'll be playing for you in a few minutes here. The membership of the working group is expected to evolve as our tasks evolve. We will be moving back and forth between science and engineering as time goes on. The way that this project came about was with what I like to call the Uno reverse card. In February of this past year, David Kasdan, 88Y, invited Mike Lombardi, K0WWX, who is the point of contact for both stations through NIST, to give a talk at the HAMSci meeting. And Mike wrote him back and said, well, how about you give us a talk? And this was where he first suggested this idea of adding modulation to WWV to make it more useful for the work that we've been doing. So in March, Phil Erickson and Steve Serwin gave an excellent seminar at NIST to the Time and Frequency Division on the work we've been doing with WWV, with kind of an emphasis on time of flight measurement. And they motivated this discussion of what could be done to increase the station's utility for scientific use. But it was very clear at this point that a longer period of discussion was going to be needed. So we convened our first working group meeting in May. Phil laid out some design principles, which I'll show here in a moment. And we figured out what the station's license privileges were to make sure that we were in compliance with those. In early June, the station engineers suggested that we begin by adding a test chirp to one of the reserved minutes in the schedule of each station. And when we met in late June, we decided to use that as an opportunity to characterize the signal chains of the two stations. Between June and August, I led the development of this characterization signal in a long email chain, and we finalized it at our most recent meeting. So it should be going on the air relatively soon. Here's my paraphrasing of Phil's design principles. I like to revisit these at the beginning of each of our meetings to keep them front and center. Sort of primary importance is the notion of primum non nocere, first do no harm. We want to avoid disturbing existing use cases, existing customers to NIST time and frequency. And it's also important in the course of this to preserve listening comfort. So for one thing, we don't want to have banks of receivers that are usable suddenly become unusable. And we also don't want to turn WWV from something that people like listening to into something that people don't like listening to as much. It might be more scientifically useful to replace it with random white noise, but that's not what we love it for. And it wouldn't be pleasant on the ear. So as we are considering the things that we come up with, the different ideas, anything that's proposed must first pass that test of whether it's something that would disrupt listener comfort or disrupt any known instrumentation that's already using some characteristic of the signals that would be disturbed. Our goal is to do something useful for science, but if possible, we want to also do something useful for WWV's existing customer base, something that improves the resolution of time data that's received and potentially position data that is inferred from it. And as we are considering the science questions, it's very important to focus on what we can do that augments existing infrastructure rather than imitates it. And in particular, what questions we can attack to do something more than we already have in existing instrumentation networks today. A couple of words on just how open this design space is. Our goal is to sort of have a science question, some specific thing that we want to determine about the ionosphere, the geospace environment, determine what observation variables need to be figured out, design a modulation around them, prototype it either on the ham bands or in these test minutes, figure out how that can be implemented as part of the existing infrastructure of the stations, and issue that as an engineering recommendation to NIST. In practice,
not a very monolithic process either. For example, one of the first things that came up was this point of time of flight measurement. Steve has been doing a lot of stuff with this. He's been using the second tones. We've talked about this in previous meetings here. And one thing that we can do with that might be to add a chirp to the voice band. However, time of flight is not a science question, it's an observation variable. And to connect it to a science question is crucial to being able to really design a viable modulation.
Okay, folks, we're going to go to what we call Plan B. Christina, I'm going to bring up your slide deck here and present it and ask you to carry on narrating from roughly this point. And if you'll all just give me a second.
Sounds good. Thanks for your patience, everyone.
Okay, just about ready here.
By the way, George, I played the downloaded version of the MP4 on my local machine here, and I don't hear any problems.
Yes, I'm not hearing it on my machine at all, and I'm hearing the actual direct audio playback. And because of how I do things, I'm not monitoring the Zoom stream. So
Okay.
in order to preserve bandwidth, so.
Okay.
So it's probably an issue with the Zoom stream itself.
Yeah, the presentation looks good.
Yeah. Okay, that's right. Slideshow. Is that it? That's it. Okay, let me change what I'm sharing.
You might just try restarting it again. It might sync up.
It may be.
Hey, can you move it up to about 5 minutes, which is where it started?
Well, here, why don't we just go through the slides? Because I've pretty much got this one down, so.
Right.
All right.
So how much farther for you?
Stop right about there. That's good.
Okay.
So, yeah, hopefully everybody caught the overall arc of this. I'm reporting on the results of the working group for adding modulation. And these were a couple of words on our principles and the design space that we're working in. We have sort of this process of connecting from a science question to an engineering recommendation. Some of the ideas that came up early on in the discussion process, like time of flight or coherent CW, are examples of observation variables or modulation options, sort of tools in our toolkit that need to be connected back to a science question. And so if you'd go to the next animation, there should be an additional point that will pop up to the effect that we'll be consulting with folks outside the working group and building a science traceability matrix on this. So very likely some of the people in this room. Here's a summary of the characterization signal. This is a 45-second wave file. I've put a link to it in the chat. And it will be transmitted on minute 8 for WWV, minute 48 for WWVH. This is in the coming soon category. It'll be played in one of those minutes that are set aside for standard voice announcements. And so this is our first step in testing new modulations, and we'll be using it to characterize the signal chain, measure it with Kiwi SDRs, and sort of prototype our processing chain. Yeah, hang on a sec, Dave. I'll put the links in the chat again in a minute. Here's the characterization signal itself on the next slide. And And I'm not going to ask you to play it because that just seems like it will be difficult. But if you go to the link that I'm going to put in the chat, you can listen to it on your own. These are all of the component parts. Yeah, so what follows is a scientific modulation test. For more information, visit hamsci.org/WWV. Oh, that works. All right, so that there's more steps to that, but you'd be able to hear it on the Zenodo page. So listen for that signal coming soon. Keep an eye on the website, generally watch this space, and sometime in perhaps a few weeks or a couple of months, depending on supply chains for ARB gens, you should be able to hear that on your friendly neighborhood time stations. So with that, I'll take any questions. Yeah, sorry, Bill. Most of the higher frequency stuff I'm expecting will get filtered out when we put it through the voice band. This, as a starting point, we're using it to figure out what the signal chain is doing, but one of the things that is a design criterion for us is listening comfort. We want to make sure that anything that gets put on there long term is still pleasant to listen to.
So did I miss where the actual science questions? This is
meant to address were mentioned. Still working on it.
Okay.
So that's an ongoing discussion.
It's much better in person, I can say that.
Who is funding the work at NIST? This has not required any external funding at this point. This has all been volunteer.
Is it going to continue to be that way?
I suspect so, at least for the time being. I don't think that it's likely that there will be any considerable expenses. When I say volunteer, what I mean is that it's coming out of their budget for the stations. Part of our goal is to come up with stuff that's useful to the science community that is also useful to the regular users of the stations, to their regular customer base, things that could give you better time and space resolution for things that are already in use. So in that sense, it is in the scope of WWV and WWVH and time and frequency in general, but it has very strong support within the time and frequency division.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, and thanks everyone for your patience with the audio.
Okay, so next up we have John Gibbons on the Great Version 2 hardware update. I inserted hardware update in there, John, because I know you're a hardware guy, so we'll make it real clear. So I guess we're ready to roll when you're ready, George.
Hello, my name is John Gibbons, November 8 Oscar Bravo Juliet, and I have taken on the task of designing the low-cost personal space weather station for the National Science Foundation's ionospheric studies. The original station that I designed for this was a test coupon / prototype for my use only, which we nicknamed the Grape 1, and has been disseminated more than I wanted it to be, but I guess, well, what can I say? Anyway, what I'm going to be talking about today is the next generation, or Grape 2, which is a 4-channel version of Grape 1. And what I'm working on here today is the design of the RF front-end analog circuitry that was going to be feeding the 4 mixer channels that will be doing the low IF conversion and analysis. Now, since the ARRL TAPR DCC conference group tends to be more technical and has a lot more hobbyists in it, I decided that I was going to go through the design technique of how I actually designed the front end such that people could take away from it, possibly doing and using some of this information for their own prototyping and playing around. It's not going to be an in-depth study. I mean, I could spend easily an hour just on parameters of the transistor and all that kind of stuff, but I'm going to give it a cursory pass and try and cover as much as I can. So the basic system has the antenna coming into the input protection on the board, which is a transient voltage suppressor, basically a back-to-back Zener at 5 volts. And I chose that particular one because it only has 2 picofarads of input capacitance when it's not biased. So basically you can't see it. The SMA connector has more capacitance than that. So it's basically not there. It's obviously energy limited. So if you have a lightning strike like right next to it, it's going to blow out, but it's going to protect the input for the most part from getting zorked by the very strong local RF fields. I then feed that into the first stage, which is the gain stage of the system. I set the gain on this one to 10, or in dB terms, it's 10 dB. And then I take that output and feed 4 equal stages that it's set to 0 dB, or a gain of 1, which buffers the first stage's signal. And that feeds into a resonant filter for each of the one of the 4 resonant filters for the beacon that you're monitoring. Now, I had to do that because if you mixed all the resonant filters and just shorted them all together, you would end up with nothing useful, and everybody would be shorting everything else out at their other frequencies, so it wouldn't be very useful. Hence why I had to break it out and design this basically a 4-stage distribution amplifier. So let's start with the basic topology of an NPN common emitter transistor amplifier. You start here, you have Q1. It has a collector resistor tied to the plus VCC rail, and it has an emitter resistor tied to ground. This sets up sets up a gain stage such that the gain is equal to minus, and I'll get to that in a second, it's HFE, and with capital F and capital E, that's the DC beta for the transistor, times the R sub C collector resistance divided by 1 plus the DC beta times the emitter resistance. And since most transistors, such as this one, has a DC beta that varies anywhere from, I believe, 80 to 300, you can make the approximation that the HFE over 1 plus HFE cancels out, and you end up with a gain of minus R sub C over R sub E. Now, to bias this thing into an operating point that is in the linear region, you want to set it up such that the collector voltage is not in saturation or in depletion and shut off. So you have to bias it such that it's actively pulling on the collector resistor. You do this by adding 2 base resistors, and you choose their value and ratios such that you get the correct collector current to give the operating point for V out. Now, some observations you can make immediately is that the input impedance looking in from the VN terminal is equal to RB1 in parallel with RB2 in parallel with 1 plus beta R sub E. And this term here comes from the fact that Q1 has current gain, so it makes R sub E look larger than it really is because of the gain. The output impedance looking in from V out into the output, from the output into the collector resistor, is basically R sub C because a current source has a infinite impedance. So the output resistance is basically R sub C. Now, the important thing to note here is that the first stage of the gain chain, or the gain chain, sets the signal to noise ratio for the entire amplifier. And this is because this is where the raw signal is exposed to the raw noise of the first gain stage, and then that whole thing gets gained up by whatever gain you have set here. So the noise, say for example, say it's sitting at minus 90 dB, this has 10 dB a gain, so now the noise on this node is at minus 80 dB. So if you use the same transistor stage in the next stage, it has minus 90 dB versus the minus 80 that you amplified. So the minus 80 is 10 greater than the minus 90. So you don't see the noise of the second stage or the third stage because it's literally down in the noise floor of the signal that you're feeding it from the previous stage. So you have to be careful in this. You want to select Q1 and its bias points such that you get a good signal to noise ratio, a good noise performance, but you don't want to set the current too high for power dissipation reasons. So you have to figure out all of those parameters, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time going into how I chose those, but that's the basic idea. So first thing you have to do for setting the Q point is figuring out what the voltage swing is for the gain that you've chosen. And you've chosen the gain by the resistor for the collector and emitter and the Q point current. And you get that from the data sheet. And for this operation, this one likes to be somewhere between 2 and 10 milliamps. For the first iteration, I chose 7 milliamps, and then I chose a gain of 25. So RC was 250 ohms. And RCB was 100 ohms, and I had a collector current of 7 milliamps. So to get that, you have to then figure out what the voltage swing is going to be with those resistors. So the maximum voltage Q1 can be is going to be when Q1 is in shutoff, and it's basically just the resistor pulling it to +5. So the maximum alpha will be 5 volts. To figure out the minimum voltage is when Q1 is in saturation and RC is basically tied to RE by the collector being tied to the emitter. So you basically just substitute a piece of wire here and you end up with a voltage divider whose output voltage is R sub E divided by the sum of R sub E plus R sub C times the supply voltage, which in my case is 5 volts, and that sets the minimum voltage. So to get a symmetrical swing and to prevent clipping on one side or the other for the maximum gain of this stage to operate for its fullest dynamic range, is you want to have this point centered between the highest voltage and the lowest voltage that the collector can go to. So what you do is you take the V out max and V out min, you average the two, you end up with a voltage that's halfway between those two, and then that is going to be your operating voltage point for the collector voltage for your Q point. So then you go off and plug in some values for RB1 and RB2. You can do the Thevenin equivalent of this and then go through and do the analysis. But the problem is RB1 and RB2 are discrete values for 1% values for the resistors you're going to be able to buy. So what I typically do is get the resistors close, and I plug this into LT Spice. And by using known values in the 1% decade sequence, you can pick an RB1 and an RB2 to give you the exact voltage you're looking for your quiescent point. So are we done yet? No. This is your basic common emitter gain stage that you would get in Circuits 1 class. But we need to do something a little special here to make it more useful for us. We're actually going to create an AC gain stage with the output collector and emitter resistors such that we can change things without moving the quiescent point. And the way you do that is you break the collector resistor into 2 resistors whose sum is equal to the original collector resistor you calculated for the Q point. You also do the same for the emitter resistors. You break it into 2 and you have the sum of these 2 equal the original emitter resistance that you calculated for the Q point. So when you change RC1 and RE1, you would then correspondingly change RE2 and RC2 to keep this criteria met. So when you change the actual AC gain, the DC gain of the Q point doesn't change at all. And you isolate them by adding some capacitors in here, whose the RC time constant sets where the poles are. And this basically at operating frequency shorts out and does not allow this point to wiggle. So this now looks like the new VCC. And this looks like the new V or V ground. So now your collector and emitter can swing with a gain of minus RC1 over RE1 for your gain, for your AC gain. So now you can change the gain of the stage, and by tweaking the outside resistors here such that you meet this criteria here, you keep the DC operating point the same. You don't have to go back and recalculate all of this. So now you have a gain stage where you can you can choose at will what the AC gain is without moving the cue point. So now for the next stage, we add a couple of in-series capacitors for the signal coming in and the signal going out, such that we do not perturb the cue point or operating DC bias point of this stage for the input or the output. So now the AC coupling allows the signal to flow through, but it doesn't mess up the cue point operation of the base of the collector with the previous or stage after it. And then of course you had a bypass cap on the supply rail to help isolate each of these gain stages from each other to keep it operational. So that is basically how I designed the RF building block for each of the gain stages. Now remember, I had talked about this original thing here where you were looking at the simplistic model of R sub B over R sub E as the gain, in which case with the AC gain, it's really, oops, come on, here we go, RE1, I'm sorry, RC1 over RE1 ends up being what this is for the gain for that. So this is how you would then set up your gains for the stage gain calculations. I then feed the output of this into a resonant filter. The 0 dB gain stage feeds V in. And I'm playing a little trick here. It's basically a transformer operation where I make this capacitor 9 times the size of this one. And since in resonance mode, the two capacitors form a Thevenin equivalent capacitor that the inductor sees, and then you set that frequency equal to the beacon frequency, so it resonates at the beacon frequency, or the frequency of interest that we're working at. But the trick with this is that at resonance, there's a circulating current here, and this current in this leg has to be the same in this leg and this leg and this leg because it's circulating in a circle here. And I'm taking advantage of the fact that for current in a capacitor is equal to the capacitance times dV over dt. Now, the capacitors are different, but the time is the same. The dt time is the same. So the currents to be equal, that means the dV has to change to keep the dV times C equal for the resonance circuit. So your currents are basically the same in the same node. So what happens is that the voltage across this capacitor swing has to go up by a factor of 9 to equal this swing. So I get a voltage increase here at resonance. So I take the V in and I actually get a gain of 10 here for the resonance point to feed V out. Now this is looking at the first stage. This is the power supply. It's a LT17161, which is reverse polarity protected. So if you put minus 12 volts across here, I've tried it, you end up pushing about, I think 100 microamps reverse current. It doesn't hurt this at all, and it's happy as a clam to do that. So there's no input protection needed on this particular part. That feeds this, and then I have my required bright LED, which I did dim down this time. And going in and looking a little bit closer here, you see the input protection resistor for the input. So I bleed off any static charge that might be building up on the antenna so it doesn't attract lightning. This is my TVS diode. It then goes through the AC coupling capacitor of 0.1 microfarad to the input stage, gets gained up. And as you have just learned, you look at R4 over R5. So we have basically 250 divided by 25. So that's 10. It's an inverting gain, so we have a gain of minus 10 for this stage. Or if you look at it in dB, it's a gain of 10 dB. We then feed that RF drive signal through more isolation capacitors. Again, they're all 0.1s, feeding the exact same architecture here, only I've chosen these resistors this time to be 49.9 and 49.9. So I have a gain of 50 over 50, or a gain of 1. Again, it's inverting, so you get a gain of minus 1. And then the output impedance looking into this RF output terminal into this guy here is actually 50 ohms. So the output impedance looks like 50 ohms coming out of each antenna jack. But the one thing I want to mention is that this transistor I chose here has a gain bandwidth product of 7 gigahertz, or 7 times 10 to the 9th. And you would think, oh, that's way more than we ever could possibly ever need. Well, the problem is that the gain bandwidth product operating at 10 megahertz with a gain of 10 in this stage. So we have 7 times 10 to the 9th divided by 10 to the 7th for 10 megahertz, at least 700. You divide that by a gain of 10, we now have a leftover gain of 70. And what that gain is responsible for is keeping the accuracy of this stage in terms of tracking the input voltage to the output voltage, and is also responsible for the phase accuracy. So the first stage sets the performance of the entire system. And I have, even with a 7 gigahertz transistor, I only have an open loop overhead gain available to me of 70, which is about a 1.4% error, or 0.014 error that this thing can maintain guaranteed that it's with its specifications, which is kind of surprising, but not really. Once you've worked with these transistors long enough, you realize what's going on. The next stage here, the gain bandwidth product again is going to be 7 gigahertz, but this stage here runs into a little bit of a different restriction in that the gain bandwidth product at 10 megahertz doesn't set its limiting factor. Since this signal is now amplified more, the voltage swing on the collector here is larger, and the limiting factor of this stage now becomes the ability of this transistor with its available current on the collector to be able to slew fast enough with the increased voltage swing on the collector here. So you no longer have the small signal gain beta operating here. You actually are in a slew rate limitation of the transistor, and that's what you don't no longer have the 7 gigahertz, now limited by your Q point and the ability of this point here to slew the output impedance it's seeing on the output node. This is the first prototype of the board. You can see here, this is the front end transistor. These are the collector resistors. These are the emitter resistors. The output comes along and feeds this trace along the center, which is called RF drive. And you can see it only feeds 4 capacitors, C5, C17, C11, and C23, which are the 4 input capacitors for the 4 buffer amps, which then feed and have a gain of 1. This is the base resistors, and these are the collector resistors. And you'll notice that none of the stages have the capacitor I put in there that allows you to roll things off. And the reason I did that is you want to keep the decade gain roll off farther enough away that it doesn't screw up the phase. So, but that's basically the board. You pump that into a VNA, and you can see that my design criteria shows that the input 0 is roughly at 18 kilohertz, where you're 3 dB down right here at 18 kilohertz. It then goes up to its flat gain, and then it rolls off and have 3 dB down at roughly 73 megahertz. So this is good from 18 kilohertz to 73 megahertz. Now, if we change all of the 0.1 caps in series with this string on this stage here and all the subsequent stages, if you move these all to 10 microfarad, you end up moving this 0 back a decade. So now it goes to 1.8 kilohertz, which then would be very nice for the VLF guys if they want to use this for their amplifiers. So just about run out of time. So if there are any questions, please ask them now. And I have one correction to make on the presentation. I mentioned a 10 microfarad capacitor. It really should have been a 1 microfarad to bring you back a decade. If you put a 10 microfarad in there, the pole moves back to 180 hertz. So I didn't want to have to record the 20-minute presentation to correct that. The other thing is you'll notice there's missing resistors on the base leads. I was relying on the hybrid pi model to give me what I'm after, but I'm going to be adding resistance in there for a little bit more protection and linearization of the stages. So with that, I will take questions.
So John, very good. We have a question asking if the board on OSH Park and the BOM will be available for the distribution amp.
Yeah, you sort of saw through my devious intention of this. This prototype of the 4 amplifiers is actually turning into a distribution amp for Nathaniel and for Bill Engelke. to run their herd of SDR receivers. It's a receive only, but if you have more than one SDR receiver and one antenna, you need something like this to run it. So this is what the board is intended for. Once I make one more mod to it, like I said, I've run it through the VNA and I'm almost happy with the performance. I got a few more things I can tweak. The first stage noise performance to get a little bit better. Right now I'm getting a noise figure of 3.1, and I think I can drop that down by 2 if I change the bias point a little bit, but I want to see what it does to the bandwidth. So it's a pretty decent noise performing preamp. It's actually running all 3 of my grape nodes right now. And as you would expect, it only increased the noise floor exactly by 10 dB as I had hoped. It didn't add any noise that I could see. So I'm quite pleased with it. But like I say, it's when that comes, there's about 100 parts on this board, and it has the dreaded D1.
The dreaded D1, yes.
But if you solder the 3rd pin first, you put a little dot on the pad for pin 3, and you hold the soldering iron on that pad and you slide the part into that and have it grab the pin, that one pin on the one side. The other 2 pins you just touch, and that's the way I solder them. And I found that's the easiest way to do it. And I will agree with Bob Bennett that if you hold an LED on a tip of soldering iron, it melts the living daylights out of it, and it becomes a black LED. I've done that before, so yeah.
So when will you begin accepting orders for Grape 2 hardware is the question.
Right now, I'm in the process of laying out the initial board that houses the N08 U-Blocks GPS unit, the 4 A to D channels, and I'm going to get that to Bob to start writing code. And then I'm going to add the header and drive circuitry to talk to the magnetometers, and then that will be put on. And I'm also going to have to then put on this board with the mixers and then the 4 channels of synthesis to create the 4 frequencies for the mixing. So I've got a bit of work to do, but now that I've got some software support that I've never had before, and I'm really grateful to Bob for this. I cannot thank him enough because it frees me up to actually do my hardware design, because I've been fighting with trying to keep things going on both ends. So now I've been freed up immensely. So I'm really excited about this. And Bob is top notch. I mean, close your ears, Bob, but you're phenomenal. I mean, the work I've seen him do so far is like, wow, this is an answer to a dream. So
right, good.
But hopefully by the end of the year, to answer your question.
By the end of the year? Okay.
Yeah. But I'm really intending to have these made rather than have people build them.
Okay.
For the Grape 2.
Well, we can talk about if TAPR wants to do that too. If it's SMT,
exactly.
It's much better having an A&T board because it costs about the same as buying all the parts and trying to kit them. So basically,
we'll be
get the assembly for free.
Yeah. And maybe I'll talk with TAPR if we want to make a distribution of this preamp, 4-channel preamp thing too. Maybe we could do something like that. That's down the road.
Okay. And another question is, how sharp are the resonant filters? And he's thinking about receiving CHU or other time standard stations.
And that was the one design criteria that was not optimized in Grape 1, the center frequency of those resonant filters. They're close and they're good enough, but when you get off frequency, I'm planning on using the 2.5 filter to grab CHU 3.33. So I'm going to optimize it and sort of get them both in that filter. I'm going to be using most likely the 10 megahertz WWV to grab the 7.85 CHU signal. And
so it's wide enough to do that?
To do that. And then the 15 megahertz WWV will be grabbing the 14.67 CHU. So that's my game plan at this point.
Okay.
So I'm still in the process of designing those filters, so I cannot answer the question how sharp they are, but they're going to be wide enough to accept what we're after, but narrow enough to be able to get the performance we're looking for.
Okay. Because in general, you need them pretty narrow, don't you? Because you're looking at very small deviations.
Exactly. Well, that, and it helps reduce the noise floor on the outsides and the interference and makes the measurements easier. The danger I have now with this active preamp in the front is I've now got a BJT looking at the antenna terminal instead of the resonant filter. So I've got chances for overload, AM rectification, and all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to have to deal with that. So I'm a little worried about that. I understand the design criteria to have to knock that out. I may have to put a pre-filter on there to knock some of that stuff out. So.
Okay, so are you going to use? Yeah, so are you planning to build some number of prototypes, or because you basically have got just a couple built right now, right?
Yeah, I got 3 built now. 2 of them are going to go out, like I say, to Bill and Nathaniel for some extended testing. But the second prototype should be coming very shortly because it's just a small tweak to add what I'm looking at and to get it rolling. So prototypes of the distribution amp I'm expecting to have working by the end of October. But I haven't decided. I will have to talk about if we want to release this, if people actually want to build it. It's basically the same level of difficulty as the Grape 1, same parts. I don't use a lot more parts. There's more of them. I do not use any resistors or capacitors or inductors smaller than 0805, so you can actually grip them with a pair of tweezers. But my hands were tied on the RF protection diode.
Your tweezers are just too big, that's all.
I acknowledge that the RF protection diode is small, but I grabbed that because of the performance of it and what it did. So.
Well, so you're saying you don't want to use anything bigger than 0805 because of performance issues? Is that what you just said?
Not so much that, it's the size. Because I have to fit this on. I'm planning on this board being a piggyback board that has the 4 frequencies coming up on pins that go down to directly into the mixer board below it with all the digital frequency stuff on it, so that the RF deck is not on the same ground plane.
Separate, right? But you're using 0805 type sizes now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And I found that's a good compromise. If you go to 1206 or 1210, that's getting a little large.
I was thinking 0402s, but
no.
That's even the thing is that when you start going to sizes like that, then you can stop worrying about hand assembly because it's not going to be hand assembled. It's going to be manufactured, and that way you can shrink it way down in size.
Well, for me, the size isn't as much of an issue because the other constraints are forcing the board to be the size that it is. This particular board is 1.2 inches by 2.4 inches. So that still fits.
If you went to 0402s, how much could you shrink the board?
Probably about 50%.
Okay, but then of course it'd be almost impossible to assemble by hand.
I will not hand solder 0402s with a microscope. They're smaller than a speck of pepper, and if you sneeze, you lose them all.
Oh, I know. 0402s is my limit for hand soldering.
Yeah, I stay away from them. 0603 is about as small as I want to fight with.
Yeah, and I know our CM was telling me he wanted to do. There's a comment on here about 01005s.
No way.
And we had a CM who wanted us to use 01005s, and I asked him, "Have you done a board with those before?" And he said no, and I said, "Well, I refuse to be your guinea pig for improving your process." Because
the other issue is from the analog domain when you start going to the smaller multi-leaded or multi-layer ceramic chip caps, the dielectric they have to use for the layers is much crappier. And
that was kind of the question: is it changes the characteristics of your board when you?
Because I use COG or APO caps for the chains, and those you typically cannot get below 805s because you have to have thicker layers of the better dielectric.
Okay.
You go to 0603 or 0402, you're automatically in a Z5U or an X7R.
Oh, with undesirable dielectric, yeah.
Which is great for bypassing of a digital signal, but you get in the analog, you're going to get your head cut off.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think we're out of time. And John, we appreciate it. It's a very nice presentation.
Thank you.
And up next, we have...
Hello, my name is Steve Serwin. I'm here to talk to you today about experimental and computational methods to analyze complex Doppler behavior of ionospherically induced Doppler shifts on HF signals. Here's a synopsis of the talk. Complex and varied Doppler records have been observed on HF transmissions from WWV in Colorado to receiving station in Texas. Of particular interest is mode splitting during morning transitions between night and day, where the Doppler signature often splits into different tracks and which can suddenly manifest and disappear in response to varying solar radiation. A spectrogram of some of these effects are shown here. Here's a Doppler track which persists through the evening. During the morning transition, it rises in frequency, but at the same time, the second mode splits off higher in frequency, and yet a third mode manifests with very, very low Doppler shift. This paper presents data from experiments and analytical techniques designed to understand these effects. The data supports the premise that some of the observed mode splitting can come from different path length velocities associated with single and multiple hop modes as a consequence of changing ionization layer height. Supporting data sets include a comparison of time of flight measurements to ray trace simulations and data predicted by a geometric model for single and multi-hop modes. Comparisons of Doppler shifts calculated from ionoson data to measure Doppler shifts, comparisons of layer heights changes calculated from measured Doppler shifts to ionoson data, and correlation of abruptly manifesting modes with ionoson data and with IRI ray trace programs that show rays on the very cusp of escape into space and refractions back to Earth. Here's the hypothesis. Our observed Doppler mode splitting can be caused by different path velocities between modes with different number of hops during times of changing layer height. The pictorial on the left depicts 1 and 2 hop modes from the F layer and a 1 hop mode for the E layer. On the right is a spectrogram of Doppler shifts observed during a morning transition showing mode splitting. For a fixed ground distance between the transmitter and receiver, the propagation path is a function of ionization layer height and number of hops. Multiple hop modes have a longer total path length, which increases with number of hops. As a common ionization layer descends during a morning transition, the multiple hop modes undergo more total change in path length. Since the changes for all modes happen in the same amount of time, the rate of path change, or path velocity, increases according to number of hops. Doppler shift scales with path velocity, so the Doppler tracks diverge according to velocity to create the mode splitting. In the pre-dawn hours before 1300 Zulu in the spectrogram, propagations by a 1 hop mode from a relatively stable F layer. As the sun comes up, the F layer starts descending, causing a positive Doppler shift. At 1330 Zulu, sufficient ionization exists to support the higher angle of propagation required for the 2 hop mode, causing it to manifest abruptly with correspondingly more Doppler shift. A single hop mode with little Doppler shift also manifests about this time as the E layer is established. So what we believe is that this is the 1 hop mode off the F layer, this is from the 2 hop mode off the F layer, and this is a 1 hop mode off of the E layer. This is the multiple hop geometry and a simplified model used to do the Doppler to height calculations and time of flight analyses. The ray trace simulation on the left shows multiple simultaneous propagation modes are possible during a morning transition. The simplified virtual height model on the right focuses only on 1, 2, and 3 hop modes that are assumed to come from a common F layer. This is an attempt to correlate observed Doppler data with the simplest possible mechanism. It is changes in path length that drive Doppler, and this model provides a means to relate path length to layer height. Layer height can be independently predicted by ray trace modeling and spot checked by ionoson data. This slide shows the virtual height model with path length formulas on the left. On the right are predicted times of flight for 1, 2, and 3 hop modes from Fort Collins, Colorado to near San Antonio, Texas. It's a 1,350 kilometer ground distance. The total path length, and therefore the time of flight, increases with the number of hops as a function of layer height. As the common reflection layer changes height over a given time span, the multiple hop modes have more absolute change in path length in the same amount of time, and so they change path length faster. And this is reflected in the slopes, these slopes of the time of flight data. Times of flight from WWV to WDA5 FRF in Texas were measured during a morning transition in January of 2020. The measured time of flight is plotted on the left as a function of UTC time as a scatter plot, where these time of flight measurements naturally formed in the layers according to number of hops. This is shown on the left. The times of flight decrease with time because ionization lowers during a morning transition. The measured data can be compared to model predictions on the right by first flipping cents to match the ascending layer height used for the model predictions, and then adjusting the chart scale for best fit, as I've shown here. Good correlation occurred when the onset of the morning transition at 1200 Zulu was matched up with a layer height near 300 kilometers. Spot checks of individual time of flight measurements gave good agreement with FARLAP and PropLab Pro ray trace predictions for this date. These are 1 and 2 hop path lengths calculated for the 1350 kilometer ground range using HMF2 ionoson data. On the left is raw and smooth HMF2 ionoson data. Ionoson HMF2 data plots the height of the F2 layer as a function of time of day. This entire 24-hour day is shown here. On the right are the path lengths for 1 and 2 hop modes calculated using the relationships developed in that geometric model. Note the large difference in path lengths, and in particular, the much larger change in path length over time for the 2 hop compared to the 1 hop mode. Here, the 2 hop mode has to change path length by 200 kilometers, whereas the 1 hop mode changes by only 60 kilometers. The rate of change in path length during transitions between night and day is what gives rise to Doppler shifts. Because the 2 hop mode undergoes a larger path length change in the same amount of time, it has a faster path velocity and occurs more Doppler shift. This is believed to be the root cause of mode splitting. Doppler shift calculations from ionoson HMF2 data for 1 and 2 hop modes actually predict mode splitting if you take the different path lengths into account. On the left is raw and interpolated HMF2 data from the Boulder ionoson. The calculated Doppler tracks showing mode splitting are shown on the right. First, the interpolated HMF2 data is used with the 1 and 2 hop formulas from the virtual height model to calculate path lengths. Then the time rate of change of path length, or dp/dt, is used to calculate path velocity for the 2 modes. Finally, the velocity curves are converted to Doppler shift from the usual formulas. Frequency dependencies of the index of refraction are not taken into account in this discussion. Calculation based on the geometric model predicts mode splitting, where Doppler data splits into separate overtone-related tracks, and this data is qualitatively consistent with observations. Spectrogram data recorded with Spectrum Lab software were digitized and converted to spreadsheet format to calculate the height changes corresponding to observed Doppler shifts. Raw spectrogram data is on the left, and the digitized version used for the spreadsheet calculations is shown on the right. The assumed 1 and 2 hop modes shown in blue and orange are used with their respective path length formulas that are rearranged to solve for layer height. This data is then compared to HMF2 ionoson data to test the multiple hop theory. These are the layer height profiles that are calculated from Doppler data. The profiles were calculated using the 1 and 2 hop relationships between path length and layer height with the corresponding measured Doppler tracks. Of significance is that the separate layer height calculations for the very different Doppler tracks gave nearly the same answer for the layer height profile. The process was first to convert Doppler frequency to path velocity, calculate the change in path length through a cumulative sum integration of velocity profile, convert path length to layer height change using a geometric model, and use a starting height at a given time obtained from ionoson or a ray trace simulation to establish an absolute height profile. Because the process of mathematical integration loses the absolute zero reference, a starting height must be obtained from another source. In this case, it was from an IRI simulation provided by Christina Collins. Here's a comparison of the layer height calculated from Doppler with that data measured by the Boulder ionoson. So this is the Boulder HMF2 data for the day the data was acquired. The height profile plots calculated from observed Doppler were scaled in time and amplitude to match those in the ionoson plot so they could be directly overlaid for comparison. And here they are. Both the 1 and 2 hop derived layer height profiles match up very well with time, but only approximately in amplitude. The data, therefore, can be considered qualitative and that the analysis overestimated the amplitude of the height change. Possible causes include frequency uncertainty in the receiver, since we had no GPS discipline oscillator at the time, oversimplifications in the geometric model, and neglecting the frequency dependencies of the ionosphere. The effects of a pre-dawn traveling ionospheric disturbance are evident in the Doppler-derived data, but not in the ionoson data. Another possible factor is the very different geographic locations between Boulder and where the apogee of the propagation path actually was. An eclipse produces a rapid change in solar radiation that momentarily modifies layer height, which in turn produces Doppler shifts. It provides a change in illumination similar to night and day, except it's more compressed in both time and distance. This provides a good platform to compare height changes calculated from observed Doppler shift and actual ionoson data. These maps show relative locations of the eclipse path of totality, the WWV 10 megahertz transmitter, and the receiver location, which was at WA9 VNJ's QTH in Milwaukee. It also shows where the Boulder ionoson is. The path of totality actually transected the propagation path for this test. Here is the actual data. The effects of the 2017 eclipse were used to deduce the associated layer height changes so that we could compare it to ionoson data. On the left is the raw data that was provided by Steve Ryer, WA9 VNJ. The first step in the analysis was to estimate the actual Doppler shift envelope from this sparsely populated data set. And here you see the smooth curve here. Relative height change then was calculated through this process. 1, convert Doppler frequency to path velocity. 2, calculate change in path length through a cumulative sum integration of velocity profile. 3, convert the path length change to layer change using the geometric model. And this produces a Gaussian-shaped bell curve for layer height, shown here. So the passage of an eclipse shadow produces a dimming in sunlight following by a return to full brightness. This results in this bell-shaped trajectory in the ionization height profile. The Doppler shift scales with path velocity, which is the time rate of change or the derivative of path length. The resulting Doppler track, repeated here, is this S-shaped curve, which swings negative at first in response to the rate of height increase, that's in here, a zero crossing as height quits ascending and starts to descend. There's the zero crossing. And that's followed by a positive swing as the layer comes back down. In essence, the Doppler track follows the speed of path length change caused by the change in layer height. Here's a comparison between change in layer height calculated from the Doppler shift and HMF2 measured by the Boulder ionoson. So shown are the Boulder ionoson HMF2 records for a control day. That's the blue trace over here. And on the day of the eclipse, that's the brown trace. Note the momentary rise in layer height near 1700 Zulu. This is the effect of the eclipse. It's present in eclipse day and not present in the control day. The layer height profile from Doppler was scaled to match the ionoson plot in both axes so that we could directly overlay them. And here's the overlay. So this scale factor in time matches the scale factor here, and this scale factor in height matches the scale factor over there. The time of day had to be adjusted left to right to get best fit, and this was to account for the time difference between the Boulder ionoson and the path apogee. Boulder's about 720 kilometers rather west of apogee, or almost a full time zone. The layer height profile calculated from Doppler showed good correlation in both amplitude and duration, however, once we corrected for the time offset. One way to identify a return from the E layer in this data set is by their characteristically low Doppler shift. 2 reasons for low Doppler shift from the E layer are shown. On the left are HMF2 and HME ionoson data plotted on the same graph. The E layer shows small height changes compared to the F layer. Whereas the F layer wanders over a height range of about 50 kilometers from mid-trace to the end of the day, the E layer changes are only about 10 kilometers. Very, very much smaller. Besides the comparatively stable height profile compared to the F layer, geometric changes shown over here on the right further reduce the path length changes from the already small height variations. Changes in path length start out small for low layer heights and progressively increase as layer height increases. This curve plots the propagation path length versus apogee height. The slope of this curve gives the rate of change in path length with layer height. Note that at an E layer height of around 100 kilometers, the slope is only about a third what it is up here at the F layer height of 300 kilometers. Both effects combine to yield a relatively small Doppler shift for any return from the E layer. Another identifier for E layer returns can be obtained by correlating the abrupt manifestation of a low Doppler shift mode in the spectrogram with the appearance of the E layer in ionoson data. Note the E layer is not present over here during the morning and evening transitions. The straight line here means no data. The appearance of the E layer in ionoson data can be correlated with sudden manifestation of low Doppler shift data in a spectrogram to help identify E layer modes. Here's a hypothesized explanation for abrupt mode manifestations. Shown here are correlations between a ray trace program in the upper left, a morning spectrogram in the lower middle, and ionoson data in the upper right. Ionoson data is showing FOF2 and FOE for both Boulder and Austin ionosons. Two abrupt mode manifestations are highlighted here and here. The sudden appearance of the two-hop mode, we call this the two-hop mode here, is theorized to happen because the mode must wait for the increase in ionization occurring during the morning transition to reach a level sufficient to support the required high-angle radiation. Prior to this time, high-angle rays simply escape into space, as shown on this ray trace diagram. The FOF2 ionoson data over here can be used as an indicator of when conditions are favorable for high-angle propagation, and that's because these show the highest frequency which a ray at vertical incidence can be returned to Earth. So they're a good indicator that high angle modes are supported, and multiple hop modes require high angles. The sudden appearance of the one hop E layer mode down here in the spectrogram can be correlated with a similarly abrupt appearance of the E layer in the HME and the FOE ionoson data. The times don't match up exactly. One possible reason for the difference is a difference in signal amplitude between the different propagation modes. The angle of propagation is vertical for the ionoson, but is at grazing incidence for the low angle skywave path that was used in the spectrogram data. As ionization increases through the morning transition, the low angle mode comes in before the vertical ionoson mode. So here's a summary of our supporting evidence for our theorized mode splitting. Once again, here's a snippet of a spectrogram. This is the F layer during the nighttime. Morning comes up, there's a positive swing in this mode. We think this is one hop from the F2 layer. At apart midway through the transition, there's this higher order mode that manifests abruptly. We think that's two hops off the F2 layer. And finally, here's this low shift mode, which comes from the E layer. Here's a summary of why we think this. For the 1 and 2 hop F2, time of flight experiments confirmed simultaneous reception of multiple hop modes that showed times of flight consistent with the geometric model and with ray trace predictions. Calculating 1 and 2 hop morning Doppler from ionoson data predicted mode splitting. Calculating layer height profiles from measured Doppler data gave results generally consistent with ionoson data. And the different formulas for 1 and 2 hop modes gave nearly the same layer height profile when used with the corresponding Doppler track data. The abrupt manifestation of the 2 hop F2 mode partway through the morning transition is consistent with the delayed opening of the required high angle of propagation required And this is predicted by FOF2 ionoson data and ray trace programs. For the E layer, the ionoson data shows that the E layer undergoes little height change with changing solar radiation. Additionally, because of the lower altitude, height changes in the E layer result in only about a third of the path length change as the equivalent change in the F layer. Therefore, the E layer returns are characterized by small Doppler shifts. Ionoson data shows the E layer disappeared at night, reappeared at dawn. This is consistent with the abrupt manifestation of the mode partway through the dawn transition of night into day. And this concludes our talk. We should have time now for some questions.
Thank you very much, Steve. And let's see, what do we have for questions here? The virtual layer height approach seems to treat the layer as though there's a shiny reflective surface. Why doesn't the signal spread in time as a distribution over a continuum of path lengths within some range?
Can you hear me, Scotty?
Yes.
I believe it does to some extent. My understanding of why the layers change to begin with, it's not so much, physical motion of atoms. It's not like the vertical wind that goes up and down. It's actually the movement of which atoms get ionized and which don't. And that's driven by a kind of a balance between the ionizing rays from the sun and recombination. And recombination scales with atmospheric density. When you're real high, the atoms are far apart. So when they get ionized, the electrons and nuclei are separated by some distance. It takes them a long time to get back together. But when you're low, the density is higher. So they recombine very, very quickly. So for example, with the eclipse passage, as the shadow approaches and the sunlight dims, the lower regions recombine quickly and the upper regions more slowly. The net effect is the effective ionization rises as the recombination depletes the ionization from below going up. And that, of course, increases the path lengths and gives you negative Doppler. When the sun comes back on the other side of totality and things start to brighten, all regions start to reionize. But again, because of the high recombination rate at the lower altitudes, that retards what the effective ionization actually is. But the upper regions, they ionize and stay ionized. So the result is the ionization layer descends as the lower regions eventually get into equilibrium. So this is a simplistic, or the way I understand it anyway. But I'm sure that there are variations. And if you look at those Doppler curves, there are fluctuations in them. And in particular, Steve Ryer's data showed a great deal of spikiness.
Okay, very good. And I think Phil has a question. You want to go ahead and ask your question, Phil?
Sure. Hi, everybody. I'm sorry. I tried to use the Q&A, but it didn't seem to let me type a question. I don't know why. Steve, I just was curious if you had done any poking around at a sensitivity study of what the effect was. You're using parameters from the Boulder ionoson, which is, of course, not necessarily at the refraction point of the rays that you're talking about. And I wondered if you had any thoughts about how sensitive the results were to the offset of those particular ionospheric parameters from the real place that the ray is refracting.
I believe you're right on the money there, Phil. I have looked at both the Boulder ionoson, which is at the north end of this track, and also at the Austin, Texas ionoson, which is pretty much in the south end. And they give different results. Okay. I've even tried averaging the two to try and come up with what might be the case in the middle, and I just don't think the ionosphere behaves those rules that well. In fact, one of the experiments I'd like to try is to get a couple of hams, either mobile or positioned correctly, and run a link over the top of an ionoson. For example, from where I am near San Antonio to Texas A&M University, apogee is just about right over the Austin ionoson. So I really like to study the question you asked in more detail if we get that experiment going.
Right. Yeah, thanks. That would be an important sort of sensitivity study, because sadly the world is not populated with ionosons, much as we'd like it to be.
Right.
Not yet.
Nope, not yet.
Okay, any other questions? Let's see, I guess David has a comment. So there's a certain gradient necessary in the ionized particle field for the reflection to take place. And he says that makes sense. Is that correct assumption?
Yes, it is. And that is what physically I believe what really and truly happens. And the model that I used is the virtual height simplification that says, okay, I'm going to ignore this graded thing and go with the real curved ray path, and instead consider straight rays that bounce off of a mirror. And that assumption let me do these calculations, which I could not have otherwise do. But David is correct. That is the more exact explanation of how a ray refracts rather than reflects from the ionosphere.
But to try to simulate that gradient necessary would be beyond the scope of what you could be able to do.
It's certainly beyond the scope of what I could do.
Okay. And we had a couple questions that Phil answered already. Maybe you want to comment on the international reference, the IRI International Reference Ionosphere, an empirical monthly median model of ionospheric electron density.
Right.
Did you want to comment on that, or maybe Phil?
Just a clarification for those people who haven't worked with it before. It is a series of mathematical representations of what the ionosphere might look like. And it's done, as Steve knows, by boiling down a whole lot of things like ionoson data and kind of averaging them over a month and doing a median average. And then you can run it with various parameters like solar flux and whatever. But it's important to remember that an IRI is just that, an empirical model that's heavily smoothed. So the data that Steve was using was a little preferable because it's from an actual ionoson, which is probing what the parameters were at the time. And the last thing for people to remember about these results is that an eclipse is decidedly not a monthly median event. So for example, for the eclipse data, you really just have to use whatever you can find about what was actually being measured.
Okay, and there was one other clarification that you made about a traveling ionospheric disturbance. Because I think Steve referred to a TID and you were just defining it for him.
Right. So traveling ionospheric disturbances form space weather. This is the variability that in fact was causing some of the path differences that Steve was showing, kind of like as a function of time. They're launched by various processes in the ionosphere, auroral energy input, which causes some heating and throws waves along, coupling to the lower atmosphere, various other internal processes. And they form the weather that the community is trying to study and at least understand. Weather is, of course, different from climate. So you can think of the IRI model as representing sort of the climate. And then you can think of TIDs as representing the weather on top of the climate.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead, Alex.
Well, I was just wondering, like you noticed that there were gaps in your data. Do you think that those holes could be caused by earthquakes? Or did you ever look at that possibility?
Earthquakes.
Yes.
I have heard anecdotally of correlations between earthquakes and radio propagation, but I honestly know nothing about it.
Okay, well, you should watch my show. I give a presentation on Saturday at 9 o'clock. You should really watch that. I think it would open up some new ideas for your research.
Okay,
I look forward to
thank you. We have one more time for one more quick question. Gary is asking might your work lead to improved propagation prediction accuracy? It seems the understanding of mode splitting could be another input to the statistical models used for predictions.
Well, yeah, it helped me because I would look at these ionosons. I mean this data, Doppler data, because I started doing this with trying to do better at frequency measuring tests that the ARRL puts on. Fortunately, they stay away from these radical movement times, but if you want to do frequency measuring things, you really do have to understand how the ionosphere can change frequency. Certainly, the more you understand how the waves propagate, you're quite correct. You can certainly do better predictions in other parts of propagation.
Okay, thank you, Steve. We're ready for the next presentation. So again, thank you. And we'll move on to Phil Erickson. Fire away, George.
Hello, this is Phil Erickson from MIT Haystack. It's nice to be at TAPR DCC virtually. And in this talk, I'm going to show you or remind everybody that the ionosphere is not a smooth thing and has many variations that are the subject of frontier science studies, and that in the HAMSci Collective, the personal space weather station, specifically Doppler measurements, such as done by the GRAPE pilot project, can be analyzed to reveal some of those ionospheric variations, but the method of doing that is something that needs a little more thought, and so I thought I'd give you a couple of demonstrations of that in this talk. Thanks to Ethan Miller, K8GU, and Nathaniel, W2NAF, my colleague Chunrong Zhang at Haystack, and the entire CASE GRAPE Personal Space Weather Station project for concepts. So one day in the life of the ionosphere actually is a complicated beast. Conditions are very different from location to location at one instant in time and then change as a function of time. And this animated map here, for example, shows you 24 hours in the life of the ionosphere over latitude and longitude. The color scale is a log of the total number of electrons in a column above the pixel. And you can see there's a lot of variability in here, which is forming space weather. Just like weather near the ground, this particular variation forms weather in near-Earth space, and that is the subject of professional studies and also applications of space weather. This directly affects radio propagation because radio propagation, especially at HF frequencies, is highly refracted by the magnetoionic nature of this plasma, and those variations cause variations in those propagation paths, which in fact affect, for example, amateur radio signals. From science studies, there are many waves that go along in the ionosphere, and those cause some variability. One that we've been talking about a number of times is traveling ionospheric disturbances, or TIDs, and they happen quite a bit, especially at mid-latitudes where most of the world's population is located. Some examples on the left here are TID-driven undulations in the bottom side ionospheric electron density, in this case collected from Reverse Beacon Network and WhisperNet continental US HF amateur observations in aggregate sense from this Frizzell et al. Paper, identifying wavelengths. And on the right-hand side are data from the Millstone Hill ionospheric radar on the left column and GNSS derived TEC maps, where these are differential maps. And for example, in the top plot here, you can see great oscillations with similar to these TIDs in the peak electron density value from the Millstone Hill radar. And the bottom plots show you vertical velocity variations, fairly violent ones up and down, and even east-west velocity variations due to electrodynamic forcing of the upper atmosphere. So a good demonstration that the ionosphere has a lot of variability that we could profitably measure and study. We can do that by using a transmission of opportunity, in this case, the National Institute of Standards and Technology's Time and Frequency Services Division. Part of its mission is to disseminate accurate time and frequency to the US population. And it does that, and has for over 100 years now, by using these stations WWV, WWVH, and WWVB. For this talk, we'll concentrate on the WWV stations in Fort Collins, Colorado. And in particular, these are done at a number of HF frequencies, which again are highly refracted by the ionosphere. So we have a very coherent signal going in. We can look at the variations as received in another location and try to figure out what the ionosphere is doing. Looking at a dynamic spectrogram of what this particular frequency spectrum is of that WWV signal, it does many different things, and so there's a lot of complicated structure. We're going to be concentrating on the AM constant carrier of the transmission, which, due to the nature of amplitude modulation, has 50% of the total transmitter power and is a constant tone. So that's a very nice constant tone that we can sense for ionospherically induced changes. This, by the way, is the 5 megahertz signal transmitted from Fort Collins and received at Point Reyes, California, on the coast. If we measure that at a number of different stations, which is what the Personal Space Weather Station project is trying to do, and we analyze them not individually, but as a joint process, applying what we know about ionospheric propagation, we can do that as a scientific meta-instrument that is created literally in software. And the precision of the transmission is the key enabler for this distributed ionospheric variability modeling over the United States. But the question is how to do that. Just as a reminder of what Doppler shift is, a Doppler shift really is the change of the path, the phase path of the signal from transmitter to receiver as a function of time. And for example, frequency, of course, is defined by counting a wavefront set in a given time. We know that wavefronts are conserved. So if from this top to this bottom, path gets longer, the wavefronts take longer to arrive to count the same number of wavefronts, you end up getting a lower frequency. And that's what we're going to sense. An example from the GRAPE pilot personal space weather station from the end of August of this year on the East Coast, listening to WWV in Colorado. I want you to focus on the black curve here, which is the Doppler shift of the AM carrier, measured in units of hertz, as you see on the left-hand side here. And you'll notice that there's both short-term variability, which is a challenge to understand, but there is also long-term variability over the course of a day. We're going to focus on that for this talk. The red curve, of course, contains other information like fading of the signal, but we're going to concentrate on the Doppler shift measurements. So how do we interpret those? There is a mathematical model, for example, of potential causes for the Doppler shift we see. This is from a work from Chilcote et al. In 2015, and there's some, he references, of course, earlier people who thought about this. If you assume that a particular layer in the ionosphere is parabolic, you can write down this model for what might cause the Doppler shift we measure. Term A is variations of electron density value in place. So the electron density increases everywhere, including at the peak, but the same height and shape results. Term B is just changing the layer shape. Does the layer get wider in altitude or narrower, but retain the same peak electron density value and height? Term C is I'm going to move the height now from where it was, but I'm going to retain the same electron density peak value and the same shape. This is ambiguous. Any one of these three or some combination could cause the Doppler shift that we measure. So how to proceed? Well, what I'm going to demonstrate here is the nature of this ambiguity, picking only terms A and B, and then show you a potential way that, for example, one can resolve that information. Here's an example of what A, B, and C might look like. So this is A, where I'm changing the electron density profile everywhere, as you can see in the green curve compared to the reference in black. This is altitude, and this is log electron density. Term B is I'm changing the layer shape around the E region. By the way, both in cases, we're concentrating on the E region. So focus on this place about 100 kilometers. So here the density went up in term A. Here in term B, the layer got broader, but the peak is the same. And in term C, I moved the layer up, but the peak value and actually the relative shape is the same. So there's just a visual example of those three terms that all combine to produce a Doppler shift. So we're going to finish here by choosing a small simulation. So I'm using the FarLap ray tracer, and I'm setting up the WWV transmitter out here in Fort Collins. I'm picking 15 megahertz daytime, and I'm making rays. I'm launching a bunch of rays and making them propagate to two stations. One of them is near MIT Haystack at these coordinates. And in fact, it's a two-hop. The signal goes up, it bounces once off the E layer, bounces off the ground, bounces another time off the E layer, and arrives at Haystack at about 2788 kilometers. Station number 2 is 150 kilometers closer to the transmitter, west of Haystack. And the parameters of the ionosphere, which is the colored plot here, this is plasma frequency in megahertz, proportional to the square root of electron density. These parameters in a Chapman layer, this is the mathematical formulation that Sidney Chapman studied in the 20s and the 30s to make a quasi-realistic looking electron density profile. They are taken from this ionoson trace that happened at 19 UT on the 7th of September 2021 from Millstone Hill. This is the UMass Lowell Digisonde. The important parameter for our discussion is these two-hop phase path lengths in kilometers. WWV to the station number 1 near Haystack is about 2,830 kilometers. Station number 2 is closer to the transmitter, so it's a little less, 2,680 kilometers. So let's try case A. Let's increase the electron density. The reference path, phase path in kilometers was 2,830. If I increase A, it actually gets a little shorter by 2 kilometers. In case B, I'm going to keep the same electron density. I'm going to increase the E layer width by a handful of kilometers. Exactly the same phase path change happens with respect to the reference. So with only one station, we have a problem. Phase path change is about identical. Doppler is going to therefore by definition be nearly the same. It's going to be very hard to distinguish whether A or B happened. I will note that there is a difference in the elevation angle of the rays as they come into station number 1 in case A or B, but the personal space weather station, specifically the GRAPE, is not designed to discern arrival angle differences at HF. And besides, a degree, less than a degree would be pretty hard to measure. So we have an ambiguity. Expected because we're measuring one thing, we're trying to figure out which of two things happened. But in this very toy model, if I add the phase path change to station number 2 under these two cases, haven't changed any of the parameters. Now, although the phase path to number 1 is the same, the phase path to number 2 is different. There's quite a difference. There's a difference of, nearly 2 kilometers between case A and case B. So there's something to hang on to here. Since station 2 has discernible differences in the phase path, the Dopplers will be different on the joint set combined in this case, and I can resolve something about A versus B. I think you can see where I'm going with this. Extending to an end station network is the domain of inverse analysis, or also you use Bayesian priors are involved here. The inverse analysis equation is classically represented as something like this. You have n measurements from your n stations of, say, Doppler shift. That's the measurement vector m here, m by 1. You have a parameterization of what the ionosphere looks like Chapman, peak density, layer width, and layer height. And you put that over a grid, so you have a certain number of n of those parameters, and you might throw in physical constraints if you'd like the density has to be smooth or something. And then you have the projection matrix. A is really where you take your ray tracing forward model, and you try to take the profile parameters and project them forward into the Doppler shifts that you measure. And then, of course, you always have to realize the Doppler shift has uncertainties, so you add the measurement error vector. And then you invert this process, and you want to get the matrix X. And there are many pieces of literature on how to do that. This is how you would jointly analyze this to pull out the ionosphere. However, forward model studies are needed to go further here once you have your ray trace kernel, like how many layer parameters can be robustly sensed, given that I have an end station network. How can I lay them out spatially? Do I get only a few? Do I get even just 3? How overdetermined does the data set need to be to squash the ambiguities I just demonstrated? Do we need 50 points to be able to determine 10 parameters? If you do it this way, though, there's a large advantage is because uncertainties in, if you put your uncertainties in and measuring a Doppler shift, you get uncertainties out by the mathematical projection into these parameters, which is what the scientist wants to know when they're doing the studies of what that ionospheric measurement means. So just to summarize, space weather is a frontier science topic. Mid-latitude has very clear ionospheric variations. Doppler shifts of HF signals are a clear distributed means of sensing these variations. You have to deal with the fact, though, that multiple things can cause a phase path change, which causes the Doppler shift. So there is some ambiguity involved. The way to resolve that is to do joint analysis of multiple Doppler data sets using a set of inverse methods, and that can resolve ambiguities. So in the future, someone needs to take this forward model, parameterize it, and do a set of sensitivity studies as to exactly what parameters can be pulled out of the ionosphere over what kind of a grid given a given observation network. Thanks for your attention, and I'm looking forward to more work on this subject.
All right, Bill, thank you very much.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Okay, I was just wondering, he was saying that he noticed in his data that he had short-term variabilities that he couldn't explain. Did he ever correlate this data with earthquakes that are occurring in the North America platform? It would be very interesting to see if these short variants would actually line up with some of the earthquakes that USGS detected.
Actually, I can explain those particular fluctuations. My point was to demonstrate that they are ubiquitous and ever present on any day of the year. There are 1 to 5% electron density variations that occur regardless of when you observe. Those are actually due to internal fundamental wave modes that are from lower atmosphere winds that are going up from the lower atmosphere, breaking in the E and F region ionosphere, and then coupling to wave modes. There's a number of theoretical studies that demonstrate that. So those are actually due to internal wave processes.
Yep.
One of the other examples I showed there was actually electrodynamically driven. So some of the fluctuations you saw there were actually driven by electric fields that were caused by a particular geomagnetic disturbance, which we had verified using the radar. So in that case, earthquakes are, first of all, they would not be needed to explain the fluctuations we saw.
So Phil,
But did you ever correlate earthquakes with your findings?
No, we haven't, because their correlation magnitude would be insufficient to explain the fluctuations that we saw.
And so basically, Bill, what you're doing is you're doing a forward model, and then you're modifying your model basically, and then running it back. I guess you're doing it backwards and then running it forwards. Well,
correct.
One way, and then you're refining your parameters until you get a better and better model of what's happening. Is that's
right? So the toy model I showed was that with only one station, there was ambiguity in the phase path for these two particular causes that would cause like literally the same identical change in phase path. So if you were measuring Doppler, you wouldn't be able to tell. You build a forward model, which is the way to say, okay, for a given modeled ionosphere, for example, my term A and term B, if I ray trace through the ionosphere and I changed those things, I would get these particular set of Doppler parameters. And that gives you, that's what we call a forward model. And as you correctly pointed out, Scotty, then your job is to take the data and turn the crank backwards and say what parameters had to go into that forward model to be consistent with the data that I showed. This is really the generalized example of things like least squares fitting, which a lot of people are familiar with, which is I have a model of what's going on controlled by some knobs, and I'd like to figure out where the knobs were set, but all I know was what the system did. And so often those systems have ambiguities similar to the ones I just showed. The way to often squash those ambiguities is to put more data in and constrain the problem better, over-determine it. More data than the number of parameters you have. And this is a mathematical framework to do that. And things like the Personal Space Weather Station will have more of that data that can be applied. Yep.
Especially when we get many measurement points, right? Is that
right.
The idea?
And Phil KNIQ has a very nice analogy. The idea is, you have a measurement, which is the SWR on your antenna tuner. You have a bunch of knobs, right? The knobs have a bunch of settings, and your job is to pick a setting that minimizes the parameter or low SWR that you'd like. As anybody who's, for example, played with a tuner knows, there's more than one setting that can produce the same minimum.
They interact because they
interact. So this is a classic example of many things in nature. Your job is to pick which of it, given all of the settings equal, which one is more likely. And that's where applying some physical constraints also can help you in sorting out, well, there are 5 different settings that would have worked, but I think that one's the most likely.
And in the tuner case, it's a very good example because some settings are definitely better than others as far as getting a signal out and matching the antenna. Even though they look the same with your measurement equipment, they aren't all equal.
Right, but if you put blinders on and you only look at the SWR, and there's also, Phil is right on the money, also false minima, which also means they look minimal in a local sense, but in the global sense across all range of parameters, there can be a better solution somewhere else. And your job is which one is the best without doing the horrible job of searching the entire parameter space and just brute grid force going through and finding the deepest one, which is great, but we run out of time trying to do that.
Yeah. Speaking of time, we run out of time here, and thank you, Phil, for a nice presentation and answering the questions. And I think at this point, we are in break time, right, George? Ready to stop the recording? And
I'm going to stop the recording. Steve is bringing up the break time slide. And just to remind people that there's that link to bit.ly so you can get the proceedings PDF and pour into Phil's submitted talk to much greater depth. And afterwards, the PDF slide decks from the presentations will become available after we've decompressed and you know, had a couple days to breathe, and then we'll start getting things available out to the public.
And I would also ask that the presenters go back to the question and answer window, and there's a few unanswered questions, that especially on the magnetometer, and I think there's one on the low VLF receiver. See if you can get a time to type the answer in and let people know what the story is, and then we can dismiss those questions once they get answered. I don't want to dismiss them without somebody giving an answer. So please take a look there and see if there's one that you can comment on.
And that way, when the whole event is done, or the day for the day, this will be saved off, and the whole Q&A file will be available. So the answers will actually be available with the questions. What a novel concept.
What a concept. And I've dismissed the ones that were already answered live. So these, in my opinion anyway, have not been answered. So if we could get them answered, that would be great.
So the break is approximately 20 more minutes, and we'll see you back here at the top of the hour. And we have 2 more talks, and that'll conclude the DCC for Friday.
So what can happen at this time, we're not recording, the panelists can kind of have an open free-form discussion. It can be guided by, you know, your moderators. I've got the next presentation queued up, and I'll step up and go upstairs and feed my dogs before they start complaining. And I think there's something about there's something about kiss the wife. Yeah, no recording right now.
That means we can diss each other with impunity.
And I won't know until I come back. Yes, that's absolutely right, Scotty.
Well, you won't know it all if we don't tell you, because you're gone. So there you go. So what do we have left here, Steve? We have.
Well, let me shift here.
Nathaniel on TIDs and climatology of TID. 2 talks on TIDs. Very good.
Sources and climatology.
So can you put back the break slide for a minute for Roy? Yes, thank you. So Jonathan, are you still here?
Yes.
I think this question is for you on the in the Q&A window. Are you concerned about overload from AM broadcast signals? I think that was during your presentation, but I may have it wrong.
No, I believe that was during John Gibbons' presentation for his.
Oh, okay. During okay for affecting WWV signals.
Yeah, that was for his.
So John N8OBJ, are you still here? Do you want to address that if you're here? He's away getting coffee. I guess I can just go through these to see if anyone here is able to answer these, because they need to be addressed. Let's see, I can't seem to get the, oh, there it is. Okay, it's underneath things. I'm wondering if Jules or Dave Witten are still here. Because there's some questions on magnetometers.
Scotty, I also think that those questions were from Bill's presentation too.
Oh, okay. About the power transformer in the backyard?
Yeah.
And how often does the magnetometer have to take readings? Oh, that was about the distribution amp. Okay. That would be for John. N8OBJ.
Did I hear my name mentioned?
Yes, the question was, are you concerned about overload from AM broadcast signals on your distribution amplifier?
Yes, I am. Very much so.
You want to comment at all on that?
Well, it's going to have to be knocked down with some kind of a front end filter. Obviously, if you're sitting next to a 50 kilowatt AM station, having a BJT at the front end is going to cause rectification problems, and you're going to get that signal showing up everywhere. So yes, it's a serious problem, and we may have to make optional filter options for the front end of the thing. It's definitely not going to be as robust as the Grape One, because the Grape One didn't have that. It was looking directly into an LC filter, and there wasn't any forward biased PN junction that could rectify the cause of the problem. So yes, it is a concern, and we're going to have to address it.
Yeah, so maybe a high pass filter or notch filters.
Something like that, yeah. I'm trying not to run the cost up too much, but problem is frequencies that low, the inductors become rather large.
So are you done laying that board out yet?
No.
Well, here's something to consider. Consider putting a set of headers on the board that will fit the same footprint as the RF filter boards that are user definable that go on the RF module, the Tangerine, because Tom McDermott has already designed a high pass filter to cut off the broadcast band.
Oh, okay.
And he's got because we wanted to make sure we could actually build one that would work at 1.6 megahertz cutoff and get us a reasonable reduction.
So Tom McDermott is the person I need to get hold of.
Right, N5EG. And so he actually designed the filter, and we laid one out, and it fits in the footprint that we have. And it's a little bitty, like a 1 inch by ½ inch filter with single pin headers on either end.
Oh, perfect.
And it just plugs right on. And what we do is we put 0 ohm resistors or jumpers around it for the people who don't want it. And then you just pull the jumpers off and plug the thing on, and you got a filter.
Actually, if it's simple enough in parts, I just may incorporate it.
Just incorporate it, yeah. So
So what was this call sign again?
N5EG, Echo Golf.
Got it. Yeah,
he's on our Monday night sessions every week. So
okay.
Yeah, he's the one who actually files the recordings in the report, isn't he?
He is.
Scotty, this is Dave. He was here earlier today, but I don't see him on the participant list right now.
Yeah, I don't see him either. You're right. Well, because like I said, when we laid the board out, we put the footprint on there for the filter, and then we decided, well, we better try building one before we put a footprint down, and then find out that the components won't fit to build the low pass. So we actually went and designed one. So it's good.
Cool. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna look at that. That might be incorporated in my next version.
Yeah. And I mean, if you didn't want to put the components in, that's something I think that we're going to end up building because people are going to need it.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
So I know I'm about 1 mile from a 5,000 watt AM station. And interestingly enough, I'm in Phoenix, so when it rains, I get overload on my receivers. When it's dry, I don't. Isn't that kind of bizarre? I don't know why it would be that way.
Well, the rain is more conductive.
Because you know how you can tell when you turn the 10 dB attenuator on and the noise goes down 40 dB, you've got some kind of problem.
What you'll have to the experiment to try, Scotty, is after the rain to see if it kind of tapers down because it's the moisture in the soil.
Yeah. And I meant when it was wet. So it's not raining, but it has rained. And I noticed the interference much more. I noticed the overload much more. And interesting enough, I had a Tentec Omni 6, which is really a pretty stiff front end, and it would still overload it.
Well, if you're close enough to a transmitter that powerful, it's
we
difficult.
used to test our SDRs at our work plant was 1 mile from the transmitter. We used to test the SDRs just by touching the antenna terminal, and we get full scale signal from the AM station down the road. We had 2 of them in opposite directions on different frequencies that we could use to test.
Sounds like RF Hades.
Yeah.
I think the stations that Scotty's referring to are also the ones that could bump up their power at night. Some of the few that are allowed to.
These guys were 5 kilowatts, and they were 5 kilowatts 24/7. They didn't go up or down at night. But they used to have the one you're from Phoenix, so you know where it is, in the river bottom at Country Club Road. It was a 50,000 watt station, KMIK. It was the Disney station. And at night, the pattern, it was directional. So at night, the pattern, if you look at a map, it ran right over the top of my house. You could copy the station on your fillings at night because it was 50 kW aimed right at you.
Yeah, I don't.
Fortunately,
I know what. I've seen those antennas where you're talking about. I didn't realize what station it is, but a KOY 550 was always the one that, when I was a kid, would switch powers at night.
Yeah,
and then
but actually, it's 550 KFYI that is the one that is 5,000 watts. But I've checked it; it's 5 kW day and night. And then it's interesting. There's an oldies station up about 5 miles north of me. It runs 5 kW during the day, and it runs 52 watts at night. Now, why 52 watts and not 50 or 53 or 60 or 52 watts? You don't know. And
Scotty, what you need is a kit that is a combination block filter and DC power provider. Just recover the power, use it to power the electronics.
That's right. Well, I tell you what, this 5 kW station that is 52 watts at night is on an empty lot right by the bicycle path that runs along the canal. So there's no way, if you did an RF exposure study, there's no way it would ever pass. Because, I mean, it's in the fenced area, but the antenna is like 20 feet away from you. You can get that close to it at 5,000 watts. So,
well, I don't know. It's just near field stuff at AM, right? You have to work out out here, there's an AM station that literally spans a freeway. I mean, you drive literally right through the array.
Through it. So you have a little coil on your dashboard, and you can charge your battery off it as you drive through.
Yeah, that's right. Or charge my car if I drive slowly enough.
That's right. That's right. You got a Tesla, so
that's
just
right.
Drive back and forth along that stretch, and you never have to stop for electricity.
Yeah, it's
Hey, after all, exposure time is based on power level versus time, and going through it at 60, there's probably not much.
It's a 3-element directional array, KGB AM, pointed at San Diego, and State Route 52 goes right between two of the towers. I always wondered about that.
Between the towers?
Between the towers, yeah.
Yeah, KGB, yeah, they're a well-known classic rock station from way back. I remember them.
Well, they actually changed their. They used to be KFMB, and they changed their call sign recently to KGB AM.
Is KGB like a spy network?
Yeah. Well, KGB FM has been around for a long time in San Diego. So,
but between the towers, that's amazing.
Yeah, check them on Google Earth. Route 52 near. West of Santee. I always wondered about it because I've driven between them. My car doesn't, like stop working or anything. But actually, the bigger problem I have with my car is when I go up to Mount Soledad, which is where those FM broadcast transmitters I mentioned are located. I have to be very careful to leave a window open or take my phone with me, or I'm not getting back into my car.
Why is that?
Well, because the Tesla has, uses a key fob and to open the doors, and the sensors just don't work when they're in a strong RF field like that.
Yeah, because I knew a guy that worked on Muzak systems. I don't know if they still even do that anymore, but there were subcarriers on FM stations, and they had commercial-free music for like department stores and grocery stores and things like that. So he would have to go up to the FM towers on top of South Mountain, south of Phoenix. And he had a big old Dodge Maxi van, and he was a ham. And in the back, he had every single amplifier made by Mirage, the highest power one for every band from 6 meters through 1.2 gigahertz. And he mounted them on angle brackets behind the driver's seat on the floor of the van. So you just look behind, there's like these 6 amplifiers bolted to the floor. And he says when he would go up on top of South Mountain next to the FM transmitting and TV transmitting towers, he would turn all the power off to everything, and he'd drive up, and all of the TR lights on all the amps would be on. because they'd get enough power coming from the antennas to key the amplifiers into the on state with the power off to the amplifier.
Things are so bad up in Mount Soledad. I went up there. Well, a couple of us went up there once to try playing with some Ubiquity units to see if we can make a link back to my house. And we gave up because the wired Ethernets between my laptop and the Ubiquity units would keep breaking lock. The wired links, because of the FM broadcast stuff getting into them. I realize now.
Into the wired links?
the wired links. I was using Cat 5 cable. I realize now maybe if I use Cat 7, which has shielding and every pair, it might work.
Wow.
Yeah, it's that bad.
I could just see you locked out of your car because none of the remotes work anymore.
Well, funny thing is, I was up there for the microwave contest recently, and I moved my car and I started walking away from it towards where the guys were operating. And I suddenly realized, oh crap, I left my phone in my car, and I turned around and hightailed it back to my car before the door handles went back in. Fortunately, I made it.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it's a crowded area. I don't want to leave my windows open. So I, had to rely on my phone to get back inside. Well, it's basically right next door to where the towers are. There's a park up there with a memorial cross, and it's right, a very popular site, and is right next to the big towers with literally two TV stations and a dozen or so FM stations. Every one of them is 20 kilowatts omni.
Yeah, up on South Mountain, all the TV and radio stations are up there, and they all, I mean, it's the noise floor is 20 dB higher there than anywhere else because it's just RF floating everywhere.
Neil Wilson talks about a 100 kilowatt broadcast, shortwave broadcast station. Yeah, I guess the crystal set would probably work for that.
Yeah, and well, we tried to put a 220 repeater up there. Well, channel 12 transmitter was up there, and I think that's on like 212 megahertz. And there's just no way.
12 to
channel 12 was I think.
Well, see, 210 to 216 is 13. So yeah.
Yeah, it was channel 12, so it was relatively close nearby in frequency.
Yeah.
So it did not have a chance to work.
What burned me recently was I've discovered a new sub hobby, which is chasing National Weather Service radio signs at transponder 400 megahertz. And I was having a hell of a time hearing them when everybody else was hearing them just fine with very simple antennas, until I got a clue. I disconnected the antenna and the noise level dropped about 40 dB. Well, that's a clue. That shouldn't happen on UHF. So I put in an FM bandstop filter, and lo and behold. Now, the thing that got me was the fact that there was, the normal signs of intermod, right, is a jumbled mess of audio, but that's not what I was hearing. I was just seeing a static thermal noise floor, what appeared to be thermal noise floor, that jumped up by an incredible amount.
Yeah.
And only in certain parts of the spectrum, I think on 200 megahertz, it was working fine.
Well, where was it coming from?
It had, because an FM band stop fixed the problem, it had to be coming from all those FM broadcast stations. There are probably so many of them then that when the interbody, you just got white noise.
Yeah.
If it's two stations, the characteristic sound of two stations intermodding, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I know at Field Day we use one of those HF combiners, and we put three stations, one on 10, one on 15, and one on 20 on one antenna, and that makes 2 meters unusable in the entire area for some reason. We haven't figured out why yet, and it looks like our break time's up. So,
nonlinear.
It's nonlinear
In a combiner or an antenna. Yeah.
So, Steve, you're taking away?
Yeah, I'm right here. Let me bring the video back up. And let's see, we've got about less than 2 minutes. So let's go ahead and get ready. And we've got Nathaniel up next.
Hello.
There's Nathaniel. Okay, so Nathaniel's here.
Mm-hmm.
And George will be working on queuing up his recording, his presentation.
And I might point out that the next two talks are kind of together. So mine's almost like an introduction to the talk after me. So the second talk, the one after me, is Diego. He's my student. And so we've been working together on this.
Excellent. Okay, with that introduction, go ahead and let's start playing.
Hi, my name is Nathaniel Frizzell, call sign W2NAF. I'm an assistant professor at the University of Scranton in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Today, I'm going to talk to you about the sources of large-scale traveling ionospheric disturbances observed using ham-sci amateur radio, SuperDARN, and GNSS TEC. So what are traveling ionospheric disturbances? TIDs are quasi-periodic variations of F-region electron density. They come in two varieties: medium-scale MSTIDs, which have periods between 15 to 60 minutes, horizontal velocities of between 100 to 250 meters per second, horizontal wavelengths of several hundred kilometers or less than 1,000 kilometers, and these may be associated with meteorological or auroral sources. We also have large-scale traveling ionospheric disturbances, or LSTIDs. These have horizontal wavelengths greater than 1,000 kilometers, periods between 30 to 180 minutes, and these sources are typically attributed to auroral electrojet enhancement and auroral particle precipitation. Both may be associated with atmospheric gravity waves in the neutral atmosphere. Identifying the actual source can be difficult because it's hard to set up an observation network that spans the entire range of the TID propagation from source to finish. In today's presentation, I'm going to be showing data from a number of different sources. First, amateur radio data, including the Reverse Beacon Network, Weak Signal Propagation Reporting Network, PSK Reporter, and QRZ.com. Next, from SuperDARN, the Super Dual Auroral Radar Network. After that, Madrigal GPS total electron content data. And then to relate it to the space weather environment, we'll look at NASA Omni data and the SuperMag data as well. So for the amateur radio observations, our data is coming from three main sources. The Reverse Beacon Network, which is an automated global network of receivers which detect Morse code signals and save the information to a website. There's also the Weak Signal Propagation Report Network and PSK Reporter Network, which operate similarly, but use digital signals instead of Morse code. When signals do not include their actual location information, we'll look up the location of the station on QRZ.com. So traveling ionospheric disturbances are actually able to cause fades, or say longer term QRM that you might have in an amateur radio QSO. This ray trace model shows how that works. This also shows how the amateur radio data and SuperDARN, which is similarly affected by TIDs, are affected and sense the traveling ionospheric disturbances. In the top panel, you can see the colors represent background electron density at 250 kilometers altitude from the IRI empirical ionospheric model. I've perturbed that model with an artificial traveling ionospheric disturbance, which is propagating from the auroral zone down toward the equatorial region. Those are the waves that you see in the movie. Superimposed on top of that is the field of view of the Fort Hays East SuperDARN radar. You can see that one of the beams of the radar is darkened. In the second panel, you see a vertical cut of the model looking along that particular beam. Here you can see the TIDs moving through the radar field of view and causing the radar rays to be focused or defocused. They're focused when they're bunched together and defocused when they're spread apart. When the radar beams are focused together, the radar rays are focused together, that will cause an enhanced signal to noise ratio. When they're defocused, you'll get lower signal returns. Similarly, with amateur radio, you'll see that signal strengths will be stronger over regions where the rays are focused, and they'll be weaker when they're not focused. This ray trace is showing a 14 megahertz signal. On the bottom, you see an example of what the signal to noise ratio of the radar looks like as a function of time and range. And you see these scallop shapes as the TID travels through the radar field of view. Here's a figure using amateur radio data showing the TID. You can see on the left-hand plot is a map showing the locations of the data from November 3rd, 2017 from 12 to 24 UT. This includes data from PSK Reporter, WhisperNet, and RBN all put into the same plot. We have very good coverage of data over the United States. On the right-hand side, you see a range time plot showing, it's a 2D histogram, showing the locations or the distances between transmissions and receptions, transmitters and receivers. You can see that the skip distance between transmitter and receiver oscillates as a function of time. It has a period of a bit over an hour to an hour and a half. This is a traveling ionospheric disturbance moving through the United States through the amateur radio communications and causing this disturbance in communications distance. To compare it with a well-known scientific instrument, I've put the amateur radio observations on top and data from the SuperDARN radar in Blackstone, Virginia on the bottom. The Blackstone, Virginia radar is looking out to the northwest, and we're showing data from beam 13, which is highlighted in red. The beam 13 data is shown in the right-hand panel here, where you can see range away from the radar on the y-axis, time along the x-axis, and signal to noise ratio plotted in colors. You can see that again, there's a skip distance oscillation. We have a big hump here that corresponds with the big hump in the amateur radio data. Similarly here, you have a big hump or an oscillation in the range, and over here as well. And this continues throughout the day. It's very well correlated. We can also compare the amateur radio data with GNSS, Global Navigation Satellite System Total Electron Content data. We see this on the bottom here. This is showing the total number of electrons between GPS receivers on the ground and GPS satellites in space. We've removed the background to make the ionospheric disturbances easier to see. I'm going to start playing the movie now. As the amateur radio communications distance shortens, you'll see that the map, the TEC map, turns more red, showing enhanced ionospheric densities. These enhancements cause more refraction, causing the communications range on 14 megahertz to be shorter. As the communications range goes out, the map will turn more blue, indicating less ionospheric densities, which also cause less refraction and cause the ranges to be longer. You can see that these wave fronts move from the northwest toward the southeast with time. You can see a very strong wave front right here. So this TID is really causing the ionosphere over the entire continental United States to fluctuate. And this is taking place over a 12-hour period. So this really links the TID that we see in the amateur radio data with the TIDs that we see in the GNSS or GPS TEC data. We are able to use the differential TEC measurements to estimate many of the parameters related to the traveling atmospheric disturbance. Using a multiple signal classification analysis done by Evan Thomas, we estimated the horizontal wavelengths to be around 1,100 kilometers, the phase velocities to be about 1,280 kilometers per hour, the period to be about 53 minutes, and the propagation direction to be 167 degrees relative to north, meaning it's propagating in a southeastward direction. After showing that the amateur radio TID corresponds with the TID observed in the GNSS differential total electron content data, and then measuring the parameters of the GNSS TEC TID, we have confirmed that the TID we are looking at is indeed a large-scale traveling atmospheric disturbance. But where does it come from? In the top two panels, we show the supermagnetic electrojet SME index, which is derived from the auroral zone magnetometers and is indicative of ionospheric currents flowing in the auroral zone. During the 3-hour period prior to LSTID observations, there are two significant enhancements. It is likely that the energy derived from the auroral electrojet enhancements are derived from the TIDs we observe at mid-latitudes. also know that this event is taking place during the recovery phase of a minor geomagnetic storm. You want me to just finish it live from this slide? There's only a couple slides left.
Yeah,
let me mute the audio. We'll run the screen share and you speak and narrate.
I have the slides right here.
I can move it back. I can just play the slide deck and you can narrate it as it runs here.
Just leave the slide from there. That slide's fine. So
it's not, that isn't a slide, that's the MP4 file. So I can mute the audio, let it play. You narrate it as it goes.
George, just let me share my screen, okay?
Okay. You should, so if I stop sharing, you can share?
Yep.
Yep.
All right. So then I'm just going to hit. Good?
Yep.
Okay.
We can see it.
Great. So basically my point from before was there's this large scale traveling ionospheric disturbance that we saw in the amateur radio data, and we were able to confirm that was a large scale traveling ionospheric disturbance because we were able to link it with the GNSS or GPS total electron content measurements and measure the wavelength and the direction of travel and the phase velocity. So here, after we've shown that the amateur radio TID corresponds with the TID observed in the TEC, and then measuring those parameters, we confirm that the traveling ionospheric disturbance we're looking at is indeed a large-scale traveling ionospheric disturbance. But where does it come from? So in the top two panels, we show the supermag electrojet index, or the SME index. This is derived from auroral zone magnetometers, and it's indicative of ionospheric currents flowing in the auroral zone. During the 3-hour period prior to the LSTADs, and that's right here, there are two significant auroral electrojet or SME supermag electrojet enhancements. It's likely that the energy derived from these enhancements are what's driving the TIDs we see at mid-latitudes over here. From looking at the NASA Omni data set, which I'm not showing here, I was also able to determine that this particular event took place during the recovery phase of a geomagnetic storm. So in conclusion, we observed a large-scale traveling ionospheric disturbance on November 3rd in the amateur radio, Blackstone Superdarn, and the differential TEC data. It had a 1.5-hour periodicity, and it had parameters, horizontal wavelength, velocity, period, all consistent with large-scale traveling ionospheric disturbances. And the auroral electrojet activity occurring about 3 hours prior to the observations is a likely candidate for the LSTID sources observed on that day. And so these are the references. And then these are my acknowledgements for the grants for all the people who've helped out and provided data. So thank you, and I'll be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Nathaniel.
Sure.
Thanks for recovering. Questions?
Nathaniel, I have a question, okay?
Sure, Dev.
So in one of those slides, you were saying that while ray tracing, there were TIDs moving through the ionosphere in that climate. Yes, in this one.
Mm-hmm.
So how were TIDs inserted in this ionosphere?
I took the international reference ionosphere, and then I just created a very simple sinusoidal TID model that I ran myself. So it's completely contrived, but it's using realistic MSTID parameters.
So how do you do that? Like, is it possible to explain it a little more? Like, how do you?
Yeah, sure. So from the IRI, you generate a matrix, a 3 or 4 dimensional matrix of the electron densities, and then you just multiply it by a sinusoid, basically. Add a sinusoid to it. And you step it forward in time. So you can, with the sine wave, you can control the wavelength, the period, the let's see. Yeah, the
So,
wavelength is carried all of the parameters.
you apply a
amplitude.
sinusoid at all heights in all three dimensions.
Yes, yes, I do it all 3 dimensions.
Okay.
And it tapers off nicely like this just because of the natural structure of the ionosphere.
So you define a 3D sine wave and you apply it at all times.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, I'm looking in the chat and the Q&A. Here we go. Real quick, because well, we only have one more talk, and it is, so we're doing good on time. Neil is asking, do you have any thoughts on the directionality of the wavefront as it propagates?
Sure. That's one of the major indicators that it's likely due to aurora, is because that the wavefronts generally propagate from the north to the south. So that's what I'm looking at. You can see it right here. So if you take this movie, you can see wavefronts appear up in the northern part of the US and move equatorward. If you look carefully, you can see other waves going in other directions here as well, but I'm looking at this largest wavefront moving through.
Okay. And then Gwen is asking, could you take me step by step through how you obtain WSPR PSK reporter time series of bend ranged over North America?
Sure. So from Bill Engelke provided me with geolocated WSPR RBN data and PSK reporter data. So he went through the trouble of figuring out what the latitude and longitudes of the transmitters and the receivers were. And he provided those to me in essentially CSV files. And then I have code that I have up on GitHub that I wrote in Python that goes through all of that and does the binning. And so I have the bin size set for 2 minutes wide by 25 kilometers long. And then I'm able to make that. If you look on I can put the link to that code in the chat.
Okay. And let's take one last question here from Joe. How are different frequency bands affected?
So you'll see a little bit of that in the next presentation. We can see this best in the 14 megahertz and the 7 megahertz band. So there will be some times where you see the TIDs in the 14 megahertz, sometimes where you see it in the 7 megahertz, and you don't necessarily see them at the same time. And that could be because the TIDs are typically coming off of the F region ionosphere, we believe. And so if the signals aren't making it up that high, they might not be affected. We saw that similar sort of effect in Steve Serwin's talk earlier, where the E region was very stable, but the F region was not.
Okay, well, thank you, Nathaniel. So let's go ahead and then segue into Diego's talk and continue the discussion of these TIDs. Diego, are you online?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you fine. So
Awesome.
You want to say hello and introduce yourself?
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Diego Sanchez. I'm a student at New Jersey Institute of Technology, and I've been working with Nathaniel now for a little over a couple of years on observing traveling ionospheric disturbances using amateur ham radio.
Okay, wonderful.
And Diego, just quickly, we'd ask if you can follow along with a slide deck on your own computer, perhaps ready to share your screen at a moment's notice if the same thing happens to you that happened to Nathaniel.
Okay, I will give it a shot. I'm on my phone right now just because the internet we're at right now.
Okay.
You have a computer next to me, so if it come to it,
I
I'll
have
try.
the copy of Diego's presentation, so I'll make sure it's ready to go, okay?
Awesome,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, cool. Okay, and with that, let's fingers crossed.
Hello everyone, my name is Diego Sanchez and I am an NJIT student currently working with Dr. Gareth Perry of the New Jersey Institute of Technology and Dr. Nathaniel Furcell of the University of Scranton. And this is my talk on my climatology of traveling ionospheric disturbances observed by ham-sci amateur radio with connections to geospace and neutral atmospheric sources. Traveling ionospheric disturbances or TIDs, are quasi-periodic variations of F-region electron density that are often associated with atmospheric gravity waves and can have profound effects on radio propagation. Current ham radio observation techniques only allow us to track large-scale traveling ionospheric disturbances, or LSTIDs. LSTIDs typically have wavelengths of over 1,000 kilometers and a periodicity of between 30 to 180 minutes and are often caused by auroral electrojet enhancement and particle precipitation. The main data sources used in this study are the Weak Signal Propagation Reporting Network, or WhisperNet, the Reverse Beacon Network, or RBN, for the ham radio data, the Super Dual Auroral Radar Network, or SuperDARN, NASA Omnidata, and the Modern Era Retrospective Analysis for Research and Applications, or MERA. Here we have a visualization of the RBN and WhisperNet data sources. Figure A shows geomagnetic activity through the KP and SIMH index. These indexes are a measure of geomagnetic storm strength gathered from magnetometer data. Figure B shows solar activity taken from both the GOES 13 and 15 satellites. These two figures are used to help identify other factors such as geomagnetic storms or solar flares that could be causing disturbances in our histograms, other than from a TID. Figure E through F show ham radio activity from spot data coming from both RBN and WhisperNet over a 24-hour period, with our y-axis being the distance from transmitter to receiver and spot density represented by the color scale on the right. On our left, we also have the total number of spots for this histogram, as well as the percentage of data that comes from RBN and WhisperNet. Last, we have a map showing spot location. As you can see, we have marked with red arrows a particularly pronounced wave-like structure in our 14 MHz histogram that we suspected could be an LSTID, given the apparent periodicity and how relatively quiet that day was in terms of geomagnetic and solar activity. Current spot data can contain communications that use the 1, 3, 7, 14, 21, and 28 MHz bands. However, given the substantially less amount of available spot data for the 1, 3, 21, and 28 MHz bands, these were completely discarded for the time being, and it was not possible to observe any TID activity within them. Daily ham radio plots were generated for the year of 2017 and manually searched for observable TID signatures. Here we have an example of the selection criteria for the TID signatures. Only well-defined quasi-periodic wave structures were chosen as candidate TID signatures, as shown by the red traces. The ham radio histograms were then divided into 1-hour bins, as seen by the red-colored bars within the histogram. Bins with observable wave structures were chosen as TID events, shown by the highlighted yellow areas. TID events being defined in the study as a full hour with observable TID activity within it. Another manual search was conducted for the same year, this time searching for smooth or flat observations without any noticeable disturbances, as shown by the red traces here. Curvature due to night and day propagation changes were taken into account. Again, the histogram was split into 1-hour bins. Bins with noticeably flat behavior were selected as quiet events, as shown here highlighted in yellow. Days with significant geomagnetic and/or solar activity are currently not being used. This is due to the disturbances that they cause in our observations that make it difficult to visually distinguish TID signatures. This is especially true for strong solar flare activity, which can cause massive and abrupt radio blackouts. Given the low consistency of spot numbers from plot to plot, we calculated the average monthly number of ham radio spots to see if there was any significant change in ham radio usage throughout the year, and rule this out as a factor that could influence our climatology results. These results showed no significant enough change in average spots that could potentially have an impact on the overall climatology data. Here we have the initial results from the recorded TID events using the previously explained selection criteria. These results show significantly more TID activity during the winter months as opposed to the summer months, with a slight enhancement in the month of June. We are currently unsure what is causing that enhancement, but we will explore it more in future work. However, we suspect it to be a geophysical source unrelated to the technique. The same was done for the continental United States with very similar results. More TID activity during the winter months as opposed to the summer months, with a slight enhancement in the month of May this time. Next, given the similarities between how TIDs are observed in SuperDARN radars and amateur ham radio data explained during the previous talk by Dr. Nathaniel Fursell, the ham radio climatology results were compared with Dr. Fursell's results from his 2014 paper, Climatology of Medium-Scale Traveling Ionospheric Disturbances Observed by the Mid-Latitude Blackstone SuperDARN Radar. Only the US climatology data was used for this comparison, given that the location of the SuperDARN Blackstone beams is closer in coverage to the ham radio data from the continental US. Both appear to be fairly consistent with one another, showing more TID activity during the winter months. SuperDARN is unable, however, to have any observations in the summer months due to the lack of ground scatter, an issue not present in the ham radio data. Next, we began searching for potential drivers for the observed TID events. One suspected driver was auroral zone magnetic activity, which can be measured by the Auroral Electrojet Index, or AE. AE index measurements for the year 2017 were binned into 1-hour slots and associated with a TID event if there was such an event during the same hour time slot. The same was done for quiet events as well. The results show slightly enhanced values of max AE during TID events as opposed to the quiet events. These results were then compared again to the results from Fursell et al. 2014 and were shown to be very consistent with one another yet again, with enhanced max AE values for TID events as opposed to the quiet events. Lastly, zonal wind speed data from MIRROR-2 for the year 2017 was plotted along with the daily ham radio observed TID event data on the second vertical axis on the right-hand side. The wind speed data is divided by altitude in kilometers, with red and blue colors showing the direction of the wind. It is suspected that the large changes in wind direction and speed may affect how TIDs propagate. Initial conclusions from this plot are that significant decreases in TID activity appear to align well with large and abrupt changes in wind speed or direction. Lastly, conclusions and future work. TID activity was more prominent starting in late fall and ending in early spring. Ham radio traffic was not noticeably influenced by season. The exact mechanism is still uncertain, however, we are currently looking at auroral and geomagnetic sources. Initial observations show slightly enhanced max AE for times with TID events. Large wind shifts appear to coincide with noticeable drops in TID activity. Little to no TID activity when the 60 north zonal winds are predominantly eastward. And we are also currently in the process of developing an automated detection system for TID signatures within the ham radio data. Thank you, and I hope you all enjoyed.
Yes, very enjoyable. Thank you. Okay, we have applause. Okay, so Diego, somebody said there's a New Jersey accent that was detected.
Yep, 100%. Guilty.
Okay. All right. Let's see if you've got applause on the chat window. In the Q&A window, you've got a question. Bill is asking, okay, is the presumed increase in solar activity for cycle 25 going to make it more difficult to measure these effects for the next few years?
I'm actually not sure. That might be more of a, if Nathaniel has more insight on that, but until I would see how, until I see how it would directly affect the data itself, I'm not sure.
Yeah, sure. I think we're going to be able to measure these sorts of things regardless of the solar cycle phase, but it will be interesting to see what happens.
Okay, good. Let's see. Gary, could it become easier to measure the effects as the drivers such as auroral electrojets presumably become stronger?
Well, again, I think it's it's much more complicated than that, because even in the case that I showed earlier, I said that the auroral electrojet is a good candidate for it, but there's really not a one-to-one lineup where you see an auroral hit, you see an immediate response, auroral hit, immediate response. It's more like there's some sort of resonance thing going on, or there's more than one step as the wave goes from the lower atmosphere and moves up to the upper atmosphere. So it's not easy to do a straightforward correlation. And then when you have the potentially the middle atmospheric or neutral winds or the polar vortex modulating the system too, that again adds to the confusion. And this is where some of my new grants, and I'm working on some of these with Phil Erickson and Bill Engelkey, and Diego's going to keep working with us. They're going to try to answer some of those questions, but it's not straightforward.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Okay, I see it. Alex?
Yeah, can I ask a question?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have done some data storage on the IF seismograph, and I've noticed that every time we get a strong gust of solar wind, there's earthquakes releasing. Did you take that into account with your measurement? I'm estimating that some of those earthquakes have powers in the gigawatts range. So they should really be showing up.
I think as Phil said earlier, there's many other processes that are going on. So I don't think that's going to be the dominant process here. But those are certainly things that we are aware of.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, let's see. We got more questions. Let's see, Gwen, will you be bringing in magnet data? Oh, I'm sorry. This is an old question. I'm sorry. It's an old question. Never mind.
That's okay. Oh, I saw that question too. I could probably answer it. I don't think there's a plan at the moment to incorporate intermagnet data into our data visualization stream, mostly because that probably requires a lot of data sharing agreements and things like that, but who knows in the future.
Okay. All right. Not seeing anything up. Okay, so we'll wind it down. Diego, thank you very much. I think your professor's got a big smile on his face.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, keep it up. You get better and better when you get a chance to present over and over again. It takes a lot of practice.
I appreciate you guys giving me the chance.
Absolutely. Thank you for contributing to the DCC, and good luck in your studies.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're okay. So George, while you work on that, let me go ahead and talk about tomorrow, and then we can see, if you're ready, we can play Michelle's lightning talk. So let me bring this up. So we're kind of winding down. We do have a lightning talk we can present. So I wanted to be able to show
it's ready, Steve.
It's ready?
He's ready.
Okay, so stand by. Wanted to show tomorrow's schedule for everyone's benefit real quick. And of course, this schedule is on PDF, and it's available on the shared drive that we've been giving the link out in the chat channel. We can do that again here, so you can schedule your day tomorrow. And we've got a lot of good talks. Many of those are also as part of the proceedings. If they're published in the proceedings, they're indicated there on the talks. And of course, the proceedings are also in the same shared folder. So you can gather both of those if you haven't already done that. And then let me bring up another share one at a time. And let's see. I wanted to be, let's see, man, so many buttons. Here we go. So want to just say that kind of concludes the day, but we'd like for you to also take a moment and fill out the survey. Let us know how we're doing and what we can do better, because I'm certain that online conferences are not going to go away even when the virus goes away, because then conferences we think are going to become hybrid, where you're going to have a combination of in-person and virtual, and be able to include a much larger audience out there. Okay, so with that said, George, have you got Michelle's lightning talk?
But of course I do.
Well, this is a bonus for everyone.
Greetings from Open Research Institute. We are a nonprofit research and development organization which provides all of its work to the general public under the principles of open source and open access to research. We're primarily focused on digital communications work for the amateur satellite and terrestrial services. We believe that the lack of accessibility and access is a threat to both critical infrastructure and our economy, and we're doing our part where we can to address that. Our activities range from technical work to regulatory work to practical initiatives such as the Engineers General Program, citizen science initiatives, and more. So what do? We do FPGA design and development for microwave band multiple access amateur communication systems. This work delivers a hardware prototype that can be integrated as a satellite payload or as a terrestrial central node. Work is carried out by an international open source team using resources like the ORI Remote Labs, and taking advantage of community assets like the Vivado floating license, and more. The hardware prototype is on the microwave bands at 5 and 10 gigahertz. If you have the skills or interest, you are welcome to join. Open Research Institute is the fiscal sponsor of the M17 project. This exciting project offers an amateur open source VHF-UHF digital voice and data service that can be used today. Multiple hardware options are available or in rapid development. Ambisat-inspired sensors. Taking the Ambisat open source satellite project, we add a microwave beacon to the sensor array and develop a path forward for amateur deployment of the main board. ORI does regulatory and legal work. On the 2nd of September, we received the third and final, in a series, regulatory results from the U.S. government on a year-long effort to free the amateur radio satellite service from ITAR and EAR. Open source satellite work is free of both ITAR and EAR, and publication rules have been clarified. This is the best possible result. The entire body of work, from the CJ request to the advisory opinion, is donated to the amateur community at no charge, and all documents are available from the ORI repository. The link is in the notes. Current regulatory and legal work concerns debris mitigation and open source. There is a lot of good news here, and you are invited to be a part of it. The IEEE Space and Satellite Symposium is a half-day virtual event on the 30th of October 2021, and all recordings will be made available. The theme emphasizes the intersection between amateur radio satellites and information theory, which involves the study of digital codes and modulation. IEEE Computer Society and Information Theory San Diego chapters are co-sponsoring the event. Open Research Institute is the logistics sponsor. Speakers so far will present work on the QO100 narrowband modulator, link budgets for a new approach to Ambisat, information theory with respect to music, and open source LDPC work targeting FPGAs. 2 pieces of space and satellite themed music will premiere as part of the event, and there will be an information theory analysis of the work. If you have ever wondered what the connection between math and music looks like, then this is your chance. Talks in development address the connection between amateur radio and the Mars helicopter team, the role of amateur activity in commercial work, and more. Open Research Institute is funded by your donations, conference badge sales, YASME Foundation, ARRL Foundation, and ARDC. ORI works with TAPR in several areas, most visibly in support of DCC and at Hamcation. TAPR is a wonderful organization to work with. We are looking forward to another joint forum in Florida at Hamcation as soon as it happens again. If it's in person, then there might be a special event or contest. If it's online, then you will find us there. Want to get involved? Visit openresearch.institute/getting-started. Thank you so much to the TAPR DCC organizers for another great year of talks and open source amateur radio work.
There we go. Michelle, you online?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Any quick questions for Michelle?
I see a question about links, and yes, I will provide the transcript of the lightning talk with all of the links to the DCC organizers so they can get that out to you.
Oh, and just post them to the chat there, and then that'll definitely make it easy for them to be able to click on it.
Okay, I'll do that right away.
Okay. Okay, Bill, thank you for not mentioning lightning at all. So next time, Michelle, anytime you have a lightning talk, you have to say there's lightning on there. You had all these space weather people really excited that there was lightning involved.
All right, next time.
Okay, sounds good.
Or else it's just an elevator pitch, right?
It was a very light talk, though.
Well, yeah, and it introduces areas there that we're all interested in. We certainly need to be aware of all the different projects that are out there. And of course, the biggest problem is there's not enough time to participate with all of them. So you kind of have to pick and choose. But the nice thing that I've really been enjoying with the online conferences is the ability to join them, where in the past, you had to choose which weekends you were going to fly out and which hotels you were going to stay in. And then not only that, the ability to watch the recordings as you get time on that. Okay, so I'm going to put up here this basically the final slide saying that concludes the Friday session. Thank you very much for everybody that are joining. And we hope to see you tomorrow for also our talks that continue. And at the end of the Saturday, we'll have the TAPR annual meeting where you get a chance to be able to talk with the TAPR leadership. If you get a moment, please take time to fill out the survey. Let us know what you think, how we can make things better. Any ideas that you think we ought to pursue for the future. We're also looking for volunteers. If you want to get involved, we will definitely use some extra hands in all the things that TAPR is working on. And of course, if you have any interest areas, we'd certainly like to hear about those too. Okay, with that, I think it's a wrap. Let's go ahead and take a break for the rest of the day. Everybody enjoy their evenings, and we'll see you tomorrow, Saturday morning.